Hey, Diffin, how you doing? Welcome back. Happy New Week to you. How's your day been? Actually, how's your week been? Because yesterday was Monday. You know, obviously the worst day of the week. I hope you're doing well. I am just settling down. Epic, how you doing? I hope you're well. Roaming Firebat, I am very good. Thank you so much for asking. How you doing, fam? Different. It depends on what you mean. Big Money Joe, how you doing, bro? Too bored, how you doing, fam? It depends what you mean when you say serious issue. So that tweet wasn't specifically based on a specific thing that happened, if that's what you're asking. More generality. I'd be happy to discuss it if you really care. But yeah, if all you wanted to know is, wait, is there something serious that's happened? No. It's not like, oh shit, look there, this is fucked. It's not like that. It's more, look at everything, this is fucked. Yeah. Or Kane, how you doing, bro? The problem is that you... In order for people to be able to put their differences aside, or for people to start to work together, or for things to change in society, there has to be at least a common belief still that there is good in the other side, right? So even if you and the other side don't agree with one another, you have to at least believe that there is good in the other side. And that is completely gone, right? I would go so far as to say, not only is it impossible for the two sides to see good on each other or in each other, I would say that the two sides have allowed their more extreme counterparts to run rampant to the point where there truly is no good in either side. There's nothing good in the far right. There's nothing good in the far left. They are both agents of destruction. And the problem is that the left and the right have sort of allowed themselves to be pulled in these directions. So fundamentally, I believe that the only way to put the world right is war. You're gonna need a civil war. Do Avatar The Last Airbender review of the OG. Ryan, as soon as I finish it, I've done with that what I do with all other games, which is moved on. I liked it. I really liked it, but then I think something else came out. I can't remember now. I think it may have been Shogun or some shit like that. Like something came out and I was like, oh, I want to watch this quickly. And then I moved on, and now it's going to be a while before I go back and finish it. I got to like, I think episode 8 or 9 of season 2 before I got distracted. But I'll definitely go back, and I will eventually make the video discussing all of it. Because I really did enjoy it. I think it's better than the live action show. Like 100%. I guess you will not play Elden Ring DLC, right? I haven't even played the fucking base game. So I think it's a good guess that I will not be playing the DLC. Even if I bought the DLC now and installed it, I will still not be playing it because you have to first finish the base game before you can play the DLC. Yeah, we don't finish games here. Just if you're new here, if you only just showed up, you need to understand something. This is the stream where I introduce you to video games that you may want to play. I don't finish the games myself because I get bored and then I want to do something else. So, yeah, you'll see a shit ton of games. You will never see me finish them. You have to defeat a boss so you can access the DLC. Yep, and I've not done that. So yeah, truly a variety gamer. I don't know if it is really truly variety gaming though, because variety gaming generally is people come to you, you finish a game, and then you go on to the next one, and then you go on to the next one, and then you go on to the next one, right? He doesn't finish on stream. Clip it. Dude, you can clip that. Yeah, 100%. Because I have genuinely never orgasmed on stream. Like, I can say that fucking proudly. That I'm not even angry about that clip. Coach Jenneth, how you doing, bro? I have arrived. Carriel, how you doing, bro? Happy to have you here. So how are you guys doing? How's life? If a bear druid and a cat druid have sex, holy, still whatever race they were before they were bears and cats, because they're druids by its very nature. They simply transform into animals. They don't actually become those animals. So you're not kidding me that way, bro. They say it's night elf, then it's a night elf baby. Sure, it's kinky as fuck sex, but that's still a night elf baby coming out there. I have to write a birthday card. I've never done it before, so I'm lost. It's the easiest thing in the world, roaming firebat. Happy birthday. Love, name. Done. Moody, how you doing? Glad to catch your live show. Happy to have you here, man. Or a troll baby. Well, yeah, it could be a troll baby as well. It could be a Tauren baby. But it doesn't matter what shape they were in when they were getting down and dirty. They're still going to have the fucking same baby as what the race was before they started getting down and dirty in animal form. Motek, how you doing, bro? But the sperm is from bear or cat? I don't think so. I don't think that's how it works. Just because a druid turns into a bear or a cat doesn't mean that the sperm will now be bear or cat sperm. I don't think that's how that works. Can you give us a window of time in the future where you will start watching it? Seriously, it's very much worth finishing season 2 of Avatar. Ryan, you are more than welcome to go ask all of the Final Fantasy 14 viewers. What happens to promises of finishing shit? I cannot make that promise. It's just not how I operate. I may have ADHD or some shit. I don't know what the fuck I have. All I know is I will do something for a short period of time, and then I get bored with it, and then I want to do something else. And it's not that I hate the thing that I was doing. I'm just bored now. I need something new. And then I will keep doing new things until eventually I go, oh, shit. I'll go back, and then I'll just go back and I'll finish it. But I can't tell you. Like, I can't say, oh, I'm going to do it next month. Because I don't know if I'm going to feel like that next month. The only things I don't work like that is jobs, right? So my job. No matter how I feel, I have to make videos. So I'll make videos. But yeah, that's literally the only thing I don't do. Good morning from the USA. Cameron, how you doing? How's your morning going, bro? It must be very fucking early for you guys. 6 a.m. Holy shit. Why are you awake, Cameron? What are you doing with your life, bro? You could have slept at least half an hour more. 6 a.m. Holy shit. I would not be. If I woke up at 6 a.m., I'd be dead. I'd be dead. I would literally be sitting here going, I would just fall asleep. I'd be so fucking tired. I'm tired now. And it's already 12 in the morning, in the afternoon. I feel you, bro. I woke up this morning at 9:30. And I was so tired. Like, everything in my body was going, bro, just sleep a little more. Just close your eyes and pretend like you did not wake up now. And then I was like, I have to stream. I have to make videos. I have so much shit to do. Let me just get up and fucking do it. So love from Tunisia. Very happy to have you here. Thank you, thank you, thank you. I'm glad to see so many new faces. I appreciate you guys. Biology lesson with Akalon. I mean, it's really, I mean, it's druids we're talking about, so I wouldn't even call that biology because they're just transforming into an animal. They don't become the animal. Frostpunk 2 seems to be tailing Wukong Black Myth to be one of the top wishlist games. Oh yeah, but Frostpunk 2 is just... I don't know why you would wishlist this. It's going to be on Game Pass. So I'm just going to play it on Game Pass. I'll buy it as soon as Game Pass lets me know that they're going to remove it. Okay, and you did not go back to sleep. You absolute fucking mad lad. Why would you wake up at 3:30 a.m.? I went to bed at around 3:30 a.m. Just after 3. I fell asleep just after 3. And here we are, you know? Baby was involved. Bro, I'd be so fucked if I had children now. I'd be so fucked. Like, holy shit. I have the worst sleep schedule in the world. And I can only sleep a maximum of 6 hours a night. I've never been able to do more than 6. And if I wake up, I don't go back to sleep. Like, it's very rare that I get to fall back asleep. So if I had... Oh my fuck, bro. I can just imagine that. I get to sleep finally at about 3 a.m. And at 4 a.m. the baby cries. And I'm like, oh, for fuck's sake, here we go. This is going to be one hell of a day. I won't go back to sleep. Like, as soon as I'm awake, I'm awake. I'll go play games or some shit, I guess. I won't fall back asleep. There's no shot. Frostpunk 2 isn't even the game that I'm most excited for from 11-bit studios. I think it's 11-bit that makes that. They have another game called Alters. Dude, I am... Oh, shit. I am looking forward to Alters. I think I showed you guys Alters, no? Did I show you guys the game where you sort of 3D print yourself in multiple sort of timelines and you yourself have to do different things? No, Pringles, I'm pretty fucking sure I showed you guys that. I'll show you again because it's really cool, but you know, I'm pretty sure I showed you guys that. This is a new one, though. This is one that I have not seen yet. It's the Alters gameplay reveal trailer.
What if you could change the decisions you regret in your life and see the outcomes of those choices with your very own eyes? The Alters tells the story of Jan Dolsky, a simple miner who survived a crash landing on a hostile planet. He quickly realizes that what was supposed to be a lifetime job opportunity turns into a desperate fight for his life. Jan will need to handle a large mobile base that's designed to be operated by an entire team of qualified personnel. Even worse, the planet Jan landed on revolves around a deadly, scorching star. Escaping the sunrise is crucial for survival. Despite his best efforts, Jan simply lacks the time and skills to deal with all these problems on his own.
This is cool, actually. Watch this.
The planet Jan is stranded on is home to a mysterious substance called rupidium. With its use and the help of the quantum
Toxic
computer
item, bro.
on board, Jan is able to create alternative versions of himself. The Alters. Each one of them is a result of altering a crucial decision from Jan's past. The Alters are a reflection of the questions he asks himself. What if I never left my hometown? What if I didn't drop out of college? What if I fought harder to save my marriage? Our Alters have the necessary knowledge and skills that we desperately need to succeed. But they also come with their own goals, ambitions, and fears, all derived from their different life paths. And that can generate problems.
Stop pretending you have any idea how I feel. Incompetence, incoherent decision-making, a groundbreaking mission on the verge of failure. Damn, I just hope I don't f*** everything up again. You want a relationship that lasts.
It looks gorgeous, no?
Some effort in it.
Each Yan is a different person. It will be extremely difficult to keep everyone happy.
You gotta learn how to say no sometimes.
But we must do whatever we can, because as the mission goes on, the challenges will only pile up. Obstacles on the outside, internal tensions that could prove to be even more dangerous, and with a ticking clock of the deathly sun behind our backs, the only way home is to press forward.
I mean, in my opinion, this looks phenomenal, right? This looks like such a good game. I'm really looking forward. Plus, it's 11-bit studios. Almost every game that these guys bring out is really good. Really good games. How much money is this? 11-bit is a sort of, let's call them an A, maybe even double A company. So you're looking at anywhere from 30 to 40 bucks maximum for this game. They tend not to charge that much for, like, none of their games I've ever played has been $60 or even $50. It's usually much cheaper than that. Pringles, well, the thing is, right, you could make that exact same argument for almost every game that has a colony sim thing to it, right? I once played this game. It's a really fun game, Stranded, which is super cool. I played a shit ton of this game. Let me see if I can really find it for you guys. It's called Stranded. It's really fun. But Stranded Alien Dawn, this game over here. I played this for like a weekend to death, dude. Couldn't stop playing it. Now, the game is really, really fun. You're stranded on an alien, on like an alien world, and you have to survive. And then the end game is building a rocket ship to send all of the people off the planet, right? But then you have to deal with waves of enemies attacking you, and you have to defend your base against the wave of enemies that's attacking you. But the thing is, right? So everyone in this mission knows that their lives depend on it, and yet they will cause shit to the point where they'll destroy your base if you don't listen to them. So you could make that argument for every colony survival sim kind of game, that you have to keep track of people's needs and wants. But it's also, how else are you going to make the game immersive, right? Rusty, how you doing, bro? I like the human team element. Should add female staff to add another layer of chaos. Save it, how you doing, by the way? Yeah. Sure. I think you can actually have female versions of yourself on the ship as well. Like, you can do anything you want with the games, as far as I understand. Because it's all based on choices, right? Now, I just don't know, like, in terms of choices, you're probably going to be able to make a choice in the womb of whether or not you want to be male or female. But I don't think you can play the clones. They just do their own thing. Drew, how you doing, bro? Is this WoW 2.0? No, we're not talking about WoW 2.0. What type of choice, though, to make the protagonist born as female? No, I don't think you can. You're playing a specific character, remember? You're playing Jan something. They said his name. So I get why they did that, probably to save on voice actors, because you can hear all of the alters have the exact same voice. So they very clearly only wanted to pay one voice actor. Voice acting gets super expensive. What's this? This is just... Now, this is what you call cringe shit. And all because you want to appear woke. Is there... Like, does anyone actually fucking like this? If there are gay people here, do you actually like this? Like, does this actually speak to you? On any fucking level? Because to me, this is cringe as shit. And it just... You know what this smacks of? Someone trying too hard. You want to know how to treat gay people? Like this. Cool. And then you move on with your fucking life because it doesn't matter. It's got fuck all to do with you. This is just... I don't know, man. This is just too much. Just check if they put that tweet on their Dubai account. Oh, of course not. Oh, fucking course not. They wouldn't do that, bro. They like their money too much. What are you talking about? This tweet will not be on their Chinese account and it will not be on their Dubai account. It's only the West that has to look at this shit. I find it, I genuinely find shit like this cringe and disgusting. Give me a link to Leaks Dubai account. It's just, yeah, I don't know. Fuck me, man. I'm sorry, but it feels to me as if pride has gone from, being okay with who you are, being okay with how you were born, making peace with your own, your own identity, to almost like a month in which let's see how fucking annoying and obnoxious we can be in this month. And it's like, bros, you're doing that 12 months a fucking year? Why do you need a special month for this shit? It's like, genuinely speaking, why? What's the fucking point of this? What's the point of this post? They also ban a lot of people from... Oh, yeah, but they do that. That's just how it works now. No customers for 2 days. I don't boycott anyone for anything. I don't give a fuck, but I find this just cringe. I don't... in the same way that I wouldn't support a shop that is anti-fucking gay people, I won't support places that are super pride ally. Like, what the fuck are you talking about? Just be normal. I'm not an ally to anyone. I'm not your ally. I don't give a fuck. I will not kill you. I will not hurt you. I will not abuse you. And you don't do shit to me and we all just live happily ever after. Why is that so fucking hard? Like, why is that so hard? And then you have Twitch also tweeting out a whole bunch of bullshit about new pride guilds starting up. I don't know, man. Yeah. What I don't get is the politicization of sexuality. Like, how have we fucking gone there now? You think Trump will be reelected? $50-50. I do not believe that he will be. Either legally or illegally, they will never allow Trump back into the White House. Ever. And, Timo Biden again, right? Yeah. It's the battle of the senile old men. It's like literally the worst. Like, you know what? At this point, you don't even need an election in America. You have them run the 100-meter dash. Winner takes all. It will be more entertaining and actually fair. Because at least, you know, the dude that wins might actually make it the whole 4 years. Because at this point, it is kind of a guess. Like, they might not even make it the whole 4 years. So it's going to be more important than ever who's the vice president. Because you guys might actually have a president that you did not fucking vote for. Valthia, I didn't see a wall of text. So it must have been... No, it's not even auto-modded. I'm not seeing anything. What wall of text? You're the most relatable and everyone and everything. Cameron, yeah, I feel at this point, I genuinely feel like I will support any fucking company that doesn't tweet jack shit. Don't tweet anti-gay shit. Don't tweet pro-gay shit. Don't tweet political bullshit. Don't tweet your fucking specials. What are you selling? How much is it off? And why do I need it? That's all I need from you. Just tweet your shit, bro. And stay in your fucking lane. That's all I give a shit about. I couldn't care less about anything else. Like, fuck all else. Don't cater to me as a straight man. Don't cater to other people as gay men. Just don't fucking cater to anyone. Just tweet your shit. What are you selling? Let me make a decision. Like, fuck me, dude. I can't stand this anymore. Like, the fact that this has become such a political bullshit thing is beyond annoying to me. Always becomes obnoxious eventually. I'm all for acceptance, but if you want to be accepted, stop being unacceptably annoying about it. Valthia, well fucking said. Well said. That's literally the thing, right? You have these feminists running around claiming that people don't like them for their opinions or for who they are. I literally watched this one trans lady claim that people hate her because she's trans. And then I listened to her for 5 minutes speak. And I was like, I don't think it's because you're trans. I think it's just your general attitude towards humans as a whole. And, you know, your personality. That is highly, extremely unlikable. Like, you are the most unlikable person I've ever met in my life. And it has fuck all to do with you being trans or not. If you were just a woman, you'd still be annoying. Because you're fucking obnoxious. Or if they catered to you as a fat man? I definitely don't want that. Like, dude, unironically, it would piss me the hell off. Just be whatever you are. We don't need to all know just by looking at you exactly what your sexuality identity is. Advertising it is annoying. True. Most people don't care, mind what people do in their private lives, but constantly advertising it as something akin to a cult is madness. The thing is, if you just live your life, right, and you don't bother anyone, and you just do what you want to do, most people, in my opinion, don't give a fuck. Most people don't give a fuck. They're busy with their own shit. Like, I don't have time for this, but if you keep badgering me with this bullshit, at some point I'm gonna be like, bro, I'm all for you being gay, but could you get your cock out of my mouth? Like, just a thought, right? Please, for the love of fuck, get your cock out of my mouth. I have no interest in this anymore. Shut the fuck up. And then they go, oh, homophobia. It's like, no. I was perfectly happy with you wanting to suck dick in your free time. What I'm not happy with is the fact that my timeline is filled with you telling me you want to suck dick in your free time. That's the issue here. It doesn't matter who will be the president in the end because they are not running the country. True. Also, people have a problem with pronouns because the people demand it. If they were nice about it, no one would care. Well, I've said this before. I'll call you whatever the fuck you look like. I don't give a shit, you know? I have more important things to worry about than, you know, whatever the fuck your pronouns may or may not be. Bigot? Yeah, well, if that makes me a bigot, then I'll be a bigot. Dude, I watched the video, which was actually fucking scary. It's a long one. I don't know if you guys would want to watch it too, but it is actually scary. It's a guy that wrote a book about Karl Marx, but instead of looking at Karl Marx's, economic opinions, he looked at Karl Marx's poetry, at the letters that Karl Marx wrote, and the letters that were written to Karl Marx. And I will tell you, Karl Marx is not a good guy, bros. Like, he was not a fucking good guy. Like, that man was beyond evil. It's Face, how you doing? What do you mean, no? It's a good listen while driving. Yeah, we might listen to it in a bit. I think what's happened is, so we live in a world now where, when I grew up, being a victim was considered to be a really bad thing, right? You never wanted to be a victim. You didn't want to appear to be weak because weaklings got fucked, right? So don't cry. Don't let the world see your pain. Be yourself, but be better than who you could be, right? That was life. That's how you grew up. And it was good. It was really good because it taught you how to not pay attention to the world, because the world is a mean, nasty place. And sometimes you just have to let insults roll down your back like water off a duck, right? That's just how it goes. But now we live in a world where being a victim and being the weakling is actually how you get ahead, because we live in this world where you are not allowed to punch down on anyone. So if you are a victim of something, if you are weak and you have a problem, then you are a protected class. You now have this thing where, are there actual trans people? 100%. 100%. I believe that there are people who were born in the wrong bodies who want to transition in order to not want to kill themselves or whatever, right? But alongside this, we've done a number of really bad things. So, for example, we then started saying that gender is just a social construct. Gender doesn't actually exist. It's just a construct. Not realizing that that very argument harms trans people then. Because if gender is just a social construct, in other words, it's just learned, then why the hell would you transition? You don't need to transition then. It's just a social construct, bro. Like, why do you need to look like a woman? It's just a social construct, though, right? It doesn't exist. So then you could just stay the way that you are, and it would be perfectly fine. So they didn't even realize that the arguments they make is shooting their other arguments in the foot, right? But they started making these arguments. And so what's happened is, while you do have some people that are trans, you now have a shit ton of people, and these are the people, by the way, that's making most of the problems. You have a shit ton of people that aren't trans, but they see being trans as a good way of playing victim. And so this is what they do, right? The best way for me to be a victim is to pretend to be something that I'm not. And so they go around saying, I'm trans now, right? When in reality, they aren't trans. But it's a good way of getting ahead. It's a good way of proving that you have something wrong with you. And I think it does a lot of harm to actual trans people. It does a lot of harm to society in general. It's a fucking weird place to find yourself in. I find it funny how often a lot of people claiming to be trans LGBT these days also have neurodivergent somewhere in their tags. Dude, everyone these days is a fucking mentally... I can't say that on Twitch. Everyone... I would say every single human being on the left, on the far left, seems to struggle from some kind of neurological problem, shall we say. Transsexual has become conflated and now encompass tomboys or metrosexuality. Ojo Apocalypse, the thing that I've heard, actually, I've spoken to some gay guys who this is actually one of their biggest issues, is it feels like the whole transgender debate is actually just anti-gay men. Because it's not okay anymore to be, you know, a femboy or a twink or a feminized boy. As soon as you are more feminine, you're just instantly told, oh, you must be a woman. And it's like, actually, I think it's perfectly fine for a guy to want to suck dick and be feminine and still be a guy. I think that's perfectly okay. I don't know, man. It's fucking wild. And I do think it does more harm to ordinary people and ordinary trans people than what it does good. I think it hurts. I personally think it hurts the LGBT community as a whole. Eyeliner on my dick. Thank you very much. Well, there you go, Apocalypse. And I, for one, will never judge you for the amount of cock that you gobble down. But, you know, it is you. I have some issues with the fact that you're eating that much cum, because there are health risks. But, hey, you know, as long as you're healthy and happy, I will not interfere with that, bro. You just get on your knees and smile like a donut if it makes you happy. I love to suck dick. Epic and good for you. Vicify, how you doing, bro? Not enough nuance in the form of acceptance. It's more like assimilation. If you're not LGBT enough, you're not good enough to fit in. Dude, I legitimately, the stupidest thing I've ever seen was about 2 years ago when some fucking gay magazine literally said that Douglas Murray isn't gay. And the reason Douglas Murray isn't gay is because Douglas Murray isn't far left. He's conservative. And I thought, I think wrongly, that if you suck dick and you're married to a man, then you're gay, right? I thought so. That was sort of my belief system at the time, but I'm happy to report to you guys that that's not actually how it works. You're actually not gay if you just suck dick. Like, that's the straightest thing you can do. If you're a conservative man and you like to suck a bit of pee-pee, that is 100% straight. The real problem is, like, if you want to be gay, you have to be far left. Like, I'm pansexual bi. I'm not good enough to fit in with all that stuff. They think I'm a bigot if I open my mouth. Yeah. I mean, I'm going to be very honest with you. I don't quite understand what the fuck pansexual means, because I think pansexual is just bi, but a different word for bi. But I don't give a fuck either way, right? I think it's perfectly fine. But that's exactly my point, right? You have ordinary trans people, ordinary gay people that are being attacked for not wanting to go along with the nonsense. Like men and women, that's all. But isn't that bi though? Like, bisexual people also don't give a fuck what the gender is of the person. They just want to have sex or want to, I don't know. It feels like that's the exact same thing. Is a pansexual the one that goes with everything? Yeah, but what the fuck is everything? Because I don't believe in everything. I believe there's two genders. Pick one. Like, you can be either of the two. I couldn't give two fucks, but pick one. The second we get to the whole, oh, I'm actually Zer, go fuck yourself. I don't know what the fuck that means. It's also not possible because you're a human fucking being. And humans are born as one of two. So make a decision. Don't come at me with all that other bullshit. I couldn't give two shits. I don't care. You're not that. You're crazy. Bloxy, how you doing? Everything is body 1, body 2. Well, still, pick one, you son of a bitch. You have 2 options, pick one. I have no problem. You want to call it body 1, body 2? You want to call it male, female? Fuck you. Pick one. You have 2 options. The second you introduce a 3rd option, go fuck yourself. That's not real. I don't give a shit about that. The second you have to... Here's the thing. The second you have to make up words in order to try and explain what the fuck you are, or you have to change language in order to explain what you are, then you are not real. Then you're just a piece of shit. Oh, we're gonna get banned off of Twitch at some point. Oh, good. I hope you're well. I hope you guys are ready to come follow me over on fucking YouTube, because Twitch is gonna have our assholes at some point. Oh, vice versa. So a pansexual person... So what you're saying is a pansexual person would also like to fuck a tree. I mean, it's certainly not my go-to way of getting off, but I mean, if the tree looks sexy to you, I'm certainly not going to have a fucking problem with that. You know, do your thing, if that is how you want to. Are we oversimplifying it? What do you mean? How are we oversimplifying it? That's what he said. Oh, he said he's pansexual because he likes fucking trees. Oh, okay. Oh, okay. Never mind, Valthea. It's not actually real. It's just the singer in Brazil said he's pansexual because he likes fucking trees. Which I think he didn't even understand what the fuck that means. A few more thanks. Hey, it's 2024. It's 2024. You could also not be female, right? No, I'm lying. You be whatever the fuck you... In my chat, you're all just bros. As far as I'm fucking concerned, I don't give a fuck. I don't know what you are. I couldn't care less. Just be here and have fun. That's all I care about. Hi, I'm Kiki. How you doing? Entering Akko's stream and being greeted with a fuck you in the middle finger. That's hilarious. Happy to have you here. At least you were greeted well. Fallon, how you doing? Let's be real, you cunts in here are only hot for pixels anyways. Cartoon sexual. Bro, it's Sylvanas' pussy. Like, why would you not be hot for that? I don't understand. Like, your insult sounds like a compliment to me. Your love confuses me, Apocalypse. Wish me luck for Warclaves, guys. Killing Ellie. Good luck, bro. So that singer is a druid then? Fucking trees, I guess. I mean, hey, if that is what floats your boat, I'm not going to interfere. There are worse things you could be fucking. So trees is just whatever it is, you know? Doesn't take much to confuse you, big man. Oh, shit. Need a curling iron for Sylvanas? Wait, no, you don't. No, you fucking don't. She's not a corpse. Right? She's a preserved corpse. There's a difference. There is a difference. Taking footage for the video, so why not kill Illy? Hey, have fun. Pansexual just means I'm into everything in the kitchen. Love those past pans. There's a lady on Instagram, I think it's TikTok probably, but I see her on Instagram, literally called Only Pans. That's actually quite funny, because it's just her making different types of foods, which is, I thought, super fucking creative. Only Pans, and it's literally just her cooking food. I thought that was really creative. But she makes it sexual, right? So she explains it in a sort of sexual way, but actually also not sexual. So it is 100% just cooking, but she makes it sound as if she might be talking about something else, which is really cool. Sylvanas made hot crazy for to annoying crazy. Yeah, they overplayed Sylvanas. That is certainly true. They completely overplayed who Sylvanas was, or like what she should have been. I'll show you guys what I'm looking at. Wait, how did he lose that much? What? 70k wealth gone in seconds. This is the first time that happens. Is it normal? Well, yeah, depending on how much shit you buy. Like, look at all the shit you import. What the fuck are you talking about? Like, just look at that. This motherfucker is importing everything on the fucking screen. And he wonders where all his money went. It's like, yeah, what? Of course all your money's gonna go away. What are you talking about, bro? You can't be importing the whole world and just expect money to keep going. Holy shit. This is like, I don't know what happened, bro. All I did was buy a new graphics card and a PS5 and a fucking mouse and a keyboard and a screen, and now I'm broke? I don't understand it. Does that happen to anyone else? Just be broke literally as soon as you get your money? It's like, yeah, because you bought the whole fucking world. What are you talking about? You mean I have to pay for these items? That's pretty much spot on. This dude just figured out that shit costs money. Lol. Wait, what's happening here?
A couple nights ago, I had a very terrible experience where I think that these casinos take advantage of people by giving people free drinks.
Wait, excuse me. You said your name was Alex Stein?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
What I'm saying is these casinos give people free drinks, and then they become vulnerable and then end up gambling more money than they have.
Yeah.
And I was a victim of that, and I lost a lot of money. And I'm facing a lot of issues right now. My wife's boyfriend recently got her pregnant, and I'm here for a church event speaking for, I'm a member of the Church of Scientology, and I don't normally drink, but I'm very vulnerable. I'm in a position now where I don't know what I'm going to do, because financially I'm going to have to take care of this baby potentially, because he's out on parole right now, and he has an upcoming case where he could be facing a long time in jail.
Sounds like you're dealing with the consequences of your own actions, bro. Like, what? Thus far, you've not really given me any reason to feel sorry for you. Like, yeah, his wife's boyfriend. There's that. And it's not his ex-wife's boyfriend. It's his wife's boyfriend. And then also, he's there on a church event. The Church of Scientology, of course. And he got drunk out of his fucking mind. I don't know. How does the Church of Scientology feel about getting drunk? I don't know much about that church. But and now he thinks that the casino should what? Give him his money back?
So potentially, I'm going to have to financially support this baby, and I come to Las Vegas for a work event, and I get fed alcohol, and I get entirely way too intoxicated. I go to the ATM, I use my credit card. They make it very accessible to be able to gamble with my credit card. You know this, Mayor Goodman. They make it absolutely incredibly accessible, Councilman, to be able to take all I have. And now I got to go back to Clearwater, Florida, and I have nothing. So after this, after I start drinking, I'm very.
Is this a joke? Like, because it sounds like this guy is just there to troll the council. It has to be a joke, no?
I'm very distraught. And the one good thing about this city, I will say, the one good thing is, of all the cities I've been to, it's the first city. Last night at 4 a.m., I saw multiple people on Fremont Street taking the vaccine. That's the only place I've seen a 24/7 vaccine operation.
Okay, so it is a joke. Fuck me. Bro, for a while here, I did not know that this was a joke. I genuinely thought to myself, okay, what the fuck is going on here? Like, seriously? So I got. I'm gonna say it. He fucking got me. He got me. I genuinely thought, wait, what the hell is this? Is this really where America is at right now? Is this how far we've come? Like, Americans just refuse to take responsibility for their actions. Like, holy shit. He goes often on Timcast. Oh, okay. But what's the point of this complaint, though?
In the United States of America, and that's here in Las Vegas. I saw lots of people on Fremont Street doing the vaccine, and I want to commend you the one thing. But the vulnerability of the tourists that come here, like myself, You're preying on people like me. And then I end up meeting a nice Filipino girl. I take her back to my hotel room. Come to find out, I cost money for her service to come to my room. Mary Goodman. I end up having a good time. We start kissing. We take off our clothes.
She has a penis.
Male genitalia. She's a transgender. Mary Goodman.
Excuse me. Listen, we're in a public venue, and I think. Please, could you please, excuse me, could you please be calm and whatever?
You guys are preying on me, Mayor. You know, when I'm out there, I'm vulnerable, and now I have
Please.
male genitalia with breasts. It's very confusing. How can we track that?
Excuse me, I think unless you have an issue that we can address. No. Please. Please, you do have issues. Be calm and just take one day.
You do have issues. I love her response. She's like, you do have issues. Please be calm.
At a time. Try. That's not our responsibility, sir.
Sir, this is not the first council meeting you have come into. You actually go through council meetings across the United States and do this performance. So please leave our chambers at the moment. Thank you.
That's a performance now. A chick with a dick's a performance, okay?
You need to remove him. Marshals, remove him right now.
This is ridiculous.
Goodbye.
You know that they do this. You know
Goodbye.
how hard
Goodbye.
it is. But you know how hard
Goodbye.
it is.
Goodbye.
But you know what the deal is.
Jesus.
What's the matter?
He needs help.
Yeah, well, he does.
I had a chance with him. He does this across. This is what he does.
Oh, fuck me. Okay. I mean, hey, you know, whatever happens, happens. That's still going, yep. Yeah, he was acting. I was so confused for a bit there, bro. I was like, wait, what the hell is going on here? Please be calm is the nice way of saying, oi, retard, shut up. Dude, imagine if she did actually just go, sir, you're being retarded. You're being retarded, please. Shut the fuck up. We need to bring that back. Oh yeah, what's the link? The fuck is that? Oh. I'll watch that in a second. Oh shit. Bro, congratulations. Congratulations! Can we get some hearts in chat? Holy got the Warglaves. Congratulations, bro. Well deserved. Well deserved. And to think he was actually doing this to collect footage for a video. Like, he wasn't even going for the fucking Warglaves. Okay, what's this? Man, what the fuck? Did that guy just miss everything? Wait, what? Did you guys see this fucking mouth fight? He missed everything. Like, Malphite late to the party. Like, holy shit. Oh, bro. Oh, that sucks. Wow. This guy just wasted everything. Alright, well, you know, is what it is. This shit does happen. Yeah, bro, play. Like, this has to be a big issue. 100%. Oh, what's going on here? Todd Howard is okay, as Starfield Steam reviews plunge to mostly negative, Todd Howard responds to paid mods backlash. Bethesda Game Studios chief Todd Howard has responded to a backlash over Starfield paid mods, confirming the developer will look at its pricing model for creation's content. Dude, what do you mean you're gonna look at? I don't understand. What do you mean? What does paid mods refer to? Are they talking about mods made by the player base? On Steam, Starfield's recent user reviews are now on mostly negative after disgruntled players hit out at Bethesda for charging $7 for a single Starfield mission. Oh, the second mission of the recently released Trackers Alliance is only available as a Starfield creation and costs $7 or 700 credits. Bro, you cannot make this shit up. And please, can we get rid of Bethesda already? Like seriously, first and foremost, they released a game that was nothing like what they promised it would be, right? Really shit game released. The game is still not fixed. There's still so many fucking bugs in that game. So many things isn't working. They're on their, what we would now refer to as your redemption arc. So let's take a look at games that did this. CD Projekt Red. CD Projekt Red with Cyberpunk went through a similar situation, right, where the game launched and it was not in a good spot. What did they do? They kept releasing updates. They kept giving the players free updates, more missions, more content, everything for free. Everything included in the base price. And then they came with an expansion or a DLC that was a proper DLC, right? They charged, I think, $40 for the DLC, far less than the $60 price tag. And it came with even more content and even more updates. And they just did their final update, which gives players full access to the Red engine so that now modders can go absolutely nuts and make literally anything they want in that game, right? That is from a company that charged a grand total of $100 for 2 full AAA games because, yes, the DLC is pretty much also a full AAA game on its own, standing on its own. Then you have Starfield, a game that launched at the $70 price tag, completely broken, completely shit, very, very bad game. And the first opportunity they get, they shoehorn paid mods into the conversation. Oh, if you want more content in this game that doesn't have a lot of fucking content, you're going to pay us $7 extra. Because, you know, fuck your goodwill. Todd Howard, please leave the gaming industry. It's over now for you, bro. You're Ladle then. How you doing, bro? Thanks for the follow. Really appreciate you. Welcome to the channel. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Creations are built via Starfield's creation kit and include free and paid for mods. Creations include new missions, gear, skins, and weapons. Here's the official blurb from Bethesda. Trackers Alliance establishes the first of several missions enabling you to live your best bounty hunting life. I don't give a shit about any of that. While this latest backlash really another push for curated paid mods no one asked for, reads one negative Steam review, there is a simple reason why many players and modders enjoy modding their game for decades. It is done as a hobby for players by players without corporate responsibilities and apart from donation opportunities without asking for or expecting monetary compensation. You are not aiding modding in the slightest. You are trying to turn modding into a business opportunity to be a parasite that profits from underpaid work you do not want to do yourselves. Yep. In an interview with YouTube channel, Todd Howard responded directly to the criticism and confirmed plans to look again at Bethesda's pricing for creation content. We hear that feedback too, Howard said. First of all, I'll say that stuff gets priced based on things that we've done before both in Creation Club and then Fallout 76. And we're always trying to be looking at what else is out there. Really make sure we're giving value to everybody, and where we're not, hey, you know, we definitely will adjust. Well, you haven't given value to the gaming community in more than a decade. So how about you start first with actually providing value before you try and provide extra value on top of the value that you aren't fucking supplying? Because if I multiplied your 5 value with the 0 of the initial value that you've actually added, that still comes to fucking 0. Unless, of course, I'm that other actor that failed at being an actor and then went to go study physics, who believes that 0 times by whatever is the whatever. But we don't believe that guy, so we're going to go with proper math and say that's still 0. But now we definitely see the feedback, right? And that's not what we want at all in terms of, oh no, this looks like a faction that we're chopping up and then selling for 700 credits at a time. And so I do think we are going to take a look at that and how we deliver content like that and whether we're changing pricing and breaking it up or what we should do there. So great feedback from the community. What I think, here's my feedback to you, Todd Howard. Quit. Just leave. We don't give a shit about you. However, Howard insisted, however, that Bethesda's policy on paid mods has the health of the modding community at heart. As it comes to, particularly the creators out there, look, our view is, a lot of them have gone from hobbyists to professionals, and it's part of our job to make sure they can do that, and they do get paid, and they see the monetary rewards if they make awesome content. You see, this is what I don't understand. Why? You absolutely have modders that have Patreon pages where you have to subscribe to the Patreon in order to get the full mod. So they'll provide a portion of the mod, but for the full mod, you have to subscribe to Patreon. Yeah, let creators take care of themselves. Because I don't believe that $7 that you're charging is actually going to the modder. You might be giving the modder like $2 fucking and you guys get to keep the $5, even though you've done absolutely nothing in the creation of that mod. You're a scumbag, Todd Howard. You're a scumbag, is what you are. Okay, sure. Wait, if you incentivize pricing for Fallon, how you doing, bro? If you incentivize pricing for certain features in a mod, that modder is obviously going to have different intentions when making the mod than they otherwise would if it was fun hobby. It's just warping modding into another way for them to make money. Valthia, it's the pinnacle of what we would call Bethesda's business model. Bethesda as a company, their business model works as follows. Do the least amount of work and then get the community to do all of the other work. Right? Actually fixing the game becomes a community thing. And Bethesda realized what no other gaming company has realized thus far, and that is, what if instead of actually making content for our games, and that's how we make money, what if we just charged for other people's work, but then came up with some bullshit story about how this is actually to protect the modding community? Because I'll be honest with you guys, if you go on Nexus mods, most people are actually still uploading their mods to Nexus mods. They're not uploading it to the Creation Club or whatever the fuck that's called. Pax, let them shout. Although, in saying I want him to leave, the question becomes, will he be replaced by someone better? Because fucking doubt. Artificial stone processed with concrete. What? Oh. Dude, I don't know why, but I like shit like this. I wouldn't do it myself because that would be a lot of work, but I do like the way it looks. Oh yeah, I remember this movie. I can't watch this, but you guys wouldn't even understand. What is this? Holy. Oh my fuck, wait a second. Dude, okay, just IRL, this guy got his dick kicked in. There's this one short that I watched the other day of a lady that's cleaning a stable. And you check this donkey, literally just turns around, walks, backs up towards her, and kicks her dead in the face. And you just check her just fucking pass out. I can't do volume. It will probably get banned if I do volume. If making my ideal fantasy, says From Software's Hidetaka Miyazaki. While Elden Ring is not quite it, it's getting close. Wow. From Software's dude thinks that they should do better? Which one of these are you? Like, which one of these three represent you? Because I would say I changed my profile picture for the first time in 6 years the other day. And I literally just changed it to a picture of my face because it's easier. But I want to put myself in the category of people who literally never change it. And more specifically, on platforms that isn't my social media, I don't even have a profile picture. So, for example, my WhatsApp, no profile picture. Because fuck me, why would I? Right? It's only my family on there. They know my name. How rarely is rarely? Every 2 months or 6 months? Years. I think rarely would be like once a year. I would say rarely is like once a year. Fowlin, I'm not allowed to watch Titan Reborn. How you doing, bro? We're not allowed to watch Joe Rogan podcasts. Don't ask me why, but of all the videos on YouTube that you can watch, that is the only one that gets copyright. Like, you get a copyright strike instantly for watching his videos. I don't know why the fuck it might be Spotify. Maybe it's the deal that he has with Spotify that doesn't allow it, but every single time we react to anything from Joe Rogan, it's like this. Insta bomb, go fuck yourself. If we were watching just on Twitch, like if we were just streaming on Twitch, I'd probably not care. Because Twitch is a lot less hectic with their copyright. But yeah, YouTube is crazy with copyright. My profile picture is still the same as it was back in 2013. Yeah, I don't even think about shit like that, quite frankly. I don't even think about shit like that. Yeah, wait, who's Neil?
I recently learned I got name checked by...
Oh, yes. Oh, I've heard his response to the Terrence Howard guy. I've heard his response. Yeah. I know he was like, wait, what the fuck is this guy talking about? No, I don't agree with anything he says, basically. But even then, I find something I like and stick with it yearly. So I want to see if I can find this video about Karl Marx for you guys. We're probably not going to watch the whole of it, but yeah, like just so you guys can see.
The only part of the end of the Communist Manifesto.
All right. So what you guys need to know about this dude wrote Dr. Paul Kenger. He wrote a book about Karl Marx, but instead of just looking at his economic policies, which, you know, there are many books about Karl Marx and his economic policies. Instead, what he did was he looked at Karl Marx's life, you know, and his poetry and the kind of stuff that Karl Marx did. Yeah, it's nuts. It is absolutely nuts.
The only part of the end of the Communist Manifesto anybody remembers is workers of the world unite. Yeah. We have nothing to lose but our chains. Yeah. But if you just go back one paragraph at the end, right? The communists support every revolutionary movement. the forcible overthrow of all existing conditions. I mean, those lines are in the next two final paragraphs. And that's what really the manifesto is all about.
Caleb, yeah, it's very similar.
Hi, everybody. I have the privilege of speaking with Paul Kengor today. He's written a book, many books. One of them is, for example, The Crusader, Ronald Reagan, and the Fall of Communism. This is going to be made into a movie. I just interviewed the lead actor for that movie a couple of weeks ago, Dennis Quaid. And so that'll be releasing, the movie will be releasing at the end of August. Paul is also the editor of the American Spectator, and this month's version has a list of the best conservative colleges in the United States. And so that could be a very helpful list for those of you who are thinking about going to college or who have children who are thinking about going to college.
That's I don't think that's a long list. Why, Valthia?
The American Spectator. And so, but what we're concentrating on today is actually a different book, The Devil and Karl Marx. And I really like this book, not least because it delves into Karl Marx's work as a poet and a playwright.
How so, Valthia?
And it sheds light, I think, on the underlying structure of his motivation for the so-called economic theories that he developed later. And so we discuss the Mephistophelian nature of the fantasies, the poetic fantasies that Karl Marx developed as a young man, and how that ethos, that Faustian ethos, what would you say, shaped and crafted the murderous doctrine that he developed as a polemicist and a so-called economist. So join us for that.
All right, let's
welcome,
go.
Paul. I just read your book, The Devil and Karl Marx, recently, and there is a lot of it was striking to me for a couple of reasons. I suppose reasons that are more idiosyncratic to me. There are many reasons that it's of general interest. But so the first one was, one of the things I noticed about my students, especially the ones that were really searching, is that if I gave them free rein to write an essay, they'd often they'd include or want to show me a poem that was relevant to that pursuit. And then my first book, Maps of Meaning, actually started as about a 40-page poem.
Wow.
Well, and so...
Okay, so I know where you're going with this.
Okay. So,
good.
So I studied Jung's analysis of creative thought a lot. And Jung had this notion, which I think is right, that when we first investigate something that we don't understand, we fantasize about it, right? Which in some ways seems so obvious that it hardly needs to be said, but it does need to be said, because you fantasize about it, or you dream about it, or you daydream about it. And what you're doing is you're using what you already have a grip.
So, Valthia, I would argue that insofar as you can find, so you can't really prove anything, right? Nothing can actually be proven. This is why we usually refer to stuff as, is there evidence for it? Almost all of our beliefs are based on evidence, right? And I would say that there's more than enough evidence for God. A debate that, we can get into if you really want to. I'll be honest, I'm not a huge fan of Jordan Peterson myself, but not because of the things he says, or I think he has some very good rules, and he has some very good messages, especially for young men, about how to live your life and how to be good. The reason I don't like him is there appears to be, at least on some level, a sense of self-importance, which I do not agree with. Right? I don't agree with. I don't think that you should think yourself important, and that's something that sometimes bothers me about Jordan Peterson. But nevertheless, I still watch this, and I would like you guys to watch this as well. because it will open your eyes to the evils of communism. I would say in this interview, it's one of the few interviews where Jordan Peterson doesn't speak a lot, and he actually does allow Dr. Paul Kengor to speak most of it, which is super cool because, if you want to know why communism has a body count of over 100 million people, of its own people, if you want to know just how evil communism is, this video is it, right? This video is going to show you that. Because, it is kind of nuts.
On to get a new grip on this indeterminate object.
Ooh, yeah.
And that's fantasy. And so you have, it's like you have the dream, and then you have the drama. No, you have the drama, and then you have the dream, and then you have something like the poem, because a poem is where the dream meets the verbal. And then you can differentiate that further, so it becomes more and more semantic and more explicit. Now, this is a long way of asking you this question. One of the things you took pains to do in this book was to concentrate on some of Marx's work before he was an economist, because he wrote drama and he wrote poetry. And so, and your claim in the book is that, well, we should really be paying attention to some of that early work because it does something like set the frame. It sheds light on his motivation, and it also sheds light on the story that he was imagining or acting out. So can you make some comments about that?
Yeah, so this is quite fascinating. I think you should write the next forward. The forward for this one was written by Michael Knowles, a colleague of yours at Daily Wire. So Marx fancied himself a poet. I mean, Marx's secret love was poetry. In fact, one of his, I think, his most important biographer, and this guy has kind of fallen. People just don't know about him today. No one had anything against him really, but his name was Robert Payne. So he was a British academic, man of letters, the arts, a translator, drama. I mean, he was no right winger.
I'm Kiki. I don't remember him ever saying that. I would say go back and just check if he actually said it. Because what happens very often is people claim he said things that he never actually said. So the only argument I've ever heard Jordan Peterson make about women who do not have kids is that based on the literature, so based on the actual studies, we can see that women who hit their 40s and still have no children are significantly more depressed than women who have children by their 40s. So there's so he wasn't even necessarily in that giving his own opinion. He was literally just going off the data. Looking at the data, when a woman hits her 40s, on average, they fall into a very deep depression if they've not had children, right? Now, from there, you could probably make a million different arguments as to why that is, but the data is true, right? He's not making that up. That's literally what we find. So that's the only thing I've ever heard him say. I've never heard him say that they go mental. In fact, in that very interview, the lady who sort of took offense at what he said, oh, so what? They should just, quit then in life? And he's like, no. But it takes some time for them to refocus themselves away from, the fact that they don't have children, the fact that they'll never be able to have children, to learn to focus on new things. And that's what he did in his practice. That's what psychiatrists do, is to try and refocus your life on other things, right? Because you can't have children and you're over the age of having them safely. You have to refocus, but the evidence seems to suggest that this is what's happening. So I don't remember him saying that they go mental or crazy, unless he said that in another interview. But, the interviews that I've heard him speak about this specifically was literally what I just said. How many are his girlfriends in their 40s who are depressed? Data that hasn't been thoroughly proven alongside opinions he has, and using long sentences to stop people from... The thing is, Valthia, I would need you to provide evidence for that. Because if I give you data, right, and specifically whenever he does give data, what I've heard at least, he quotes the sources, right? So he'll say the papers that was published and where they were published. I mean, you'd have to go look at that thing and say, okay, it's always important, and I do this for everyone, whether I like them or I dislike them. I always argue from an unbiased perspective, right? And I always say, okay, I'm going to go into this debate as unbiased as possible. If they claim something, I'm going to check that for myself. So I don't like listening to other people. And this is sort of my problem with a lot of people going, trust the science or we're the intelligent bunch. Because when I hear them speak, they literally just parrot someone else's words. I get this quite a lot because I do get into a lot of debates with atheists, and the atheists will give me all of the reasons why God doesn't exist, and they may as well just be disciples of Sam Harris and Richard Dawkins, because they're just telling me what Sam Harris and Richard Dawkins said, even though they claim that they've done the research. Saying, oh, you did the research and you managed to say exactly the same thing as Richard Dawkins and Sam Harris. Cool. I understand now. I think do the research yourself, or at least go check the science for yourself. Because I did. After he made the claim, I said, oh, wait, fuck, I need to see if this is true. Turns out, yeah, it is true. So yeah, I'm not suggesting that you should like everyone. That's not possible. You're almost definitely going to meet people that you do not like. And that's perfectly fine. Like I said, I'm not a huge fan of Jordan Peterson, but not because I think he's wrong, just because I don't much like his personality. He doesn't vibe with me very well. Toxic, how you doing, bro? Niara, how you doing?
He was probably slightly left of center. He did did several works on Marx, late 60s, early 1970s. Yeah. Published by New York University Press.
It's a pretty good book, Barry.
Very credible. And he was really the first one to mine Marx's poetry, to go through and figure it out.
How much of it is there? How much poetry?
Well, there's quite a bit, and it's deeply disturbing stuff. All right, a lot of it is about the devil. Quite literally about the devil. It's chilling, right? Thus heaven I forfeited. I know it full well. My heart, once true to God, is chosen for hell.
Right.
1837.
Straight Lucifer from Milton.
Yeah, 1837, that one was. It was one of his first published writings. He would have only been 19 years old at that time. Another one, so it's called The Player, and it was 1841. And here he puts himself, it appears, in the form of this kind of mad violinist who's like frenetically, maniacally sawing away at the violin, and he's summoning up the powers of darkness. And he's doing this in front of his love interest. And the love interest,
one does.
Yeah, right. And the love interest, Robert Payne says, appears to be his girl at the time, Jenny, the girl that he would end up marrying. And he's summoning up the powers of darkness. And she's saying, why are you doing this to him? It's like a Faustian bargain, more on Faust and Goethe and Mephistopheles in a moment. But just to sort of set the table for people who are shocked by what I said about him writing about the devil. So here's what he says in The Player. Here's just one stanza. He tells the girl, look now, my blood-dark sword shall stab unerringly within thy soul. The hellish vapors rise and fill the brain, till I go mad and my heart is utterly changed. See the sword, the prince of darkness sold it to me. For he beats the time and gives the signs. Ever more boldly I play the dance of death. And then he plays this sort of Faustian bargain. And
that is... You see, my problem is, so many of you might say, well, who cares, right? Especially if you're some of my atheist viewers, and I know I have a lot, right? You might say, who cares? It's just the devil is made up. That's perfectly fine. But why would any sane human being write poetry or base their entire lives around the concept of the devil? Because the devil, even in, if you believe that it's all make-believe, was made up to be the literal collection of all things evil. So if you then embrace this character that's meant to be all things evil, why then, like, what kind of person are you? You know, that's the question that you have to ask yourself. What kind of person would do that? Because I think even atheists, if you listen to what the devil is, if you listen to what Satan is, we can all agree, wait, this is a really evil person, right? This is like a really evil thing. Most of the evil things, yeah, clearly, right? So if you're doing that, you immediately raise questions for me, at least. Vasco, how you doing, bro? Lloyd Gush, how you doing? How do you feel about your elections? It is what it is. What are you gonna do? I don't have many thoughts. It's not gonna work. It'll be chaos in about a year from now. Maybe I don't even give it a year. I give it about 6 months before the country is complete chaos. Trigger Christians back in the day. I don't know if I don't know if that is exactly what he wanted to do. But even then, so I find it. This is one of my biggest questions I always ask to atheists, and specifically atheists that, for example, try to trigger Christians. It's like, wait, okay. If I am to believe that you reject Christ, you reject the idea of Christ, why then do you mind what other people believe? If you know that there is no Christ, then go on with your life, right? It doesn't matter. Who cares, right? You can just live your life and be happy. Why go out of your way to try and attack people for what they believe? Just look at them, think they're stupid, feel superior, and move on. You know, there's something deeply problematic to me when people try to go out of their way to offend or out of their way to break down someone else's belief system and say, but why? What exactly would be the reason for this? You know, just have daddy issues. One must also accept the concept of the devil. They're part of the same mythology. Can't accept Odin without Loki. Well, yeah. They do sort of come as a package deal.
But to back up a little bit, that's his poetry from an early age. And Robert Payne, so who wrote the book, the Simon & Schuster book, the New York University Press, said Marx's first love was poetry. And he fancied himself as aspiring to be nothing less than the Goethe of his age, to write the Faust of his age. And Goethe's Faust, of course, the famous character is the Mephistopheles character, the devil, demon character. And as you saw in the book many times.
And Mephistopheles in Faust, that's a character I've done a fair bit of study about. Because, well, there's a motif that's repeated both in Faust 1 and Faust 2. So Mephistopheles in Faust is a variant of the heavenly adversary, right? So he opposes being itself. And his ethos, which Goethe has him state twice, is that the suffering that's a necessary consequence of existence in its finite and limited manifestation, so our mortal frames, let's say, that suffering is so unbearable and so unconscionable that it would be better if existence itself did not exist.
Yeah, that's
so.
Marx.
So what Satan does in Goethe's conceptualization is make the case that life is so unfair in its fundament. He's like the antinatalists, the modern antinatalists, that anyone ethical would act in order to bring being itself to a cessation.
Yes.
Right now, the problem with that seems to be, as far as I can tell, and this is the problem with antinatalism, one of many problems, is that the reason that Mephistopheles is anti-being, hypothetically, is because of the suffering. But the problem is if you turn that into a...
Oh, hi, Mikiki. I wasn't challenging you, right? I wasn't sitting here going, well, you better provide evidence for your fucking beliefs, right? I accept that you don't like him, and that's perfectly fine by me. Hey, don't worry about it even. I don't feel personally insulted by the fact that you don't believe him, but I would be interested, because I always like knowing, you know, because if that is something he said, then yeah, he's fucking nuts, right? Because that's clearly not the case, especially not at the age of 30. But yeah, and Valthia, I would like to. So all I would like to ask is, when you say people who make it real through fiction, the problem that I would have with that is your suggestion then is that God, or the Christian God, is an invention of the imagination, is an invention by people. People invented the God. And you don't mind if people believe in God as sort of like a concept, but you do mind when people believe in God as sort of like a literal thing. Would you explain that? Because so here's the problem with saying that God, insofar as the Christian God is concerned, was invented by humans. That would be one hell of a feat, first and foremost, just on its face. So just on its face, the invention of God, as far as the Christian God is concerned, would be the greatest invention in the history of mankind. The Bible is written by over 40 different authors in over 1,600 years, in over 3 different continents, in over 3 different languages. The Bible tells a story, a cohesive story, going from literally the start all the way right up until the very end. There are more manuscripts and pieces of evidence for the Bible, the existence of Bible, and that proves the Bible than any other historical document or thing in history. Nothing, not a single character or event of history is as well proven as the Bible. There is not a single historian, historical scholar, New Testament or Old Testament scholar, believer or not, that questions that the Bible is in fact real. The only time that they would question is when it comes to miracles. They will say, well, we don't believe that because it can't happen. But we see the battles, we see the aftermath. It is, as far as a historical document goes, absolutely accurate. It is also, as far as pretty much every other metric goes, absolutely accurate. With Jesus is the most well-studied, well-preserved, and well-proven historical figure in history. The only one that comes even close would be Julius Caesar, and that's with 10 manuscripts, I believe. We have 10 manuscripts discussing what Julius Caesar did and the battles of Julius Caesar. They were written 700 years after Julius Caesar. With Jesus, we have over 4,000 documents that was written starting as little as 20 years after the death of Jesus. So there is no discussions about Jesus' validity. There is not a single New Testament scholar or historian that doubts that Jesus lived. They also don't doubt that Jesus was crucified, because again, we have evidence of this. At the time, we have evidence both in the Bible as well as outside of the Bible, because there were historians at the time recording things, and these were historians that had no interest in proving that Jesus was real. One of the most famous is a Jewish scholar that wrote about the people that claim to have seen Jesus after Jesus died on the cross, and he writes and says, I don't know what's happening, because I have actual people claiming that they're seeing him, and yet I was there when he was crucified. And this is a Jew. This is someone who really doesn't have any interest in believing that Jesus was risen from the dead, right? And he wrote about this. So all historians today, basically, when they come to the resurrection of Jesus Christ, they ask one question and one question only. Or they all admit one thing. They don't know what happened on the morning of on Sunday morning Easter. What they do know is that something miraculous happened. Like something happened there. And when I say miraculous, I don't mean a miracle. I mean, they can't explain it. Because what they all agree on is that they can't prove that Jesus was resurrected and that Jesus came back from the dead. And they don't believe it because people don't come back from the dead. But what they do know is that the people who say that they saw him after truly believe that they saw him, because they have way too much evidence of eyewitness accounts saying Jesus did live. Now, let's get to the actual thing where people claim that God is just an invention of the imagination. Okay, if we look at all of the religions that we know was invented by humans and absolutely just an invention of the mind, we find something very interesting in those gods. Those gods very rarely have any moral qualms with the things that we do. You're allowed to morally do whatever the fuck it is you want to do, as long as you bring gifts and bring praise and, sort of observe their holidays and their festivals. You can live the life as well as you want. We can go back to the Egyptians. We can go even further back. The Egyptian gods, for example, perfectly encapsulate slavery as well as all of the worst elements of their nature, to the extent that they can do pretty much whatever they want as long as they observe, right? We find this in every single religion that we know was invented by man. The one religion where we absolutely do not find that is in Christianity. In Christianity, you can't just do whatever you want. In fact, we go on to invent a God. For the first time in history, we invent a God that says, actually, no, you're not allowed to do this. Here's the moral things that you are allowed to do. Anything that you do that isn't within this moral code is a sin that you will go to hell for. Now, this becomes problematic. Why would humans do this? If God truly was an invention of the imagination, why would we make something that is beyond difficult to please? All other gods had simple things that we had to do in order to keep them happy. That's the whole point of religion, right? We do something wrong, the gods punish us, then we say sorry by holding a festival in their name, and bam, we're saved. And yet, that's not how it works in Christianity. There's a bunch of moral lessons and moral ways in which you must live or else, right? The hallmarks of what we would want to see. So if we look at all religions that we know that was invented by man, and we look at the traits that those religions have, Christianity and Judaism does not have any of those traits. It does not follow any of those traits. So we have a problem, obviously. If we have all of these traits that different religions have, because all religions will have certain problems with certain things, but they'll be usually mute on all other things, right? And usually it was just sort of like, oh, we don't like this, so you're not allowed to do this. But you can do all other things, just don't do this, right? Christianity is the one that basically goes through everything and lists all of the things that you are not allowed to do. So it's very difficult to make the claim that it was invented by people, because it doesn't have any of the hallmarks of the things that we would see from invented religions. There are certain things that we would expect to see that we don't see in Christianity. That's not even to mention the difficulties of actually getting over 40 different authors over 1,600 years, people who have never met each other, who don't even speak the same languages, to all somehow write a book that literally tells one single story. Like, how the fuck do you do that? Because people read the Bible people look at the Bible and they think it's one book. It's not one book. It's a collection of books, right? It's a collection of many books that was written by many different people. So yeah, I don't know. I personally feel like that's one of the biggest problems I have with people claiming that, oh, yeah, it's all made up. It is how? How do you write a book like that that is that perfect in its telling? How? Yeah, of course. I read the Bible every night, every morning. I don't. Well, what about the non-canon books, like the Book of Judas? So, Butterbeans, when the church came together and they bound the Bible into what we today consider to be the Bible, the way they looked at the books, right, and how the books had to make, or what the books had to do in order to make it into the Bible. First and foremost, they asked themselves, is there any books that back up this book, right? So, are there documents that we can find that back up that this book is the book, right? And then they would also look at different variations of the book. So, for example, if you found one book and then you found 22 other books that's literally the same as this one, you know that it's just a copy. It sort of makes you question what this book actually is, because you know that someone literally just made a bunch of copies of this book. But if you find this book, and this is generally what they did, they would find the letters of Paul, for example, to the Corinthians. But then they would see that while the Corinthians had the letters of Paul, there were also other churches throughout the land that had these letters of Paul, right? So now they're going, okay, wait a second. If these letters circulated in this way, it would suggest that the churches of the Corinthians would send their letters from Paul to other churches, and so these letters would make it around the entire area. So now we can trust that this is indeed written by Paul, right? So that's just one of the ways in which they also wanted the original manuscripts, or at least the closest possible manuscripts to those letters. The books, like, for example, the Gospels of Judas, is where they found one manuscript that was the letter of Judas. Just the one. It wasn't preached in any of the other churches. None of the other Christian churches followed this gospel. There's also no evidence that this gospel, when it was written, or for what time was it written, or for who it was written. It's just this one piece of thing that says the Gospel of Judas. And I believe actually in the instance of the Gospel of Judas, it was written quite a long time after the death of Jesus. But then more specifically, it was only found, just this one instance of it was found. It's not gone. We still have access to it. We still have it published. It's just not in the Bible. So you can go read it, and, if the Holy Spirit moves you, and there's something in there that you have to take from it, you're more than welcome to do so. We have in Afrikaans, we call it the apocryphe boeken. Almost every Christian have that book, right? With the books that didn't make it into the Bible, and people will read it. It's just that at the time of the binding of the Bible, there was not sufficient evidence of the legitimacy and authenticity of those books to include them into the Bible. So that is why you don't have, that's why certain books don't make it into the Bible. Well, that's why it's called faith. Patches McPatch, I don't agree with you. I don't agree with you that none of it is scientifically proven. So could you provide me scientific proof of the Big Bang? Demirage, how you doing? I'll go in on it in a second. Apocalypse, yeah, I could check. I could look into it. You can't provide evidence of the Big Bang. There is no proof of the evidence of the Big Bang. There's evidence, but there's no proof of it, right? What is the evidence of the Big Bang? How do we have evidence for the Big Bang? Well, it's what they call inference theory, right? So what do? This is, by the way, most science is done this way. We make inferences. So we look at what the universe is, and then we say, okay, what could have happened to allow for the universe to act in the way that it does, right? And so we go back and we say, okay, what if it was a giant explosion? Okay, cool. If it was a giant explosion, what do we expect to see as a result of this explosion? And then we look and we say, okay, this is what we expect to see. And then we look, can we find those things? This is why we call it inference theory. Almost all science is based on inferences. We don't know exactly what caused it, but making the inferences, we can sort of go back. If you do apply inference theory and you look at the universe, there's a couple of things that become really problematic. So, for example, for atheists everywhere, the Big Bang was the perfect explanation for how the universe at least came to be, provided that the universe did not have a beginning. Because if the universe had a beginning, we're fucking shit out of luck. Because if the universe has a beginning, then how the hell did the Big Bang happen? Because this would mean that there was at one point nothing, and then suddenly there was enough matter to start a black hole that would then go supernova and explode and cause the Big Bang. All of the evidence we have now scientifically is that the universe did indeed have a beginning. This creates a serious problem. Because now the Big Bang does not explain the origins of the universe. Because if the universe does have a beginning, then you need an explanation for the Big Bang. Like something has to create this black hole because nothing can't create something. Now you have people coming up with string theory and the multiverse, right? The multiverse is meant to tackle this exact problem. The universe has a starting point. This means something must have created this black hole. So we say the multiverse created the black hole. The problem with the multiverse theory is mathematically and scientifically it does not hold unless there is some kind of intelligence that guides it. Because the argument is that you have this giant thing in the center of the galaxy or some galaxy that just spits out universes at random, right? The problem with that is, why would this thing do it? There's no reason for this thing to do this, right? And also, why would it keep spitting out these different galaxies based on different rule sets? Because you're basically making the argument, it spits out one galaxy, and that is 00001, then it spits out another one that goes 001001001, then it spits out another one 101010. So it just keeps spitting out these random galaxies. And each one of these galaxies, their genetic code is meant to have specific laws and rules, right? How fast does light move? What's the strength of gravity? How fast is the expansion and the pull and push factors within the galaxy? How does life originate? What kind of life is going to originate? All of these rules have to be laid down, and every single galaxy that it spits out is a different set of rules. And then eventually you come to this one set of rules that's our galaxy that's just perfect in every single way. In fact, so perfect that if the expansion rate of the universe, that is the speed with which the universe expands, was to change to the 90th decimal, in other words, if the expansionary force of the universe, if you took the 90th decimal and you change that by 1, the universe splits out into the fucking great beyond. Everything just goes fuck off. Nothing stays. Nothing survives. So the rules of this universe is perfect. Beyond measure perfect. And you're talking about millions of different small little rules that had to be perfect for anything to exist. Not just life, anything to exist, right? So the multiverse does this. Why does it do this? It's not supposed to do this. Why would it even do this? So you can't explain this, right? Not scientifically, at least. So now you have the guys coming up with the idea currently is that there's a mechanism. This is the most accepted version at the minute. There is a mechanism that drives this, that has just always existed, that keeps randomizing the universes that it creates, right? Never mind the fact that that mechanism is basically God, but all right, never mind that. That's one of them. The other theory is a theory by Roger Penrose. Roger Penrose came up with the sort of cyclical theory, where he believes that, yes, the galaxy does have a start, but it's a cycle, right? So the galaxy starts, it goes, it ends, and then it goes back and it starts again. So it's a cyclical theory. But for his cyclical theory to work mathematically, he had to invent a whole phantom zone. And it's in this phantom zone that the rules are laid down in order to recreate itself. So again, the phantom zone just being God, but you're not calling it God, you're just calling it the phantom zone. The problem is that no matter what version of the origin or the naturalistic origins of the universe you want to follow, it all boils down to one single thing. It can only be God. There is no other option. It can only be God. Because if we do inference theory and we say, right, if there was a God that created the universe, what would we expect to see in this universe? Then it all works out. We see all of the things that we would expect to see if indeed there was a God that created it all. Not to mention the fact that you have a bunch of things that's falling flat now that used to be believed for a very long time, like, for example, evolution. We now know that Karl Marx's evolution does not describe the origin of life. In fact, it doesn't even do a good job of describing small variations of evolution. It does an adequate job, but it still misses the point on a lot of things. We now know that life did not come from the primordial soup. Like, we know this for a fact. It's not even guesswork. It's well established. Life did not come from the primordial soup. There's just not enough time for life to have come from the primordial soup. Because, and Darwin himself said this, for those of you that didn't know, Darwin said, if it were to emerge that cells are complex, my theory does not hold. You see, Darwin believed that cells are simplistic little things. And if you took billions of little cells and put them together, they make complex things, but at their core, they're simplistic. Turns out cells are beyond fucking complex. In fact, they are little computers in and of themselves. They have nanotechnology within them that takes code, sends code, rewrites code, can tell other cells what code to be, and those cells can accept that and then change it and tell other cells what it needs to be. Cells are ridiculously complex. Just for cells to have become as complex as they need to be, the universe is not old enough. In fact, last time I heard, I think they said something like the universe would have had to have been, I think it's something like 150 times older than what it is. And that's just for the cell to reach the state of complexity to where it can actually bring life. So evolution isn't real. So you have to go back to the drawing board. Where does life come from? Where does life actually come from? If the cell is as complex as it is, to the point where it is a little computer in and of itself, then you have a problem. Then you have a serious problem. We started with less cells. For them to become so complex, they needed to survive. Those that didn't, that died, didn't continue. Those that did. The problem is that nothing that you're describing there works in theory. Because we now know that even the smallest mutation can kill the DNA string. So if you take one cell and you make a mutation to it large enough to actually cause mutations that would bring life, you kill the DNA string. So what you're talking about is that the change would have had to be so tiny that the DNA string survives it. But if it's that tiny that the DNA string survives it, then the DNA string kills the cell because the cell is not useful to the DNA string. It would also need to happen early enough in the evolution of the creature that the creature has not already established itself, and therefore the creature will not kill the cell that is completely unnecessary to its survival. Evolution runs into problems scientifically, by the way. Balthia, not even evolutionary biologists still believe in evolution. In 2017, there was an actual meeting of scientists at the Royal Academy of Science in London where biologists came together, and the very first speaker at this meeting said, we have a fuck up. Evolution doesn't work. Their conclusion at the end of the Royal meeting of scientists was, we know that evolution no longer works. We know that Darwin's theory no longer explains the origin of the universe. But since we don't have a better theory yet for how life comes, we're going to keep telling people it's evolution because we don't want to open the door for God. That's literally what their conclusion was. We don't know where life comes from. We can't explain it. But we'll keep telling them this bullshit story because if we tell them we don't have a theory, suddenly everyone's going to come back to God. Oh, it must be God then. So we'll just keep spouting the bullshit. At this point, you're no longer doing science. You're now an activist. This is where we are. You will not find a serious evolutionary biologist anywhere that believes in evolution. Not anymore. The problems with it just is way too great. Mathematicians famously haven't believed in evolution for over 50 years because mathematically evolution doesn't compute. Programmers en masse is starting to reject evolution because they see how complex the cell is, and they're like, yeah, that doesn't explain shit. So you're running into issues. The science does not hold. Now, I'm not suggesting that you have to believe in God. I believe in God because 6, 7, 8 months ago, I started on a journey of questioning everything that I once believed. I was an atheist. Most of you know this. If you've watched me for a long period of time, you will know that not only was I an atheist, I was pretty militant about it. And I said, okay, wait a second. If I am so convinced that there is no God, then surely I must test my own theories. Then surely I must question myself, because I believe myself to be intelligent. I'm a man of science. I'm a man that trusts the science. That's why I don't believe in God. The science disproves God. So let's test the theories. And then you start testing the theories, and you start realizing, wait, but my theories don't work. My theories don't work because I didn't understand God. Not because God wasn't real, but because I didn't understand who he was. I didn't understand how he operates. Once you get into that, once you actually start questioning your own theories, you'll be surprised how quickly it crumbles. There's a book, Valthia, if you're interested. If you're truly interested. This book changed my life. It's called The Return of the God Hypothesis by Stephen M. Meyer. He's a philosopher of science. The book is to the point where even hardcore scientists are starting to admit that rejecting the God hypothesis is bad science. So you have scientists that's going, I don't believe in God, but this guy isn't making an argument based on the God of the gaps hypothesis. This guy is making an actual scientific case for God. That book blew my fucking mind. The Return of the God Hypothesis by Stephen Meyer. Read that and see what happens. But I can promise you, once you do read that book, there's going to, because he doesn't play around. He quotes all of his sources. He tells you exactly where to go get it. He's not just writing a feel-good book. The book is basically written like you would expect a scientific paper to be written. There's not a single scientist that has ever come out and suggested that he doesn't know what he's talking about because he quotes all of his sources. Right? He tells you exactly where he gets everything. Return of the God Hypothesis by Stephen Meyer. Go check it out. Keep an open mind, right? Because remember, if you believe in science, if you believe in the scientific method, if you believe in intelligence, you have to keep an open mind on all things, including your own belief. Because if you believe what you believe simply because you choose to believe it, I have news for you. You're in a religion. Your religion might be called atheism. Your God may be Sam Harris, but you're still in a religion. If you're not willing to question your faith, and you're not willing to challenge your faith, then you're just in a religion. It's just another form of faith, right? So question. Go for it. I'm part of the few Christians out there that believe God should be questioned. You should not just believe everything you read or everything that people tell you. Go question. Go test God. Go see if he may actually be real. Not all Christians have personal experience, which can't be replicated. Luke Carlson, but you'll have your personal experience with God when it happens. What I did for me, right, Luke? I literally went from an intellectual perspective. Because the emotional bullshit wasn't going to work for me. Christians telling me God loves you and he so loved you that he sent his only begotten son to die for your sins. Yeah, all right, cool, bro. I don't even believe in your God, so why the fuck would I care? The emotional arguments wasn't going to work for me. They never worked for me. The arguments that, oh, if you put your faith in God, he will be there for you. Saying, yeah, okay, cool, bro. I couldn't give two shits. It was the intellectual pursuit. It was the pursuit of do I believe what is real, or do I believe it simply because I don't wish to believe? And what I have found out, in my own life at least, is that the reason I rejected God wasn't based on faith or based on evidence or based on science or based on any of this. The reason I rejected God was because I loved my sin. I liked living with no rules. I liked the idea of it. I'll be honest. I liked the idea of being able to do whatever the fuck I want to do without feeling guilty, without feeling like you're not allowed to do that. So it was easier for me to say there is no God because then I don't have to worry about how I live. Right? And that was a pretty big revelation for me. Ubunga, that's true. Peculiar, because I misheard you, is go taste your beliefs, and that works too, in a sense. Well, yeah, you could do that too, Nicholas. That would work. I don't believe that God doesn't exist. I just don't believe that God exists. That's perfectly fine. But like I say, taste it and see, you know? Caleb, I'll read through this, not on stream, but I will definitely, I've bookmarked it, so I'll read through it. Nicholas says, yeah, I'm very good. Thanks for asking. It's... It's every person's journey, right? It's your own journey. It's whatever you want to do. It's not for me, and you'll find, and I think you can all know this, I don't judge you on the stream. I don't sit here and preach to you when we do get into conversations of God. I'm passionate about God because he saved my life, right? So, yes, I believe in God, and yes, I believe in Christ, and yes, I believe in the Holy Spirit. But I have never judged anyone on the stream, right? Because I believe that my journey and your journey will not be the same. Where you're going and where I'm going will not be the same. And I'm not talking about heaven and hell, right? I'm talking about whether you believe or do not believe, the creator of the universe has a plan, and you are playing a role in that plan. Whether you want to believe in it or not, it doesn't matter, right? The character in the story doesn't really have a choice. The writer writes what the writer will write. You're just going along for the ride. And maybe your story plays out completely different. Maybe it doesn't play out into God at all. God does say this, and this is where I'm going to be honest with you. I'm not one of those feel-good Christians either that believes that everyone will be saved, because everyone will not be saved. In fact, there's an actual parable about this. The guy that shows up at the wedding, not wearing wedding garb. And he gets thrown out because not everyone will be saved. And that's fine, right? That's just how it is. He's the creator of all of this. It's his universe. He can do whatever he wants with it. It's not for us to choose. But fundamentally, I respect where everyone is in their lives, right? Whether you believe or whether you don't believe, it's up to you. All I ask is that you offer me the same respect that I give you, you know? So if you can do that, we're good. If you can't, we're going to have many arguments. Hold up, Kiki, what did you say? I'm curious. What is the reason you became a believer in Christianity and not any other religion? Aren't the monotheistic religions not essentially the same? So, hi, I'm Kiki. No. So, I became a Christian because of the evidence for Christianity. The fact that Jesus is more established as an historical figure than any other historical figure that we've ever had, right? If you ask many people, do you believe in Plato? They'll say, obviously. There are 2 manuscripts that we have 900 years after the life of Plato that spoke about Plato. And yet everyone says, yeah, Plato's real. We have over 5,200 manuscripts about Jesus alone. That's not talking about, the Bible, just Jesus. over 5,200 manuscripts, right, of his entire life. Of the crucifixion and the resurrection, it's 4,000 something. I think 4,200 and something manuscripts just about the resurrection and the crucifixion of Jesus Christ. If you believe in the Old Testament, you must believe in Christ, because the Old Testament tells us over, I believe it's something like 322 prophecies about the coming of Christ, about Jesus Christ coming. If you believe in the Old Testament, you must believe in Christianity. If you believe in the Quran, in Allah, you must believe in Christianity, and you have to become a Christian. Because Muhammad himself says, in the Quran, Muhammad writes, that everything in the Gospel and the Bible, the Torah, is ordained by God. Muhammad says, the Gospels and the Torah is ordained by God. If the Gospels are ordained by God, therefore the Word of God, then Muhammad isn't real and is a false prophet. Muhammad himself calls himself a false prophet. So believing in Islam is like, what the fuck are you doing? Right? You're literally believing in a religion where the founder of your religion literally tells you, I am a false prophet. Muhammad says to his followers, the Bible speaks of me. The Bible says that I will be the prophet from the Arabic lands. The Bible doesn't speak of a prophet from the Arab lands. The Bible doesn't speak about Muhammad. Muhammad says to his followers when they're in Mecca, look at me, the Jews will accept me as their prophet, because there are no Jews, right? In Mecca, he tells all of his followers, the Jews are brilliant, the Christians are brilliant, the Jews will accept me as their prophet. When they finally do meet the Jews laugh at him, because he's not their prophet. Then he goes, well, fuck the Jews, they need to die all, it's us and the Christians against the Jews now, because the Christians will know that I am a prophet because their Bible speaks of me. Then they meet the Christians, and the Christians go, what? You're not a prophet. There's nothing about you in the Bible. And then he goes, well, fuck the Jews, fuck the Christians. I am, right? I am the one dude. If you are serious about your religion, if you are serious about faith, if you actually read the Quran and you actually read the Bible, there is no shot that you remain a Muslim. Zero. And there's actual channels dedicated to this where these guys consistently get Muslims to renounce their faith. This guy has a YouTube channel where Muslims phone every single day, phone him with questions. And they try to prove to him that you are completely wrong. You don't know what you're doing. He shows the Muslims in their Quran. He uses the Quran to show them that Jesus is the prophet and the Messiah and the Son of God. So if you are a Muslim, go speak to this guy. I don't claim to know everything about the Muslim faith. I don't claim to know everything about the Quran. I don't claim to know everything about any other faith than Christianity. And even there, I don't know everything. But I can tell you that guys like this Sam, they make a huge impression. And they're happy to talk to anyone. Like if you're a Muslim and you think they don't know what they're talking about, I will prove them wrong. Go for it, right? Let me play this for you. Why not?
Glory be to the one who took his servant by night from the sacred mosque to the farthest mosque, whose surroundings we have blessed, so that we may show him some of our signs. Indeed, he alone is the all-hearing, all-seeing.
Okay, now, the Quran just said, it's perfectly clear. It explains everything in it, all things in it, perfectly clearly. That's what it said in those verses, then it contradicted itself. So if the Quran is perfectly clear and explains all things, can you tell me, just from the Quran, who that servant is? Do you have the answer for that just from the Quran?
We know the Prophet.
Prove it. How do you know that? Where did the Quran say it's the Prophet? Why are you reading later hadiths into this? Because when you go to the hadiths, it's going to embarrass you. That's why I'm saying be careful. Don't run to the hadith. So from that verse alone, can you prove to me it's Muhammad? No,
But we know it's Muhammad.
How do you know that? Where did the Quran tell you it's Muhammad? The name Muhammad only appears 4 times in your entire Quran. How do you know it's Muhammad?
No.
How do you know? I'm still waiting for the answer. How do you know? Okay, now, related to the same verse, it says, who took his servant by night from the inviolable mosque to the farthest mosque, Masjid al-Haram, Masjid al-Aqsa. Where is Masjid al-Haram? Can you show me from the Quran where and what is Masjid al-Haram? From the Quran.
It's in Saudi Arabia.
Where did the Quran say Saudi Arabia?
It doesn't say that, but I know Masjid al-Haram is mentioned.
And where does it tell you Masjid al-Haram is in Arabia? Secondly, what's the farthest mosque? Masjid al-Aqsa. Where is that at?
Jerusalem.
Where did the verse say Jerusalem? Why are you making things up as you go along? Where did that verse say Jerusalem?
Well, this verse doesn't say Jerusalem.
But the Quran told you in those 6 or more verses that you read, and I have a lot more, it explains all things in this book. It's perfectly clear and perfectly clearly explains the verses. How come it fails to explain this verse for you? And it's less than perfectly clear. Okay, now I got even more problems with the verse. Who's saying in 17 verse 1, glory be to him? Who's speaking?
Allah.
So Allah is speaking to himself and glorifying himself.
Yeah.
Oh, you're okay with it. So you're okay with Allah saying, glory be to him, instead of saying, glory be to me, who carried my servant by night. So Allah has to speak of himself in the third person?
Yeah, that's how Allah refers to himself.
Okay, well, good. I'm glad you said Allah. But then Allah goes on to say, so that we might show him some of our signs. So Allah is saying, glory be to him, which is me, who carried his servant by night, which is my servant, from the inviolable mosque to the farthest mosque, whose precincts we blessed, so we might show him.
I'll admit, this verse doesn't explain the locations.
No, but that's even more than that. What I'm asking is, why can't Allah simply
reading that to you? You tried to get me busted with that. I'm saying, yeah, if you're taking this verse in isolation of itself,
even in the context of the Quran, you're not going to be able to figure out, because there's nothing in the Quran and other verses that tell you what this means.
I have to investigate that.
Keep investigating. But don't forget 2 points. This is the same Quran that told you it is a book that explains all things and is perfectly clear and perfectly clearly explains its verses. Yet it doesn't. But here's the point I want you to focus on, so we can go to another example. Allah speaking, Allah saying to himself, glory be to him, which is actually me, who carried his servant by night, which is my servant, from the inviolable mosque to the farthest mosque. And now notice Allah says, whose precincts we blessed. Now, but pay attention to this part. So that we might show him our signs, ayat, right? Do you see Allah says we might show him?
Yeah.
Okay, now here's my question. If you're following the Arabic and the English. So he goes, we might show him our signs. He is the seer. Wait. So the one that Allah is showing his signs, Allah just says about him, the one that he showed his miracles to, he, the one we showed our signs to, he's the seer, the knower? Who's that?
Yeah, I figured, I had a feeling you might bring that up.
Okay, then address it.
But that's ambiguous.
Yeah, but my point is, the he is the him. We might show him. You keep forgetting that, our signs. If that's Allah, why would Allah need Allah to show him miracles? Allah showing himself miracles?
You know what? Hold on.
Yeah, exactly. Hold on. But if it's Muhammad, then...
so let me see if I understand what you're saying.
Yeah.
What I gather from what you're saying is that it says, so that we, that being Allah, referring to himself.
Yeah. We may
show him our signs. And the claim is, indeed, he alone is all-seeing, all-hearing, all-seeing.
And who's the
he? But
he?
you're saying, why would Allah, after just saying we, say he?
No, it's more than that. Allah says, we showed him our signs. And then speaking of him, he says, he, the him that we showed our signs to, he is the all-seeing, the all-knowing. Who's the he and the him?
That's what I'm saying.
Okay.
If they want, that's the point I'm getting at.
Okay, so who's the he and the him? And if you say Muhammad, it's even worse. Because if it's Muhammad, we showed him Muhammad.
We may show him our signs.
And
Allah is showing the Prophet.
Oh, but then you just destroyed it.
Our
Then,
signs.
okay, but then finish it. The he is the seer and the knower.
He is the all-hearing, all-seeing.
That's Muhammad. You just said it's Muhammad. The him and the he don't change. It's the same one.
Okay, that's what I'm saying.
Okay,
that's
so is Muhammad all-hearing? Do you believe Muhammad? Okay, is Muhammad all-hearing, all-seeing? Because it's the same him and he in the same sentence. It doesn't change. Him, we showed our signs. He is the seer. So it's the same entity.
Wouldn't it already be accepted,
Negosak? Figure it out. If it's Muhammad, then Muhammad is all-seeing. If it's Allah, then Allah's being shown.
You're claiming that this last sentence means that that it's referring to Muhammad alayhi salam.
If it's Muhammad, then Muhammad is the seer and the knower. So you made him God. You made him an ilah.
Why wouldn't he say, indeed, we are the all-hearing, all-knowing?
Thank you. You got it. So the him and the he is the same person. If it's Muhammad, then Muhammad is all-seeing. If it's Allah, then Allah is being shown miracles by someone else.
I have to ask the Sheikh about this. So this is 17.1. So look how 17.2 mentions Moses' name.
Thank you. So that means Moses is a servant of verse 1. Prove me wrong. That's what I'm saying. If you just follow your Quran, you can't tell me the servant is Muhammad. It's most likely Moses because he's mentioned right away. And it's dealing with the Bani Israel, the children of Israel. So prove to me the servant is Muhammad.
Don't try to do the work of Shaitan.
What Shaitan? You're asking me to show you contradictions. If I'm Shaitan...
No, don't play with my brain.
I'm not playing with your brain. You asked for this. So that means you want Shaitan to keep you deceived into thinking the Quran is true, whereas we want to try to show you Jesus is the truth, not the Quran. But let's not go there. First, let's finish the point. Do you want...
Albiwar, you're more than welcome to go on this guy's show. I will be there to watch it. Like, you can ask him. If you think that he is wrong, right? Go throw the hadiths at him. Go throw the sunnahs at him. Go throw everything at him, right? Everything. Because he knows everything. I will be honest with you. I don't know how this guy does it. I don't know where he gets his knowledge from. But he knows the Quran as well as the hadiths back to front. Like, when he's in debate and people say, oh, but the hadith, he goes, oh, you're talking about this one, that says this. Yeah. That's not why it says this. Let's go back to the Quran. Let me show you here. Let me go show you in the Old Testament. Read the Torah. This guy will chase you all over the place, and he will ultimately prove to you that you don't know what the fuck you're talking about.
Want to go outside of the Quran and go to the Hadith to explain this? We can do that. You want me to show you
the Hadith or the Tafsir?
Oh, either one, because the Tafsir is quoting the Hadith, like Ibn Kathir. According to Ibn Kathir, you know what this is referring to? That this is referring to Muhammad when he was taken from the Kaaba to Bayt al-Maqdis, meaning, and it's also called Bayt al-Muqaddas. Bayt al-Maqdis, Bayt al-Muqaddas, the temple in Jerusalem. So Ibn Kathir says, and all the commentators, not only him, this is when in Medina, your prophet was taken from the Kaaba, Masjid al-Haram, to Masjid al-Aqsa, which is Bayt al-Muqaddas, Bayt al-Maqdis in Jerusalem, the temple in Jerusalem, right?
Yeah.
Problem is there was no temple in Jerusalem. The temple was destroyed twice. The first temple was destroyed 586 years before the birth of Jesus. The second temple was destroyed in 70 AD, 40 years after Jesus went to heaven. So what temple did he go? There was no temple. So that's why I say if we go to your commentators, it's going to get worse for you.
70 AD?
Yep. There was no temple when Muhammad supposedly went to Jerusalem, because Ibn Kathir says he went to Jerusalem on Burak with Gabriel, and he tied Burak to the door, entered into the temple, and led the prophets in prayer. There was no temple for him to enter. And then the mosque that's now known as Masjid al-Aqsa, the Masjid al-Aqsa that you now can visit in Jerusalem, that was built by Abdul Malik around 691 AD, about 6 years after your prophet died. So what temple did he visit? What temple? So what mosque did he visit?
Okay, but do you have evidence of that?
Yeah, Ibn Kathir tells me that he went to the temple, he went inside the temple, and he prayed with the prophets, and all the commentators say that. Ibn Ishaq, there is no temple. This is just a fact of history. When Omar ibn al-Khattab conquered Jerusalem, the site of the temple where it stood was a waste dump. That's where they dumped their garbage, and he had to clean it out.
That's a fact of history.
That's according to your history. Didn't Omar conquer Jerusalem?
Yeah.
Okay. When he went to the Temple Mount, where the temple used to stand, he found it as the waste dump, where they would dump their garbage. The holy house at that time did not exist. This is the mistake in your hadith and in your commentators. They're telling you went to a house that historically did not exist. This is a fact of history, dude.
Like, I'll be honest with you. This guy is nuts. He is really, really good. But yeah, you know, is what it is. You asked me a question, Kiki, and that's why. Because of things like this. When you really get into it, things become, I would say things become very clear. You know, the problem is Al Silver, and he has spoken about this. They've shown openly the emails. Every single time they've tried to get some of the renowned scholars to actually debate them, they refuse to debate. They refuse. They just say no. Every single time. But if you think you can take them, go. You know? If you think that you have a question for them, go. You don't need a scholar. Why would you need a scholar to debate someone? I mean, you know your Bible. You know your Quran, right? Go. He has his own Discord. You can literally sign up and you can ask him, listen here, what about this? I have questions, and then go debate him. You know, if you feel like, listen here, I have actual evidence for why he's just full of shit and he doesn't know what he's talking about, go for it. But the fact of the matter is that every single time these guys try to talk to the scholars of Islam, the scholars refuse to talk to them, right? Will not debate them. The one time that I have seen it was at a place called Speaker's Corner, where they actually did try to talk to an actual Muslim scholar after asking the guy multiple times, right? Just simple questions. The guy refuses to answer, and eventually the guy says, well, I will not answer. And then that's the end of the discussion. So it's like, okay, well, fuck. So we're not allowed to have the debate. We can't really have the debate. What you believe is your choice, right? But I feel like the same way that I came to Christianity is the same way I live now. I have not entered into Christianity in this sort of, oh, now I'm a Christian, so I'll just stop looking at everything, right? I'm not going to taste my faith. I'm not going to, like, that's not at all how I do it, right? What I do is I question everything. I question my faith constantly. I question God constantly. I'm always asking questions. There are many things that I don't understand. Almost every single night when I read the Bible, there are things that I read and I go, God, I don't understand this, right? And then I have to go look at the actual context, the historical context, what happened at the time, what was actually taking place at the time in those churches that Paul is talking to or that Peter is talking to. I'm always questioning my faith, right? And I'm always looking for evidence of my faith not being the real one, because I'm interested in following the truth. I'm not interested in just following something that makes me feel good. And I feel like as a Muslim, you have to do the exact same thing. You can't just pray 5 times a day and read the Quran because it makes you feel good. You have to question yourself. You have to put yourself out there and you have to say, right, what if my faith isn't the right faith? What if, because fundamentally you are a faithful person, right? You want to have faith. You want to believe in God. Well, then it's of paramount importance that you believe the right God, right? That you believe in the right God. Now, I obviously believe that that is Jesus Christ. You believe that that is Allah. And that's perfectly fine. But you have to consistently question your faith in order to make sure that you have the right one. Otherwise, you're doing all of this work for nothing. And that would be a damn shame. Do you have to debate, or can you ask for his wealth of knowledge to find the threads throughout books? Kimmy, and you mean this guy? He mainly works under Muslims, right? So, for example, he, David Wood, and a couple of others their main ministry is under Muslims. They basically don't spend any time with anyone but Muslims. And the reason for it is Muslims are the hardest people to convert, but according to them, Muslims also make the greatest Christians. And the reason for it is when a Muslim converts, there's a couple of realities that they have to keep in mind. Number one, you're not just converting to Christ. You lose everything. Most Muslims that convert get completely rejected by their families if they're lucky. If they're unlucky, their families want to kill them, right? You become an apostate. You lose, so you really give up everything for Christ. So once Muslims convert to Christianity, they become insane Christians, and insane in a good way. They absolutely take to the faith because it's all they have left, right? Everything else is lost. So they go hard, right? And this is why most of their, but you can watch their channels. I'll give you this link and then you can follow the channel if you want to see more of it, because they deal with every question. So it's very, very interesting to listen to Sam, and specifically listen to his teachings or to his debates, because you obviously get a lot of truth from those debates. Same with Jehovah's Witnesses. I heard they're also really bad to apostates, which is fucking wild, but all right. I don't even know why Jehovah's Witnesses are this bad. They fuck me. I know many of you had more questions, so please ask away. Sorry, I was in the middle of talking and in the middle of sort of, going back and forth. So if you have more questions now, you can ask. I'm done just running my mouth. So yeah, I will see the question now. Yeah, but is Jehovah's Witnesses, do they also have like apostate laws and things that you get like killed if you leave the faith? One wake me up at 7 a.m. once back in my school off days. I started talking to him about Warhammer and he slowly backed off the stairs and left me alone. Nice. 3 years and Echo misses it to preach to us. Ormi, how you doing, bro? Oh, shit. Ormi, with the 36 months part of the DJ Nation. Appreciate you. Thank you, sir. You're far too kind. I really appreciate you, bro. Echo, long-time follower here. Was just curious how the situation is in your home city country. Shane, how you doing, bro? The situation for now is perfectly good, right? I expect there's going to be bad stuff, right? That's going to happen down the line, but it's life. It's what will happen. But for now, it seems like things are still very chill. I don't think they'll make too much of a fuss right now. They're probably but I can tell you now, the MK and the EFF they have a plan. They're going to come hard, but for now we're good. Yeah, people like to imagine that, angels are meant to be fearsome as fuck. In fact, there's one point where, as they're heading towards, I think it was Sodom and Gomorrah, one of the people with the angel, or actually with the Lord, asks, should we pray for vengeance? Should we pray for God's wrath? And the Lord turns to the guy and says, you do not know which spirit you invoke. So, if you read that correctly, it suggests that God's wrath comes in the form of a spirit. And it's a spirit that kills indiscriminately. In other words, it has no love for mortals or humans or anything of that kind. When it arrives, it fucks up, right? If you invoke the wrath of God, in other words, the spirit that brings the wrath of God, it does not have mercy. So angels would be scary, in my opinion. Like holy atomic bomb? Yeah, kind of. Now, I don't know how true this is, but didn't Vision effectively say sell everything just to keep a weapon to protect you? Wait, what do you mean, Caleb? Thanks, Miracle. I'll see you around. Nickel Sachs, thanks so much for hanging out, man. Really appreciate it. Take care of yourself. Bonnie, how you doing, bro? Legion, wonder what the angels should make of your OP afflictions back. Oh, I haven't played World of Warcraft serious enough to make affliction or warlock videos anymore. I don't raid hardcore enough anymore to justify being able to make those videos, but they were fun at the time. I remember making those. They were super fun. It's all just hearsay. What's hearsay, Toxic? War Within. Oh, I'm looking forward to it. Fuck me. I really want to get into it. One of your video guides about Affliction Lock back in Legion, I think. Karakunas, how you doing, bro? Yeah, it's been a fucking long journey from there to now, right? Mrs. Fullbuster, how you doing? I know the few times that angels appear to people in actual angelic form, it was said to have been fear-invoking. Like, they were magnificent, but also scary, right? At least for humans. Very scary. Yeah, which is usually, every single time an angel does appear to humans, the angel always says, be not afraid. Which suggests that at the time they were afraid. So yeah. But yeah, Marsilian, they've been around for a long time. I would say they do very basic guides, right? So it's very good to get into. But I don't know who right now does more like hardcore guides. I know it used to be me and Pyro. For Daystro, you would go to Pyro. For Reflection, you'd come to me. But I don't know, since me and Pyro left, who now took over the mantle of like hardcore Warlock videos. Makes sense that eventually end up depicted human. But yeah, I wouldn't say that, because I do think that angels can appear in human form. We have evidence of that, right? We have evidence that it has appeared, like they do appear in human form. Even though they don't completely look human, they do have human form. So they obviously do have the ability to manipulate their visuals, so to speak. Paladine, how you doing, bro? The Bible was a bestseller. When will they launch Bible 2? Why would they launch a second one? Although you do make an interesting point. This is something that I believe that most Christians do not. No, I won't go into it because I don't want to be responsible for any doubt in someone's life. So, but I do have different beliefs on certain things. It's likely if they revealed their true form, it would break our minds. Even I would guess that. Creatures are human-like rather than something like that, which could be considered a monster. I don't know if it had anything to do with convincing, because again, Valthia, I would say, if you were just trying to convince people, there are a great many things that you would remove, right? Or change. If the goal was simply to convince people of a bunch of things, there's a lot of things you can just sort of not have in there. If you think about angels as some sort of divine extra-dimensional projection of God as an aspect or idea, makes sense. They may have many forms depending which side intersects with dimensions we understand. So my thinking about angels specifically is that when God made man, he says that he made man in his image. And what he's obviously talking about there is our character traits, our characteristics is God, right? If you want to know who God is, look at who humans are, right? We love to tell stories. We are curious creatures. We're inquisitive creatures. We have empathy. We have all of these traits that belong to us, right? And these are the traits of God. This is what God made us as. When I look at angels, I think angels were more purpose-built, right? So I don't think angels have our freedom. I don't think angels have our range. I think angels are more specific. They do one thing, and they do that one thing very, very well, but they're not really built for everything, right? So, like, for example, the Angel of Wrath. The Angel of Wrath have no empathy, no sympathy, no goodness, really. Well, it's also not evil, because it only exacts the wrath of God, and so it just kills what it kills, and that's done. It wasn't built for anything other than that. Oh, I do get your meaning there, Valthia, yeah. So warriors of God, aren't they? Some, not necessarily all, but some would be warriors of God, yeah. You know, it's crazy. Since following God, I'm not afraid to die anymore. Ubungu, but, I mean, I wouldn't say that's crazy. That's part of the perks, right? Because you realize that what we do here is only a small part of what we're going to be doing, right? And why, you know, what we have waiting for us is so much better than what is here. But I still don't want to die. Like, I like living, and I do like life. We are children, angels are tools. Yeah, Caleb, that I agree with. But if the TV show Lucifer is correct, in what way, Ormi? Cesius. The difficulty of asking why does God need something is to presume that I could understand the mind of God would in and of itself be futile, if not blasphemy. But in this instance, I feel like the best answer is because he can. And also because it's part of the story, you know? So I believe God is a storyteller. I believe one of the reasons why humans, pretty much the oldest profession we have is that of storyteller. All human society is based on stories. It's the one thing that all human beings like is stories. And I think that's because God in and of himself is a storyteller. And in God's story, obviously there is God, good, and there is evil, where God is not. And there are angels that fell for the evil. Lucifer being one of them, but it says that a third of the heavenly host fell alongside Lucifer, thereby becoming the children of Lucifer. And the angels of heaven and the angels of Lucifer are in constant battle with one another, right? And And I believe that God's reason is to destroy evil, right? I think that's why all of this is here. I think that's why we're here, right? Is God is in his story. It's sort of like, think of Tolkien, right? When Tolkien designed The Lord of the Rings, he created an evil entity with the hopes of destroying that evil entity, and then writing to ultimately destroy that evil entity. This is God. There's the creation. There's evil that is allowed to exist. Evil is entropy, right? It is the absence of God. And then there's the destruction of evil. There's the destruction of evil and Lucifer and the children of Lucifer that will happen on the Day of Judgment. And that will conclude the story. You know? So yeah, that would be my answer. I would love to debate this with you properly someday. Trying to do it from Twitch chat is horrible. I mean, yeah, we can talk about it, Apocalypse. I don't know if I'll debate you on it, but I'd be happy to talk about it. But are angels supposed to be lacking in free will, thus always loyal to God? No. We know that they're not lacking in free will. Free will is the singular concept of the universe. This is why evil had to exist. Without evil, you cannot have free will. There's no shot. If many people love to make this argument, well, if God is real, why is all this evil in the world? If there were no evil, then there would be no free choice. If the only choice I had was to do good, that is not a choice. In order to have choice, I must have evil and good, so as to design the dichotomy and the binary through which we can choose. So everything has freedom, everything has choice, including the angels. Yeah, you can't have free will without evil. Just what kind of world would that be? Right? Like, if you did not have evil, what does that world? If you don't have evil, you don't have good. Because good is the absence of evil. I mean, yeah, you have explanations of there are certain angelic beings that simply constantly bring glory to God, which is certainly possible, right? So there are probably heavenly hosts that have less freedom than others or less choice than others, but even there, I would suspect that they also had freedom of choice. And here's the thing. The creator of the heavens and the earth, the creator of the universe, doesn't want service or faith that isn't based on you choosing him. This is why when people say, well, why must you have a hell? You chose to go there. People will oftentimes say, if God truly is love, why would he send people to hell? I think that the fact that hell exists is the pinnacle of God's love for humanity and his respect for your freedom. Because if you on earth chose not to follow God, it would be inhumane for God to force you to spend time with him in heaven. You made a choice. On earth, you said, I don't want you. Leave me alone. But now you want to argue that after death, God should just take you to heaven? How's that fair? You said, I don't want to know you. Leave me alone. God is simply honoring your wish. You're allowed to go live without him, right? I'll be war because think about the people that you will be spending hell with. Think about the people that is in hell. You're talking about the most evil, the most vile people in existence. You're talking about Satan and the fallen angels. They are not going to allow you to just have a nice afterlife, just in silence, sitting in darkness. And I believe that if you were to, so here's the thing, right? God does do you a final mercy when you go to hell. In fact, this might actually be the greatest conceptualization of love that you could imagine. After spending your entire life in God's creation, rejecting God, you go to hell, and as a final mercy, God removes any good from you. So that part of you that would want to worship God, that would want to turn to God, that would want to apologize, that would want to say, I'm sorry for what I've done, is removed from you. You are now in hell with all of the others that believe like you, and you will probably be exacting the same kind of evil on others as is being exacted upon you. That's just how it is. But then we go even further, because it's not eternal suffering. In fact, God, a second time, is merciful towards you. Jesus says that when he comes again, he will sit on the chair of judgment, and he will judge everyone, those who had lived and those who had already died. And then he will take hell, and he will take all of the unbelievers, and he will throw them into the lake of fire to be destroyed for all time. So, yes, you're going to suffer for a long time, but you will be destroyed in the end. So as a final mercy, so that you don't have to suffer forever, you will be destroyed into nothingness. So, there's that to look forward to, I guess. Cytherus, I don't believe that is a... I don't believe that is that hard of a choice. You have one of three options, as far as I'm concerned, right? You have one of three options. You can be a Muslim, a Jew, or a Christian. Yes, Daddy. Of the three, there is only one with indisputable evidence of its realities and of its truth. It's not hard, right? You choose Christianity, you're good to go. But don't choose it because you don't want to go to hell. That's not a choice. You didn't choose God. If you don't feel like it, if you don't feel like God is real to you, then go on with your life. Live it. It doesn't matter. But you're not gonna choose God anyways if all you're doing it for is not to go to hell. In fact, I had this thought the other day, and it's not because I'm brilliant or perfect. I had this thought. So there's a parable in the New Testament, in the Gospels. Jesus tells the story of the king whose son is having his wedding, and the king sends out his servants to go collect the wedding guests. And all of the wedding guests says, no, we will not come, signifying the Jews who were supposed to be God's first chosen. And the Jews are all busy. They don't want to come. So the servants come back to God back to the king, and they say they didn't want to come. And so the king says, go out into the city and collect all who is free and bring them to the wedding hall. So they go out and they bring a bunch of people. And the king says to his followers again, go out and go collect all of the people on the highways. Go stand at the off-ramps of the highways. Bring everyone that you can. Bring them in. And so all of them come in, and now the wedding hall is full and everyone's at the wedding. Everyone's having a good time. And as the king is walking through the wedding party, he sees a man standing in the middle of the hall, not wearing a wedding garb, And he walks up to the man and he says, "Where's your wedding garb?" And the man has an excuse. He didn't have time to put it on. And so the king orders his servants to throw the man out into the darkness. And then Jesus says to his disciples, "Many have been called, but not all have been chosen." So there is a reality, and this is a reality that I've dealt with for a while now. There is a world in which I believe in God and I believe in Jesus, but I am not chosen to go to heaven. I'm not one of the chosen. So in a year from now, and 2 years from now, and 3 years from now, I'm going to fall in my search of God, and I am going to sin again and move away from God because I was never chosen to be with God. What do I do then? Right? What do I do in that scenario? And my prayer goes as follows: use me as you will. Because I still have a role to play in his plan. He's the creator, right? And when you understand that, when you understand what that choice means and what it means to be chosen, you understand that each of us are here playing a part in God's plan. That's it. You can sit there and think you're good. You can sit there and think you're special. You're not. You don't matter. You don't matter. You're just here to serve him. Whether you want to or not, it doesn't even matter. He would prefer that you choose to serve him. But if you don't want to choose, you're fine. You know, you don't have to. You're still going to be doing it. Zafin, that's a good story though. What happened? So the thing is, you said, Valthia, you said awesome raffle. If you understood chosen, you would understand. There are those who, even when shown the greatness and the mercy and the love of God, refuses to follow him. Those are the ones who are not chosen. Because for whatever reason, at the birth of your DNA, when your DNA was put together, and when you were made in your womb, it was made in such a way that you will always reject the creator of the universe. You will just always reject him no matter what. I can show you all of the evidence and you will still reject it. You will not believe. In fact, I've met people like this, where I've asked them straight up, if you had evidence of God, like if you had evidence that God is real, would you believe in God? And they go, no, I would not believe in God. Well, then that's the problem, right? That's a huge problem. Because if I'm telling you, I can give you proof that God exists. In other words, the creator is real that made you. And you still go, I don't care, I will not believe in him. Then that means that your heart is so hardened that you will never follow God. And that means that you aren't chosen. You were never chosen. So you were born to be damned? Why is it unfair? You don't want to be saved. So how is that unfair? It's only unfair because you don't understand righteousness. Because you're human. And you think it's somehow wrong. So let me ask you this. Let me ask you this, Valthia. Imagine I invited you over to my house, yeah? And I say to you, hey, look at my room, and it's filled with Warhammer 40k minis, okay? So it's like I have this entire room filled with Warhammer 40k minis. And I tell you, don't touch any of them. You're not allowed to play with them. They're mine, right? Don't break them. Just look. And then you see me take one of my minis and smash it on the ground, right? Just smash it on the ground into a million different pieces. Was that unfair? Because I told you that you're not allowed to touch it, but I broke it. No. It's my fucking toys. I can do with it what I want. I made it, right? There's nothing unfair about it. I can break all of them if I want. It's not unfair. He made you. You were made for purpose. And if he made you because he wanted to save others, then that's why he made you. You belong to him whether you want to or not. It doesn't even matter. Lucifer. The Bible says that Lucifer was a murderer from the start. In other words, Lucifer was made to turn against God. God knew that Lucifer was going to turn against him, even before Lucifer was made. Why is that not unfair? Because God made him. How can it be unfair? It would be unfair if God didn't make you, but he made you. You belong to him. He can do whatever he wants. Then you do have a choice. The fact that it bothers you that it happens means that you have a choice. You just have to make the choice. And what's the point of free will if he's going to treat us like 40k minis? Hell, I'm the unpainted one still in the box. I hate Jeep. So you think free will is only free will if there are no consequences for your free will? You're free to choose whatever you want. Doesn't mean you're free from the consequences of that choice. Shane, yeah, I fundamentally believe this. Valthia, and good luck to you on your journey. Don't we only use like 10% of our brains as well? That's been proven to be wrong, Fallon. Like, that's been proven to be wrong. We use a lot more than that. I feel like there's enough consequence of free will here on Earth. Abiwar, but there really isn't. There's too many choices, and at most stages I reject the choice, sadly. And you're allowed to do that. All I will ever ask of you, this is truly the only question I have, and this is the only thing I will ever ask of all of you. Right? Whether you are a believer or not a believer, I don't care. I'm not going to sit here and I'm one of the few Christians that you'll meet that have a problem with people going up randomly to other people and going, have you heard of Jesus? Have you heard of Jesus? I don't think that's how it's supposed to work. We were streaming and we naturally got into a conversation about religion and God. I think this is how it's supposed to be. I think this is how you're supposed to preach. Talk to people. And if it happens to go to religion, great. Let's have a conversation about it. But don't harass people, just wanting to go about their business, buy some fucking sneakers and go home, and then start asking them all sorts of random questions. I don't believe that that's how it's supposed to be. Ian Tempest, 2 months part of the DJ Nation. Appreciate you. Thank you, thank you, thank you. But if I can ask you one thing, never reach conclusions. For conclusions closes the avenues to truth. That's the only thing I'll ask. It was said by a guy called Ian MacDonald, I believe. Never reach conclusions, for conclusions closes the avenues to truth. No matter what you believe, no matter you're a man of science, a man of God, a man of Muslim, a man of Judah, whatever you may be, always question the faith that you have, and always question your belief system. Question it. Ask yourself, and be honest. Don't be biased. Don't type into Google, why is God not real? You're almost guaranteed not to get a true answer to that question. Because by its very nature, the people who would have optimized for that question are people that want to disprove it for you and will oftentimes not be honest about that. So type, this is what I did. What is the evidence of God? And then see where it takes you. Right? Listen to actual people that you don't agree with and see where it takes you. And if it takes you away from God, then it takes you away from God. But at least then you know, I have tried, right? I have searched, I have tried. And you can go into the afterlife knowing full well that you've done everything you could in your life to find God. Toxic, so I am not a young earth Christian because I believe that many Christians misread Genesis in its entirety. I believe many Christians misunderstand what Genesis is fundamentally trying to convey. They also misread the context within Genesis. So many Christians want to read Genesis as if it's a literal account of how God made the earth and the heavens. When if you take the literary style of Genesis and you take the context of Genesis, all Genesis is trying to do is explain that God made everything. It's not actually trying to explain the exact order within which things were made. My brother actually made me, he read this to me last night, and it was actually quite mind-blowing. I've always said the same thing. I've never pushed religion onto people, but enjoy talking about it when I can. Ploxy, I'm exactly the same. I think it's here. Hold up, let me just see. Okay, so here's the thing, right? So in Genesis 1, Moses, because we know that Genesis, or it looks as if Genesis was written by Moses, Moses writes about how God creates everything, right? So if you go to Genesis 1, it explains to you, it was day, it was night, and then this was created, this, all 7 days, right? Now look at Genesis 2. In Genesis 2, it literally tells you how to read this. It says, "These are the generations of the heavens and of the earth when they were created in the day that Jehovah God made the earth and the heavens. And every shrub of the field was not yet on the earth, and every plant of the field had not yet sprung up. For Jehovah God had not caused it to rain upon the earth, and there was no man to till the ground." But then you go back and you say, but hold on. It speaks here about how God created the earth and then how God creates the plants. And God said, "Let the earth bring forth tender sprouts, the herb seedling and the seed, and the fruit tree producing fruit after its kind, whose fruit in itself upon the earth." And so it was. And the earth brought forth tender sprouts, the herb yielding seed after its kind, and the tree producing fruit after its kind, whose seed was in itself. And God saw that it was good. And the evening and the morning were the third day. But then literally in the next passage, it says that after God had created these things, none of this existed yet, for it had not rained yet, and there was not yet a man to till the ground. Why is it saying that? Many people will say, oh, contradicting itself. No. Because what Moses is explaining here, in his primitive way, without any formal education, is the coding process of God. In all of these passages, God is laying down his code. In order for there to be shrubbery on the earth, there must be a code that governs it. In order for there to be trees, there must be a code that governs it. In order for there to be animals, there must be a code that governs it. So what he is describing here, the creation of the world, is the coding process of God. God is writing the code for life. So, is science disproving God? No. Science is simply explaining the processes of God. As a Christian, should I not believe in the Big Bang? No. The Big Bang could absolutely be the process through which God created man. There's nothing wrong with that belief. if you understand Genesis as it was written. So yeah, to answer your question, I don't believe in a young Earth. I believe the Earth is billions of years old. String theory point of reality is only absolute when observed. Reality is Schrodinger's cat. Not really. But if string theory were to be true, then it would just be another way of describing God's process. You see, the thing is, people oftentimes think that science stands in contrast to God, when in reality, science is simply trying to understand God. That's all science is. You're trying to make sense of God. You're trying to understand how he made what he made and how it came to be. This is not an antagonistic relationship, unless you want to make it one. That is not my point. My point is what religions were before Christianity was invented, because Christianity first appeared in the 1st century. Toxic, there were many religions, obviously. Also, the 1st century, it's funny that you say that, because it happens to be the 1st century after the death of Christ. But no, there were many. There were many, many religions. In fact, I even believe that some of those religions were inspired by God to some extent. It's entirely possible that many people found some of the truths of God. But it's clear in Genesis, when you read Genesis, that God chose for himself a specific tribe on earth, the Jews. So there were many beings created. Many humans were created. But for God specifically, he chose the Jews. That was going to be his tribe. And if you understand how God operates, it makes sense. God had to choose the Jews and prepare the Jews, which is why he delivered the Jews to the Egyptians to be taken into slavery. Why? Because at the time, the Egyptians were the most advanced and the most well-educated of all the nations. So the Jews were taken into slavery so that they could be educated, so that they could learn from the Egyptians. And then God took them out of Egypt and he gave them over to all sorts of things because he was preparing for himself a nation. Why was he preparing that nation for himself? Because out of this nation, his son would be born. The one that would die for the sins of all mankind. And in order for his son to be born, God needed one nation to be prepared. And that's why he spent all of his time taking the Israelites under his wing, making them holy, teaching them what it is to be holy, giving them rules and laws that they have to follow that differentiates them from everyone else. All in a quest to make them holy, to make them different, so that fundamentally his son could be born. Why is God so hard on the Jews? Because if God wasn't hard on the Jews, they would never have crucified Christ. The only way that he could ensure that this people that he had chosen for himself would be so obsessed with the letter instead of the law was to ensure the crucifixion, to ensure that they would indeed crucify Christ. So of all the speculation, we can say that Christianity is the most successful religion and maybe not the right one because we can't know if there was another religion. Okay, so Toxic, if there was another religion that was actually the right one, and that's, by your definition, the right one being this is the one that serves God, then why would the God that created everything allow his religion to die? So I'm meeting you on your logic. Your logic is that Christianity is the most successful, but not necessarily the right one. It's possible that there were other religions that were actually the correct religion, but it died because of the success of Christianity, which then in its nature means that that God has no fucking clue what he's doing, because that God of that religion allowed his religion to die because Christianity, what, had a better story? Yeah, severe skill issue from the god. But we can also see, well, God is a storyteller, but that's just if you look at God from the Christian perspective. If you look at God from any other religion, he's definitely not a storyteller, right? So you can't use my definition of God for other religions. They have obviously their own versions of God. Feroria, 60 months part of the DJ Nation, appreciate you. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Doesn't the Bible describe God striking down the gods of Egypt? No. So the story of Egypt is, at no point does it speak about the gods being struck down. It speaks about the Pharaoh being struck down. There is one mention of the god of Egypt being struck down, but the only place that falls into is because the pharaohs of Egypt were considered to be gods. And so when the god of Egypt is struck down, then it would refer to the pharaoh of Egypt, right? Now, there are plenty of places where the gods of Egypt are described by the Egyptians themselves as still being around, right? So again, it's very important to understand context, but also culture, right? Where did these things take place? Valthia. So there are parts in the Old Testament that has led me to ask that very question. Because in the Old Testament, God tells Moses, after he's led the Israelites out of Egypt, he tells Moses to keep the Israelites from doing business or associating with any of the tribes around them, for their gods are dangerous. Now, this has made me think for some time, well, if God says their gods are dangerous, is he referring to them being actual gods? Or is he just referring to the teachings of their gods? Because remember, I can convince you of something that isn't true, but it can still destroy your life. Right? Even if it isn't true. So if I really wanted to, I could probably convince you that Zeus is real, and I could get you to follow Zeus, and I could get you to kill yourself for Zeus, even if Zeus isn't real. Right? So by your own metric, again, if we go by your logic, if God of Christ is stronger than any of the other gods, why would you want to follow any of the other gods? Because clearly then, the stronger God would be the one that you wish to follow. But I would argue that in the success of Christianity lies the answer. Through torment and through persecution and through immense hardship, Christianity was spread, and it took flame like a wildfire, and it burned throughout the whole of Europe, throughout a huge portion of Africa, throughout a huge portion of Asia. That flame spread. And that flame didn't spread with war. Just to be clear, people love to go, oh, religion is just spread through war. That is just not true. Christianity wasn't spread through war. The wars of Christianity started once they were already Christian. You had the Protestants and the Catholics basically attacking each other fucking relentlessly because one believed that the other one was wrong. And yeah, sure, Christianity, obviously, a lot of Christian kings did invade other nations. But the one big difference between Christians invading lands and nations and anyone else is that most of the time when these Christians invaded lands, they did not force people to convert to Christianity. Because the Bible doesn't really work that way. Forced conversion isn't conversion at all, right? So what they would usually do is just conquer the nation, and then, so for example, when they conquered Jerusalem, they didn't force the Jews there to become Christian. Although some of the Crusaders did some evil shit there, but that's just because they were evil people. But Christianity itself was never spread through war. And the fact that it survived for the thousands of years that it has suggests that there is something special about this religion, no? Even if you don't believe in it, even if you think it has some success, it must do. This book must have some success. Because people who read this book, their lives are changed forever. So clearly, this book has something to it. Even if you don't believe that it's God, even if you believe God isn't real, you must admit that there's something going on here. Is Jesus God or the Son of God? Jesus is the Son of God, but also God. I believe in the Trinity. Based Eastwood. Chain, yeah. I like Eastwood. It's a pretty nice Bible. I have my Bible as well, but this is just so much easier to work with. Plus, it gives me access to all of the different versions. The King James, the New King James, the King James Plus. So I have a lot more resources at my disposal. I've not read much of the Bible, but the beliefs I have developed through my own learnings and experiences has led me to believe. Moni, and that's perfectly fine. I mean, I think I have heard of Iron Hershey Ali in Tempest. I have. I think start reading the Bible. It's interesting. It's a very interesting book. Researching and learning about the multitude of faiths definitely changed my life, even if I do not believe in a traditional deity. Hey, I think as long as you keep searching, I'm of the belief that everyone that keeps searching will eventually discover Christ. Now, you might say, but Akelon, didn't you just say that not everyone has a choice and not everyone's been called? Yeah, because most people don't keep searching. Or at least many people don't many people don't search. You know? Thoughts on Buddhism? No. I don't think... I think Buddhism has some nice stories. And I think Buddhism has some nice ideals and ideas, but fundamentally, when you look at, for example, the Buddhist priests, the only Buddhist monks, or the only Buddhists that can actually keep up with Buddha's teachings are the monks that have to remove themselves from technology, remove themselves from society in order to be able to keep up with Buddha's teachings. Now, there are claims, if you go to the Himalayas and you go to Tibet, the monks of Tibet claim they have scriptures that they say was given to them by Jesus. They claim that Jesus was there and that Jesus taught them for a while. Now, we know that Jesus did go east. We know that Jesus did go into Asia. He spent a huge, like almost, probably more than a decade almost, that he spent away from Jerusalem. So there are stories of Jesus going to Asia and preaching in Asia, and there are stories from Asia that speak about a character that resembles Jesus coming to them. So, there is that. Yeah, it's like 17 years, something like that. 18 years, yeah. Jesus is a man who achieved enlightenment in Buddhism. I don't necessarily agree with that, because there's a whole bunch of things that Jesus preaches that has nothing to do with Buddhism. Oh yeah, I'm sorry. Yeah, you're right. How could I forget? The Mormons, they know Jesus went to America. Dude, Mormonism is a really dangerous faith. Like, seriously dangerous faith.
Jesus Christ.
Mr. Mythos. Oh yeah, I think I've watched similar videos to this before. But you guys can definitely watch this. So I do not believe in the concept of all paths lead to heaven. I don't believe in that concept. It's a nice concept for modern day sort of wokeism. It's a nice concept for modern day or postmodern belief. But Jesus says, quite frankly, there is only one way to the Father, and that is through the Son, Jesus Christ. That is through him. So, you want to be a Buddhist? Great. You want to be a Muslim? Great. You want to be a Jew? Great. Be whatever the hell you want to be. But unless you go through Jesus Christ, you cannot get to the Father. And I believe that. So I don't believe in all paths lead to heaven. I don't believe that all paths lead to God. I don't believe that God is the God of all of the religions. I just don't, because my Bible tells me that that is just not the case.
Consciousness is eternal, even if this earth becomes without human beings. I don't see any problem in it.
The problem with his hallucinations is that he argues, right, that all of the people across 1600 years, thousands of people all shared the same hallucinations. Because in order for that to be true, I myself should be hallucinating in order to believe. The chances of that happening would be a miracle in and of itself. What if I'm a Muslim and we Muslims believe in Jesus, just not him being the Son of God? Battles grab this. You have to believe in Jesus Christ, the Messiah, the Son of God, who died for our sins on the cross in order to get to the Father. It is as simple as that. Now, I would argue, if Muslims say that Jesus wasn't the Son of God because Muhammad said that he wasn't, I would argue, who would you rather believe? The Gospels, who was written by eyewitnesses, people who were there, over 500 eyewitnesses, hundreds of people claiming to have seen him, people who served with Jesus, people who were there with Jesus while he was alive. Paul, one of the founders of the original churches, who saw Jesus after Jesus' death, or Muhammad, that lived almost 600 years after Jesus, who do you think were more correct in their understanding of who Jesus was? My money would be on the people that were alive when Jesus lived, who were there and who saw what they saw, who all believed fundamentally that Jesus had risen from the dead, who knew that Jesus had died on the cross, who saw that Jesus had died on the cross, who maintained that Jesus had risen from the dead, right up until the moment that they were killed, and all of them were killed violently. Had their heads chopped off, were thrown off the top of the walls, city walls, and then stoned to death, were dragged through the streets, were stoned, were beaten to death, had their heads chopped off, crucified upside down. And all they had to do to escape these deaths was to say, we didn't see Jesus rise from the dead. Because remember, that's how they died. The disciples of Jesus died because they claimed to have seen Jesus rise from the dead. All they had to do was say, well, we didn't see it. And yet they all died for that. The miracle of that would be insane. We know for a fact. So, for example, can I convince you of something? Like an ideology. Of course I can. I can absolutely convince you of an ideology. But how in the fuck do I convince you that you saw something that you did not see? Because we're talking about the disciples here. They claim to have seen, not hear from someone that they have seen. They say they have seen. How do I convince you that you have seen something if you know for a fact that you did not see it? And then more importantly, how do you believe that so strongly that you are willing to die in order to say, I have seen it, and I will die before I claim otherwise? In my opinion, what you're describing would be a bigger miracle than the resurrection itself. Because you are fundamentally going against everything we know scientifically to be true from a psychological perspective of human beings. Humans are more than happy to die for ideologies, because I tell you that this is true and I keep indoctrinating you with it being true. But if I told all of you right now, guys, I just healed the world of all of its ailments. Everyone is healthy and alive right now. Right? You guys just saw me do this. And yet you're still sitting there at home. Your dick still won't go up. Right? You still can't get a fucking erection. So clearly, I didn't do this. Are you going to believe me? Are you going to walk away from this telling everyone, dude, I just watched Akalon, a streamer from South Africa, heal the world's fucking all of their ills. I watched him do it. Oh, but dude, you're still limping. Clearly your leg isn't working. Yeah, but I saw him heal me. Yeah, but you're clearly not healed though. Yeah, but I saw him heal me. Would you how fucking stupid would you be to do that? You wouldn't. So we're not talking about people who were killed because they were told that Jesus had risen from the dead, and now therefore they believe that Jesus has risen from the dead. We're talking about people who said they saw Jesus rise from the dead. They saw him rise from the dead. And they refused to recant those statements right up until the end. No shot. Scientifically, we have been around a lot longer than several thousand years. Shane, what's the point? That he enjoys pineapple pizza, which is 1,000 times worse. I doubt it. I fucking doubt it. Shane, I've already discussed that. If you go back a little bit in the stream, you will understand why strict interpretation of Christianity and the young earth theory isn't actually strict interpretation of Christianity. It's not. It's just a fundamental misreading of Genesis. Simple as that. If you don't understand Genesis, then you're going to believe things about Genesis that isn't true. But if you understand what Genesis says and you understand the literary style of Genesis, then there's no need to think that the earth is only 6,000 years old. But here's my thing. Will I argue with a Christian that believes that the earth is only 6,000 years old? No. I will accept that they believe that the earth is only 6,000 years old. And the reason for it is, if that belief provides them with comfort and allows them to serve God in the best possible way that they can, then it will not be me that removes that belief from them. Because I will not cause them to stumble in their faith by trying to remove their ignorance. The only time I will push back is if what you're preaching is just fucking wrong, right? And it's doing damage. Does it do any damage if a Christian believes that the earth is 6,000 years old? No. No, it doesn't really. So in that case, I don't interfere. But if someone started preaching stuff about Jesus or stuff about Christianity that just wasn't true, that's when I would speak up and be like, that's not right. Because now you are just leading people down a very dangerous road here. We killed Christ, Jesus, the son of Mary, the Messiah, the messenger of Allah. Yeah, Barrel's crap, I will say to you, so that verse from the Quran, you again run into a very serious problem. Now, I will not sit here for even a moment and suggest to you that I have the answer to that I have the answers against Islam, right? I don't know the Quran well enough, but I can tell you that there are a couple of people that do. There are a couple of people that do have the answers against Islam. So this guy, for example, his name is Sam Samoon. And he debates, well, I would say debate, but it's not really debates. It's more Muslims go on his Discord and then pose questions. They push back against his teachings. They argue with him, right? And as they argue with him, he proves to them from the Quran how they're wrong. And I'm pretty sure there is a debate exactly like this. I want to see.
By definition, Jesus was a Muslim.
Of course.
Jesus served God.
He did. He submitted himself.
He submitted to God. He put his head to the floor like a Muslim.
When they go to Matthew 26:39, they say, see, Jesus is Muslim, he prayed like a Muslim. So now you're going to have to read for me Matthew 26:39.
He went a little farther and fell on his face and prayed, saying, O my Father, if it is possible, let this cup pass from me. Nevertheless, not as I will, but as you will.
That's it. Take Shahada right now, guys. Take Shahada, because Jesus fell to the ground, fell prostrate and prayed. He's a Muslim because that's what Muslims do. La 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 la. Muhammad la 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 la. Anyway, say thank you for proving to me that Muhammad is an antichrist and that he's a false prophet. What do you mean? Because notice who Jesus prayed to. My Father. My Father. But according to the Quran, Allah is a father to no one. He has no offspring. He has no spiritual children, and Jesus isn't his son. So how are you telling me Jesus is praying like a Muslim when he prays to his father, "Oh my father"? That's number one. When you do not pray to Allah and call him my father. So this means Muhammad is a false prophet, your religion is a false religion, and Allah is a false God. So thank you for bearing the Quran. Secondly, you're quoting a passage from the context in which Jesus is going to be betrayed, handed over to be beaten, whipped, and killed, buried, and then be raised on the third day to never die again. How are you quoting a chapter from my Bible that proves Jesus will be killed by crucifixion, then be raised on the third day, raising his physical body, making it immortal, forever existing in flesh as the divine Son of God in the flesh, and he's going to ascend in that physical body into heaven to sit at the Father's right hand and reign as Lord? You got to be kidding me, right? Okay, so that's one. Now, what about Mark 3:35? How do we turn that against Muslims? Because he does say, whoever does the will of God, that's my brother, my sister, my mother.
He's not, Theseus. He's not. He has done, I believe this, for over 10 years, and he has found that there is only one way to deal with Muslims. You have to be direct. You can't come at them with the love story, with the story of... You have to understand the relationship that they have with Allah. It's a slave-master relationship. They believe to be the slaves of Allah. They are the slaves of Allah. So the only way you come at them is by being very direct against them. You don't waste your time with this, right? You go at them directly. He's not debating. People phone him, right? This is people coming to him to want to argue with him over what is or is not. He's always very open to debate literally everyone. The problem is that none of the Muslim scholars will come near him. And he has shown emails in the past from Muslim scholars where he invites them and they go, no. They will not debate him. So if you're going to say, oh, he's debating average people, what the hell is that? So in other words, you're committing the fallacy of appealing to authority. So unless he has debated an authoritative source on the matters at hand, I will not believe it, even though the arguments that he's making is absolutely convincing. I will not believe it because he must first go to an authoritative... That's a fallacy. That's a logical fallacy. You can't believe that.
Read Mark 3:35.
For whoever does the will of God is my brother and my sister and mother.
Oh, so wait. That's Islam, because Islam means do the will of Allah, submit to the will of Allah. And Jesus says, do the will of God. Then you are my brother, then you are my sister, then you are my mother. Now, side note, guys, did you notice what Jesus did not include? He said, if you do the will of God, then you are my brothers, my sisters, my mothers, but he didn't say you are my fathers. Did you notice what he didn't mention in that list? How come he didn't say my father? Because one is his father.
He's not wrong. You guys keep saying, oh, but he did this, he does that. He's not wrong. In Islam, it is blasphemy to refer to Allah as a father. Allah does not have children. So it would be blasphemy to refer to Allah as father. This, by its very nature, conflicts with Christianity, where God is the father. Not just the father of Jesus, but the father of all mankind. So this is a pure contradiction in the scripture. Muhammad says in the Quran that the book of the Torah and the Gospels of the Christians was ordained by God. So in other words, God ordained those books. Allah ordained those books. Those books disprove Allah. It disproves Muhammad. Then the only thing Muslims have left, and I know this because they've done it a million times, is they go, the Bible has been corrupted. And then you go, wait a second. By your own belief, Muhammad says that the word of God is incorruptible. If the word of God is incorruptible, and the Quran says that the Bible, the Torah, and the Gospels is the word of God, then by its very nature, it cannot be corrupt. So then you have a problem. Muhammad says that the word of God is incorruptible. Muhammad says that the Gospels and the Torah is the word of God. Therefore, if the Torah and the Gospels is the word of God, it is incorruptible, and therefore you cannot now claim that it is corrupted if it disproves your faith. Your faith is the one that is wrong. It's as simple as that. That's facts. Now you can say, well, bring a scholar. What's a scholar going to do? He has to get around the problem that his own religion has created for himself. And the reason, by the way, Muhammad runs into all of these problems and Muslims run into all of these problems is because Muhammad was self-absorbed. Muhammad sat in Mecca and Muhammad said to all of his followers, you'll see, when we get to the Jews, they're going to accept me as a prophet. Because Muhammad believed falsely that the Old Testament, the Torah, speaks about him. Then they finally do meet Jews. In Medina, actually. In Mecca, there were no Jews at the time. So they go to Medina. They get to Medina, they meet the Jews, and suddenly the Jews laugh at Muhammad. They go, what the fuck are you talking about? You're not our prophet. You're not a prophet. Nothing you say is, what are you talking about? Then Muhammad gets very angry, right? Very, very angry at the Jews because they no longer accept him as their prophet because he said they would. Then he goes, well, screw the Jews. They're completely wrong. It's the Christians. It's us and the Christians versus the Jews. So then he finally gets to the Christians because Muhammad again somehow believes that the Christians believe in Muhammad. And the Christians also laugh at Muhammad. They're like, what the fuck are you talking about? And so they get to to the Christians laugh at him, and now suddenly Muhammad goes, well, fuck them both. Screw them both. They're both wrong. But that's because his original shit was complete bullshit, right? He was from the beginning talking out of his ass. And so now the Muslims go, well, it must be because it's corrupted. Well, it can't be corrupted because if you believe that the Bible, the Torah, and the Gospels are corrupted, then you're calling Muhammad a liar. And as far as I understand, in Islam, that is a blasphemy. Because you are effectively telling me that when Muhammad said that the Word of God is incorruptible, and that the Torah and the New Testament is the Word of God, but now those were corrupted because they no longer say what you think they should say, then that means that the word of God can be corrupted and therefore Muhammad is a liar. So which one is it? It has to be one of the two, right? I am a Christian.
Father, God. You can be a brother to our Lord Jesus. You can be a mother to our Lord Jesus. You can be a sister to our Lord Jesus, but you can't be the father of our Lord Jesus because only one is his father, God Almighty. But hold on. Jesus says, do the will of God. That's Islam. Islam means submission to the will of God. But hold on, brethren. Same Gospel of Mark. Let us see what the will of God is. You ready, Albie? Mark 9, verse 7. What is the will of God? Mark 9, verse 7.
And the cloud came and overshadowed them, and a voice came out of the cloud, saying, this is my beloved Son, hear him.
Oh, so the will of God is to hear and obey the Son whom he loves, Jesus Christ. So what is the will of God? Mark 9:7, God appears in a pillar of cloud. The apostles see that cloud visibly, and then they hear God speak audibly, and he says to Peter,
Al Silver, I understand that. The Trinity is oftentimes the hardest part to explain. But the way to make it simple to you, right? My Father is my Father, and I am his Son, right? But we are both Pistorius, right? We are Pistoriuses. We are both Pistorius. So the Father is God. Jesus is the Son of God, but is part of the entity of God. The Holy Spirit is the Spirit of God, but is part of the entity of God. So it is God in his holistic nature is God. And that's why it's the Trinity, right? I think Sam has a video about it where he actually explains exactly how it operates. There's many scholars that's much better than I am at obviously understanding all of this stuff. I don't claim to have all of the answers. In fact, I don't have many of the answers, right? Most of the answers I have come from my own understanding of things and how I try to read the Bible. When I hear people say things, I try to follow along, but I also try to apply my own thought to it. But the Holy Trinity... Give me time, I'll try to figure it out, right? I'll try to, because I understand it to myself, but in order to explain it to you, I don't understand it that well, right? But I hope to, in time, have the answers to it. Because to me, it makes perfect sense. You have God the Father, God the Son, and God the Spirit. And each of them perform very specific tasks, but they all form part of the Godhead, which is the creator of heaven and earth. So, yeah. That lived on earth before us? What do you mean? Why refer to God as the Father when he is the Father himself then? Because he is the Son of the Father. Because remember, when Jesus came to earth, he was no longer in his godly body. He was in his human body, right? So as Jesus is now on earth as the Son of God, right? He is praying to his Father because God is his Father. But he is also God. So think about it, a king and his son, right? The king is the king. And his son is also king, even though they are not the same person. They form part of the same government, so to speak. So if we're going to break it down, I'll explain it as a government, right? You'll say, for example, Biden is the president of the United States of America. Yeah? You could say that Kamala Harris is the vice president of the United States of America. Together, they make up the government of America. Right? That's how I view, in a very sort of fucking layman way, that's how I view the Trinity of God. So, you have three beings, but they're one. In other words, what they want, they've existed since the beginning of time, all three of them. What they want, what they need, their goals, their objectives, everything is the same. They are exactly the same. Their roles are different. The things that they do is different. But they are exactly the same. Jesus, who is technically God, right? Well, yeah. What's your point? Then, well, some Roman dudes flogged him, paraded him through the streets, crucified him, and then killed him. Yes, absolutely. As it was prophesied over 300 times in the Old Testament. So what's the point? Himself used that as an illogical fallacy in the Quran? What fallacy? Also, because you'd need to give me the exact fallacy. But that's not true, Battle Scrap. That is, what you're saying now is just absolutely not true. There are 26 variations of the Quran. All of them differ night and fucking day from one another. In 1920, I believe there's one big dick in the Islamic faith, or in the Islamic world rather, that goes and says, right, all of these other 25, fuck them, this is the one. So and he literally just collected all of the others and said, no, this is the one we're going to follow. But there are 26 different variations of the Quran that say completely different things. Completely different things that contradict each other immeasurably in what they say. So, yeah, that's simply not true. The whole story of, oh, but the Quran is preserved and we only have the one version in its original language. That's just not true. That is just not true. It holds no value in reality. Also, I wouldn't say that was the same, though. Because in your own faith, Allah isn't we. In your own faith, Allah is one God. So there is no we in your faith. So you can't use the Christian explanation of God in order to compare it to yours. Your Allah cannot speak of we, because he's not we. He's one. He's the only one. There is no other gods but Allah. So in your faith, if God refers to himself as we have a problem, because who is God referring to? Right? Like, that would make no sense. And that is why Sam had a problem with that interpretation of the book. And if you listen to what Sam said there, that passage isn't about Allah. That passage is about Moses. It's not about Muhammad. It's about Moses. Right? But the book itself makes a mistake because it says that Allah says we, when there's no we. Well, he didn't translate it from English. He gave him the Arabic and then translated the Arabic to English. But in Arabic, it says we. So you clearly have that same problem. Okay, Barrel Scrap, here's my problem. If the word of God was truly to be the word of God for all of the nations, but it was only written in a language that isn't spoken by all of the nations, and you can only truly understand the word of God, that is the God for all of the nations that all of the nations should follow, but the only way to really know the God of all the nations is to know Arabic, a language that not everyone in the world understands. In fact, most people in the world do not understand the language. Then why the hell did your God choose one of the least spoken languages in the world in order to proclaim his message in? Why not choose one of the other bigger ones? Why not go Mandarin? Or why not go English? Or why not go literally any of the other languages? If truly the word of God is supposed to be the only word of God for all of the nations, and yet the only way to understand this book is to understand a language that you yourself do not speak, then that by its very nature means that that is not the word of God. It cannot be the word of God, because God expects you to learn a whole new language just to understand his word, because his word will literally not translate into any other of the languages that the people of the earth speak. How does that operate? That doesn't track. It just doesn't track. To himself by the pronoun. Okay, so if you have a problem with what Sam said there, you should take it up with him. If you believe that he was wrong in his application of we, then message him. I gave you guys his channel. You can literally message him and say, bro, you don't understand what the we means. What you need to also understand, just very quickly, here is Sam is fluent in Arabic. So good luck with that, I guess. If I'm not mistaken, Sam is an ex-Muslim himself, just so you know. So yeah, but you're more than welcome to go and speak to Sam. You know, if you truly believe that he's got it completely wrong, and you need to understand Arabic, I'll just come back to the same thing. If the word of God can only be understood by speaking Arabic, then is that truly the word of God? God would have known that there's going to be hundreds of languages. And yet God decided to choose one language, a language that so few people on this earth speak, to make himself known? Like, how in the hell is that? Like, that is a silly mistake to make. Like, why would you make that mistake? Like, clearly that's not how it's supposed to be. Because it's the message for all of the nations, Barrels. It is the message for all of the nations. The Bible has been translated into every language on earth. And it tracks perfectly in every language on earth. There is no such thing as, oh, well, you read the Bible in Vietnamese. It doesn't actually translate well into Vietnamese. You should actually read it in English or in Aramaic. It translates perfectly into every language on earth. So if God knew that this was going to be his word, and this word is for the nations, by the way, why would he write his book in a language that is only accessible to the few percentage points of people who can speak that language? That doesn't sound like a God that really thought through his problems and the problems that his religion may face. The original manuscripts is Aramaic, Greek, and to some extent, lesser extent, Latin, because Greek was sort of the business language of the time. So especially the New Testament, the whole New Testament's original documents is Greek, because Greek was the trade language of the time. So pretty much all of the Jews could speak Greek as well. In fact, Jesus probably could speak speak Greek as well, because Greek was the trade language of the time. So there's a good chance that they did. So most of the New Testament is Greek. We have Aramaic for Old Testament, as well as Greek for the Old Testament, as it's been translated from the Aramaic texts. So we do have a lot of it in the Old Testament. But yes, I mean, we didn't always have the different versions. But since then, we have translated the Bible into every language on earth. Helix, I believe in God, Jesus, and the Holy Spirit. You believe in whoever moves you. Simple as that. Which means the God, and is linguistically related to Aramaic words, Elia and Syriac, and the Hebrew word Elohim for God. Arabic has a way of describing things that cannot and mean almost impossible to be translated or transmitted. But this is the problem, Barrels. Do you not understand the logical issue here? Do you not understand the logical issue here? So the logical issue is, okay, you believe in a book that was written by the prophet Muhammad, right? As ordained by God. We're correct, right? We're still on the same page here. But the book can only truly be understood and appreciated in its fullness in the one language on earth that does not translate directly into any other language. So it's a very difficult process. Oh yeah, sorry. It's even, he was illiterate, so he didn't even write the book. The book was written by Muhammad, by Allah, right? And it's the word of God, from God himself. The book was written. But the book is written in Arabic, okay? So God speaks Arabic, and God also doesn't speak any other language. God refuses to speak any other language. He also refuses to give another book to the other people so that they can actually follow along, right? And actually understand what it means. No, they have to learn how to speak Arabic in order to learn how to talk to God, or in order to understand what God wants. This is a very strange God. I mean, he knows that there are other languages out there. He understands that this language that he's chosen is one of the hardest languages because it can't be translated. Not really. And yet he decides that this is the perfect language? That makes no sense. That just logically doesn't make sense. She says, yeah. Because most Christians don't know how to defend the Bible, because most Christians don't actually follow the Bible or try to follow the faith. I don't ever have to point someone back to the original scriptures in order for them to actually understand what is said. What I can do, and what I absolutely should do, is point someone to the original context in which something is said, right? And for that, the ancient Hebrew and the ancient Greek and the ancient Aramaic is very important. Because by understanding the original context, it starts to make sense of what is actually being spoken about. But if you go and you say, and by the way, just to be clear, the reason why a lot of Christian apologists will actually point people back to the original translations is because most of them choose that over the New King or the King James Bible. But you can do either, right? It's just because a lot of the Christian apologists have learned to speak Greek and to understand the Bible in its original context. So you have a choice, right? You can say to someone, oh, in order to understand this verse in your Bible, right, your modernized Bible, you actually have to understand the origin verse. Now, I can take you back to the King James Version, which is the most literal translation of the Bible, the King James Version. Or I can take you to the original textures, or to the original texts, right? Like, if I already know the original text, why don't I just take you back to there? I could take you to the King James Version, because it is the most literal translation of the Bible. Or I could just take you one step further to the actual source material from which the King James Version was written. And if I know the source material, I may as well just go for the source material. CCS, so give me an example. Like, give me an example of where the current texts isn't sufficient and you need the original translation. Because I will almost always argue that if you do go back to the original text, it can be helpful to understand context. It can be helpful as clarifications, but you don't need to. In fact, I have never had to. I read the Bible, the King James Version, and it all makes sense to me. And that which doesn't make sense because I don't understand it. I'm just still wrestling with it. I'm still trying to figure it out. Vanixer, I wouldn't say bad. I don't have the right to cast that judgment. Do I, as a Christian, believe that Islam is wrong? Yes, I do. The same way Muslims believe Christians are wrong and Jews are wrong. Right? I do. I believe that they are wrong. I believe that Muhammad twisted the stories of the Gospels, and I believe that it is the wrong religion. But is it bad? No. Because the overwhelming majority of Muslims are still trying to find God. They're still trying to live by truth. They're still searching, which is fucking good. I would much rather a Muslim than someone who refuses to seek truth in any regard. If I have a choice between making friends with a Muslim or making friends with Sam Harris, I would choose the Muslim. Because I believe someone like Sam Harris is completely closed off to truth. To him, there is no truth worth pursuing unless it fits his biases. And in that regard, I would much rather be... In fact, I have Muslim friends, right? And I love talking to them because it's always interesting. Provided that they're open-minded enough to actually have... There are some that's very, very hardcore. You know, any questions is usually met with a lot of anger. But I would say most of the Muslims that I know are always very happy to at least debate and discuss and sort of go a bit back and forth. You know, there are obviously some things that they get angry about. Same with Christians, same with Jews. But no, I wouldn't go so far as to just say bad. Because I can't make that judgment. Because that would mean that I'm perfect or that I somehow absolutely know what is good, just, and right. And therefore I'm allowed to judge, which I'm fucking not allowed to judge, right? So, yeah. Barrels, okay, so you're just completely wrong. The Bible is not and has not ever been a translation of translations of translations. Every translation of the Bible is translated from the original source. They go back to the actual Greek manuscripts, to the Aramaic manuscripts, to the Hebrew manuscripts, and they translated from the original manuscripts because we still have them. So the Bible isn't a translation of a... We can go to the original manuscripts right now, right? So it's definitely not translations upon translations upon translations. That's just factually incorrect. I am definitely not a pastor. I don't know anywhere near enough to be a pastor. I only talk because when it gets to these topics, I find them very interesting and I like talking about them, but I would think that I don't preach because I see preaching as sort of I do it whether you want to listen or not. Every single time in this stream that we have ever had conversations about religion, it's because the door was open to religion. So we would talk about something and someone would make an utterance about how ridiculous God is. Now, if you think, as a Christian, I'm going to sit there and just let that go, then you must not know me very well. But I've never sat here and tried to shoehorn religion into a conversation if it does not fit there. Have you ever looked into the Book of Enoch? I have. Why do you think it was made non-canon from the Bible? So, T-Bears, the problem with the Book of Enoch, the Gospel of Judas, the problem with those are there was no evidence at the time of these books being widely available and also preached in the church at the time. They also couldn't find any manuscripts that back up these books. So, for example, with any of the books that made it into the Bible, they required a lot of evidence before that book would be put into the Bible. They needed to see the original manuscripts. They needed to see where this was copied and given to other people, where people who knew these people wrote about these people. So they needed evidence. The problem with Enoch, for example, is we have one manuscript that is the Book of Enoch. We have no manuscripts that talk about Enoch in any way, shape, or form, either his life, his existence, who he was, where he came from. We have none of that, right? We just have this one book that says that Enoch saw a bunch of things. And in none of those, like, no one talks about when he would have written this book, that he wrote this book, that he wrote this book for someone, and that the people who received this book actually received this book. So they did a lot of historical work in order to bind the Bible into what we have today. As I said, I have a different view of what the Bible is to what most Christians do. But out of respect for the faith of all Christians, I will not be sharing my view of the Bible, because it could cause doubt in another Christian, and I would rather never do that. But yeah. Venom Juice, how you doing? This is my favorite topic. Wait, what is your favorite topic, though? That's going to be the question, right? I'm a Baptist, CCS, but Protestant. So not all Baptists are Protestants, but I am a Protestant Baptist. I like the Baptist church because it's one of the few churches that doesn't have an authority, right? So every Baptist church is completely different to all others. The reason I chose mine is because it sticks to the scripture faithfully. It doesn't try to invent all sorts of new things. So yeah, I'm definitely not I'm not part of any of the major denominations, I guess you could say. Yeah, I grew up in NG as well. I grew up in an NG Afrikaans kerk, same as you. I lost my faith in one of those churches, actually. But yeah, I actually lost my faith in the NG kerk. Are there people in the NG kerk who believe in Christ and who are followers of Christ? Absolutely. Absolutely. Is the church itself a church of Christ? Hell no. I'll see if I can find it. So it's called Dutch Reformed Church. It's the Dutch Reformed Church. I don't believe that this church is a church of Christ. Not anymore. It may have been once upon a time, but I don't think it is that anymore. I think it's fallen quite a long way away from Christ. I was in a charismatic church as well. So my story is pretty interesting. If you guys ever want to hear it, I'd be happy to tell you. Well, I think it's interesting. Might just be boring as fuck. Who knows? According to the book of Enoch, out of our knowledge, we get the fallen angels, not from a god, and existence of Lilith, first of women. I would say Enoch, the book of Enoch, is probably it's a very cool story. Like, you can make some incredible movies and video games off the book of Enoch. I will say that. But the same is true for Revelations. Like, I have oftentimes wondered why aren't more people making movies out of Revelations? Because fuck me, dude. there's some insane shit that you can do with Revelations, because that book is wild. It tells a really cool story. But yeah, okay, so I was born into the Dutch Reformed Church of South Africa. I went to church every Sunday, never really believed. Well, I believed, but I didn't really believe. I mean, you just go to church because you have to, By the age of 16, I had questions. And I remember at the time, the preacher who was leading the Sunday school class, I had questions for him. One of my questions was, if God is real and God is the Alpha and the Omega, then who made God? Because this would mean that there was nothing, and then at some point there was a beginning, an Alpha, and then there must have been a God, right? So something must have started that whole thing. Because the preacher never really cared about exploring his faith intellectually. So I'll start by saying this. I lost my faith twice because of a lack of intellectual conviction within the faith. I've said this to you guys before. You're not going to win me over with emotional arguments. So if you come at me and you try to tell me about the love of Jesus, and you try to tell me about how Jesus died for my sins, and that's why I should believe, that kind of makes me cringe as a way to try and convince people of Christ, because there are so many more better arguments for why God is real and for why Christ is real than you making an emotional argument that simply betrays the fact that you don't know who God is in the first place, right? And that's why you're making all of these emotional arguments. So you don't win me with emotional arguments. And so when I asked the preacher this, his answer was, we shouldn't question God, we should just believe. That sort of triggered me a little, but I was like, all right, fine. And then there was like a whole bunch of preaching from my mother as well about how if we question God, we go to hell, which scared the living fuck out of me, as you can imagine. You don't want to go to hell. Holy shit. And then one Sunday, after dealing with all of these questions for quite a while, I went again to the preacher, and I said to him, all right, explain to me something. You say that you can only go to heaven if you confess that Jesus is the Son of God and that he died for your sins, and through Jesus, this is how we get to heaven. He's like, yes. I said, okay, what happens to someone who lives in India who's never heard of Jesus? When they die, what happens to them? And he said to me, they would have heard of Jesus. And I was like, no, but that's not true. There was a time before, ships, before massive missionary work, where people would have absolutely died without hearing the gospel of Christ, right? So that's clearly bullshit. And eventually, after almost 45 minutes of debate, well, I say debate, I asked questions and he didn't answer them. He came back at me and he said, look, ours is to believe. You're not allowed to question God. Just know that it is fair. God would never be unfair. Dude, I was so triggered in that moment. I walked out of the church. I got into my mom's car and I said to her, I'm done with your church. She was very sad and sort of not happy. But anyway, so I was done with the church after that. Couldn't give two fucks. I spent the last 2 years of my high school just partying and drinking and doing all sorts of things because fuck it, there's no God. Why should I care? I finished high school and then I decided I want to go to England. I want to go party in England. My mum caught me with a bit of a curveball. The shrew that she was. No, I loved my mum, but, she did catch me. But she said, okay, you can go to the UK, but you first have to go to Bible camp. It's like a camp for men every year, multiple times a year, actually. But men go there, usually broken men, to discover Christ. And I thought, wait, so all I have to do in order to go on this 2-year-long holiday to the UK is go to church camp? Fuck yeah, let's go. There is no God. Why should I care? I had what I would describe at the time, at least, as a genuine experience with God. And I do believe that it was genuine. But I believe that it was just another part of the stepping stones of my life. So I wasn't yet to be with God. This was meant to happen. So I converted. I became what is considered in the charismatic sphere as born again, right? So I became a born again Christian. And I went to the UK. I had fun in the UK. I had a lot of fun in the UK. For the first 3 months or so, I didn't drink. I stopped everything. But then eventually I thought, drinking isn't that wrong, because in the charismatic churches, they teach you you're saved no matter what, right? You can sin, you can do whatever you want, you're saved because God is love and love is God and all that. So I obviously went, balls to the wall once I figured that bit out. Came back home to South Africa, and about 6 months before I went to university, I officially started to question the faith again. You see, because I had wandered. I had started to venture away from God. I went from reading my Bible every night to reading my Bible once a week to eventually not reading my Bible at all. Still saying I'm a Christian, still Sundays going to church and clapping hands in the church, but I wasn't really searching for God anymore. I wasn't really trying to make an effort to have a relationship with him. So I ventured and sort of wandered away from God. And then I went to university. At university, I fully lost my faith. Completely. I became militantly atheist. And when I say militantly atheist, I really do mean I was of the conviction that if we could destroy Christianity, if we could destroy faith, the world would be a better place. I remember at university, there were quite a few people who believed, and I would poke fun at them. I would bully them for their religion. I would actively blaspheme in front of them to get a rise out of them. I remember my first end of year play that we did. I decided to do the monologue out of The Devil's Advocate by Lucifer, the monologue about God not giving a fuck. And the reason I chose that monologue was one of my friends was a devout Christian. And I knew that this monologue would trigger the fuck out of him. So that's the kind of guy that I was. So I went ham, right? I was all in on the atheist train. Fast forward, what is it, 15 years? Late last year, this actually probably started about 2 years ago, 2.5 years ago, something to that effect. But I started to question my science. And continuously, I would find science to be very short of what I actually thought. Because you're taught by the naturalists and the scientists that once you have science, you have no need for God. God doesn't exist because science answers all of the questions. And then when you actually investigate science, you realize it answers no questions. It simply explains mechanisms, right? It explains the process. It does not explain the origin. So when you ask a scientist, where did it all start? that they can't answer. They can't tell you where it came from. They can tell you how it came. So that really started to make me question. And I went, so my I guess, evolution of coming to faith was pretty interesting. It started with me believing in a God that didn't care about what we did. So I sort of started to relinquish, because as I looked at the universe and I started to realize, wait, the fine tune of this universe is just too immaculate to not have been done by a creator. Like, there has to be some kind of creator to explain just how incredibly perfect all of these rules are. But I sort of thought to myself, this God wouldn't give a fuck what we do. You know, if I want to go out there and fuck 10 girls, or if I want to go out there and get absolutely sloshed and shit-faced, this God couldn't care less. You know, couldn't give two shits. Because why would he? He created the universe. He's way too big to have some kind of mental issue where he needs us to worship him. You know, that's just clearly bullshit. And I sort of thought that this was the flaw of Christianity, because my idea was, or at least to me, it seemed like the inventors of Christianity applied a human characteristic called jealousy, but also having an inferiority complex to God, right? Because God seemed very inferior, seemed like he suffered from inferiority complex, because he would demand that we worship him, right? He would demand that we bend the knee to him, and I thought, fuck it, that's obvious bullshit, right? But when you actually realize, someone said good RNG, Florin, how you doing, by the way? I've seen you a couple of times post and sort of try to stir the pot. And every single time I was in the middle of talking about something else or to someone else. So I do apologize for ignoring you trying to stir the pot a little. I do apologize, but I have noticed you, just so you know. But so I sort of... So once you realize just how incredibly fine our universe is tuned, there is no chance that you can believe that it was just good RNG. No shot. In fact, most physicists, this is not some far out thing. Most physicists now all agree the universe computes. It's clear. The universe computes. Meaning the universe runs computational models. It thinks for itself. If you speak to the overwhelming majority of programmers, there's a program that runs the universe. Now, you could call it God. You can call it... I obviously just sort of loosely refer to it as God, because why wouldn't you? But anyway, so I believe that God didn't give a shit. But he was real. There was a God. This eventually gave way to almost like a Matrix level theory. So not quite simulation, but like there's a God. You know, there's a God, and he created everything, and we live inside him, who created everything, and you know, sort of like a Matrix theory almost. And then I started to become curious again about Christianity. Because it's the faith that I was brought up in. So I thought, let's give it another go. Let's see if there could be some truth. Now, in all of this, my brother is probably the biggest influence on me, which is funny because he's the younger brother. You would expect it to be the opposite way, but it wasn't. Because he came to faith before me. And we would have very lively debates about God and about Christianity specifically. And in all of those debates, one thing became very clear to me, and it is that I did not understand God. I didn't understand the character of God, which is why I didn't understand why God is real and why God is the Christian God. And once I grasped that, I think everything else just sort of fell into place for me. Mrs. Fullbuster, thank you so much for hanging out. Really appreciate it. Take care of yourself. Thank you, thank you, thank you. And the explanation is that article explains the reasoning in short, the disbelievers. So Albiwar, perfectly fine. So if it has bad RNG in a sector, it can just restart itself. But what governs that? So I get your argument. So it spews out a universe. If that universe is bad, it just refreshes, basically. So it just keeps refreshing until it gets a good universe. What determines when it's a good universe? Why, Gasper? How you doing, bro? Why would it stop? You see, if no matter how far back you try to move God, fundamentally, if your argument is that there is a mechanism that just spews out universes, then the next argument is, okay, who made the mechanism? Where does this mechanism come from? Because you're describing a mechanism of creation, right? This mechanism can create. So then, in our universe, everything we see around us, if I told you that these headphones here was the result of an explosion in a scrapyard, would you believe me? If I told you that these headphones right here is the result of an explosion, I got these after an explosion in a scrapyard, and it was just miraculously created by this explosion, would you believe me? Of course not. You'd be a fucking mental case if you did. We know that this was made by a human. How do we know this? Because it's ordered. It has function. It has purpose. There's a design to it. And it's a design that's not natural. Every single thing we know of in this universe that shares those traits were made by an intelligence, i.e. us. But for some reason, when it comes to the universe, we say, oh no, nothing could have created that. Say, okay, wait, so you're suggesting that something was made by nothing, that reason came from non-reason, that purpose came from non-purpose, right? Like, how? How is that possible? Because it's not possible for anything else. And yet that is your suggestion. If you are an atheist, if you truly believe that there is no God, you have faith, my friend, above and beyond all else. Like the amount of faith you have is actually staggering. Because you believe in the miracle of nothing creating something. You believe that matter was born out of nothing. So there was nothing, and then suddenly there was something. More importantly, you believe that reason comes from matter. So not only was the matter born from nothing, but then reason was born from the matter that was born from nothing. You believe that purpose was born from non-purpose because there's nothing that granted purpose. So purpose just came poof out of nowhere. And yet everything again we see in our universe that is purposeful and purposefully built is built by an intelligence. So the levels of faith that you must have as an atheist is actually, it's easier to be a Christian. Not gonna lie. There is more evidence for Christianity than what there is for atheism. You said you believe in God because current science cannot provide enough explanations about creation of life, universe to satisfy your need of knowledge. So that's not what I said. Please. That is not what I said. I said I stopped believing in science and started questioning when the current explanations of science did not satisfy me. I never said that I now believe in Christ because the current explanations do not satisfy me. Since then, I have found every reason to believe that Christ and only Christ makes sense. And I'm talking evidence-based. I spoke to you guys before about this. In science, we use something called inference theory. So most things in science comes from inferring it. We don't actually know that there was a Big Bang. We infer that there was a Big Bang. How do we infer that there's a Big Bang? Because it looks like there was a fucking Big Bang. And then when we look at the Big Bang and we say, okay, if there was a Big Bang, what would we expect to find? If we find the things that we think we should be finding, then we can make an inference and say, okay, based on these inferences, we believe there to have been a Big Bang because it seems to match up, right? Because we don't know, we can't be there, we can't go back there, so we make these inferences upon it. But then, when you think about the Big Bang, and you realize that the Big Bang is not an explanation for how the universe came to be, because you still need to explain how the Big Bang came to be. Like, you still need to explain where all of this matter in the black hole came from. Like, once you realize that, right, then it doesn't even matter whether there was or was not a Big Bang. Screw that. First, explain to me where the black hole came from. Now, you used to be able to hide behind the fact that it was just always there, but we now know that it wasn't just always there. All of the evidence we have seems to suggest that the universe did have a start. There was a beginning of the universe. And this is where pretty much all of the naturalist arguments fell apart. The naturalist scientists are in shambles at the moment because all of their theories came crashing down the second we started making discoveries showing that the universe had an origin point. Because suddenly none of the arguments actually prove the galaxy. It proves creation. It just brings questions to it, right? And more questions. So you eventually run into the back wall. So you can, what they do nowadays is they keep moving God, right? So they keep going, no, it's not God, it's this thing. And then you go, okay, but where does this thing come from? This thing. I say, okay, fine. Where does this thing come from? No, it's this thing. Okay, fine. Fuck me. Where does that thing come from then? So, for example, the replication theory. I think we're talking about the same theory here, Theseus, but correct me if I'm wrong. There's a theory that at the center of our galaxy, the multiverse, there's a machine. Let's call it a machine, but it's actually more like a mechanism. A mechanism that just spits out galaxies, right? Endless galaxies. It just constantly spits out new galaxies. And then some of these galaxies are completely fucked. Others are actually pretty cool, right? Like ours came out pretty cool. It's exactly all of the things needed for life. And it just keeps doing this. But you have a problem with this theory. So let's go to the mechanism. Your suggestion is that this mechanism has the ability to randomly generate numbers. What determines the number generation? If your suggestion is that this engine is going to kick out the first universe at, say, 0001, and then the next one 0002, and just continuously keep spitting out and sort of randomize this, then what determines this? Why would this machine not just keep spitting out 0001? Like, what mechanism makes it random? And then more importantly, once you start going into like the actual difficulties of the RNG, so the math of at this completely random set of circumstances, creating a universe with all of the billions of rules and laws that have to be maintained for life to exist, that it actually spits out a universe like this, it comes out to, I believe it's 1 in 140,000 to the something degree. So basically, mathematically, it's impossible. Mathematically, it's impossible that this mechanism will ever create a universe that is in any way, shape, or form good or workable. Oh, how you doing, bro? So highly improbable to the point of impossibility. So you're technically correct. They'll never say impossible, but it's improbable to the point of, let's say, it's the neighbor of impossible. Z-Vengeance, take care of yourself, bro. So you have a problem there. Now, in this, this is where string theory comes in, because if they can prove string theory, then they can prove the different dimensions, and then from these dimensions, this is where all of those rules will be remembered, and so it will keep creating new universes from these different dimensions. The problem is you're just moving God one step further away, and now you're saying, okay, so you have all of these different dimensions. Where do they come from? And then more importantly, if you have all of these different dimensions, why would these different dimensions impact each other in this way to create this engine that keeps spinning out new galaxies? What would be the purpose of this? Because what you're describing to me is a code, a computer code. And when I see computer code, I know that it was made by an intelligence, right? Like, if I told you that this entire computer of mine, ran because of an accident, you would say, no, clearly not. There's someone that coded it this way. Someone wrote that code. So you're just describing a bunch of code that is written in order to create galaxies. Then the next question is, well, where does that code come from? Because all evidence we have of code points to an intelligence. So you keep running God back, but ultimately you are going to run into a fundamental issue, and that is that when I observe my universe and all things in my universe, the only thing that describes this universe to perfection is an intelligence. So by making an inference, the inference leads to God. And I then say, if there is a God, what would I expect to see in this universe? And then I observe exactly that, right? I observe the things that I would expect to see if a God was indeed behind the creation of this universe. You asked, how do I feel about evolution? Well, depends when you say evolution, what are you referring to? Possible probability would inevitably happen. So there is not really. Because again, even if you say that it will inevitably happen, you're still running into the problem of why would it inevitably happen? What governs that? Because you're not dealing with 1 in 150 million, right? Chance. And every universe that's created, that chance gets lower. It's at the creation of every single new universe, there is a 1 in 150 million chance of that universe being perfect for life. So actually, given an infinite amount of time, the chances of a universe as perfect as ours coming to existence is impossible. You have people evolving from monkeys to whatnot. Okay, so as for evolution, who's to say that evolution wasn't God's creation process? Stegial, how you doing, bro? So I used to believe that evolution was God's creation process, because technically speaking, there's no reason why it couldn't be. Nothing in the Bible contradicts evolution. It's entirely possible, except, of course, if you don't understand what Genesis says. If you don't understand Genesis, you'll think, oh, God clearly said that man was made out of dust, when in reality, no, he didn't. So you can believe in evolution, but then, lo and behold, not long ago, so evolution is no longer the premier theory of how life came into existence. In fact, evolution as a mechanism for life is largely debunked. It largely no longer tracks. And the reason for it is, first, for life to come into existence in the way that Darwin described it, cells have to be simple. And I mean incredibly simple. As Darwin himself said, it is a single cellular organism that comes together in great multitudes and then creates complex beings. But it's simple. Turns out cells are not fucking simple. They are ridiculously complex. Beyond complex, actually. In fact, we don't even understand all of the things that happen within a cell yet. That is how complex they are. We've only just started to actually look at cells. And that's only because we've only recently had the actual tools to be able to look at what happens inside a cell, to realize that these things are computing. They're literally running their own codes, and they're able to tell other cells what codes to run while also receiving code and instruction from other cells, changing that code and sending it on. It's a fucking massively complex little system that exists within every single one of our cells. Darwin's theory of evolution does not have the time for complex cells. So the Earth is what? Creation is about 13.5 billion years old, right? So you would need about 10 times that. So times the actual existence of the Earth, right? Of the galaxy, not the Earth, the galaxy, by 10. And this would give you enough time, maybe, to make the complex cell. You've not yet made any fucking animals, right? We're now just talking mathematically. No animals have yet been born. You've now finally managed to get the simple cell to the complex cell. Now you have the complex cell. Now you start running into all of the other problems with evolution, of which, again, there are many. One of the biggest ones, and just one of the ones that I sort of understand, that I could actually tell you, is if there is an adaptation in a DNA string that happens that is large enough that it will actually change the genus of a species or turn that species into something else, that mutation of the cell kills the DNA. The DNA dies as a result of that mutation. So our DNA can't handle the stress of those changes. If it is so small as to not kill the DNA, then the DNA kills the cell. Because the cell has no place in the DNA string, because the DNA string doesn't need the cell. So evolution runs into a pretty hard fucking problem to solve there. It needs a mutation of cells in order to explain the creation and existence of a new species that must be large enough that it can actually turn into a new species, but not so large that it kills the species. And the problem is that if it is large enough to change the species, it will kill the species. If it's not large enough to change the species will kill it. So you're basically caught between a rock and a very hard place. And it fundamentally boils down to evolution is bullshit. Evolution works when you're trying to describe small adaptations. So, for example, how long is a bird's beak? Is it curved? Is it short? Yeah, it does that pretty decently. But the second you get to next level, so life, that's where evolution runs into serious issues. Not least of which, it also doesn't work in the lab. Right? So when we try to replicate this in a lab, it turns out it doesn't do shit. So the experiment that they did was they took a single cell, put it inside the primordial soup, right? And left it. Because the idea was that that's how life created, right? So it's in the primordial soup. It has all of the proteins and everything that it needs for life. It's going to go and prosper. Turns out it does nothing. Nothing. It just lies there in the primordial soup and chills the fuck out. Does nothing. They go, well, what the fuck now? How does this work? So finally, they decide to introduce a little code. So they code the single cell. They code it to bind with the proteins and the amino acids. And then suddenly, now it binds, right? Because they coded it. They told it to bind. And it starts binding. They say, go. See? No God needed. No God needed. We've just created life. We've just explained how it all started in primordial soup. And it's like, really? It seems to me you played God. Seems to me that you took the role of God and coded the cell to do a bunch of shit. So, yeah, I have no problem with your evolutionary theory, but doesn't really disprove God. It just proves that you were God in this scenario, because before you coded it, that cell did fuck all by itself. Because the idea was that a cell just naturally will, when there's proteins and amino acids around it, it will just naturally bind with it. Turns out, no, it will not. It just absolutely will not. It needs code. Otherwise, it doesn't do shit. So evolution is in a pretty big bind. And by the way, evolutionary biologists know that they're in this trouble. I spoke about this earlier in the stream. In 2017, there was a scientific evolution conference at the Royal Academy of Science, where basically evolutionary biologists everywhere came to one fundamental conclusion. Darwin's theory of evolution does not work. It is dead, but we can't say that it's dead, because then people will just start believing in God again. Cytheris, you can go check the papers. I'm not telling you something out of my own ass here. Go read Stephen Meyer. He will show you the doc. He was at the meetings, by the way. He was at the Royal Academy. He was there. He sat in the front row. He listened to all of them speak. Stephen Meyer, this isn't a crazy fucking guy. He is a very well-respected philosopher of science. He wrote a book not long ago called The Return of the God Hypothesis. To the point now, let me see if I can quickly hold up.
Species.
All right. Mathematical challenges to Darwin's theory of evolution.
Welcome to Uncommon Knowledge. I'm Peter Robinson, shooting today in Fiesole, a town in the hills above Florence, Italy. With me today, three guests. David Berlinski is a philosopher, mathematician, and author who has lived in Paris for a couple of decades now and is now the editor of Inference, the International Review of Science. David Galarenter is a professor of computer science at Yale and the author of a number of books, including most recently The Tides of Mind, Uncovering the Spectrum of Consciousness. Stephen Meyer is a philosopher and author. He directs the Center for Science and Culture at the Discovery Institute, a think tank in Seattle. Here's what brings us together. In the Claremont Review of Books this past spring, David Galarenter published an essay titled Giving Up Darwin. Quote, Stephen Meyer's thoughtful and meticulous book, Darwin's Doubt, convinced me that Darwin has failed. The Deniable Darwin and Other Essays, a book by David Berlinski, is also, quote, essential. David Galarenter, David Berlinski, Stephen Meyer, welcome.
Now, just to be clear, you have two guys here. These two guys here are not theists. They do not believe in God. They do not believe in Christ. They are atheists or agnostic at the very best. The only Christian here is Stephen Meyer, the guy on your left. The only Christian in this entire thing.
Thank you.
All right. Definitions. Darwin's book is on the origin of species, and to quote from David Galarenter's essay, quote, there's no reason to doubt that Darwin successfully explained the small adjustments by which an organism adapts to local circumstances, changes to fur density, or wing style, or beak shape. Yet there are many reasons to doubt whether he can explain the big picture, not the fine-tuning of existing species, but the emergence of new ones, close quote. Okay, I'm a layman, I know nothing. Start by convincing me, somebody, that you're not just defining the term.
Only it was thought to be solid. It was thought to be solid up until about 20 years ago, when we finally realized that, oh, fuck, we have a big problem. In fact, Darwin himself says that we will have a big problem. Because in Darwin's theories, it is believed that a cell is simple. There's nothing going on in a cell, it's just the cell. Darwin himself says, if it turns out that cells are complex, my theory does not compute for that. Darwin himself admits that his theory is fucking useless if cells are complex. At the time of Darwin's theory, though, the best they could do was see the outline of a cell. They didn't know what the hell was going on inside of it, so they thought it's just, sort of a cell. Who gives a shit, right? What's interesting to me is that some of you are instantly here going, wow, clearly this is just nuts. I'm just going to fuck off. I'm about to provide you with scientists discussing it, giving you actual scientific evidence. And some of you are so close-minded that you're going, wow, fucking clearly this is just conspiracy. I don't give a shit. If you are indeed like that, then fine, you can be like that, but then never refer to yourself as an intellectual being. You're not intellectual. You are a demagogue. You are an ideologue. Your religion is Darwin. Your religion is evolution. Your religion is science. And you will not listen to anything that shakes this religion to any side. No one touch my religion. It is mine and I will lay down my life for it. Yes, I will lay down my life for it like a proper worshipper. That's perfectly fine. But then don't make yourself out to be an intellectual being. If you're intellectual, if you're truly a scientist, then listen to the science. Then listen. If it conflicts with your belief system, then one of two things is happening. Either you're wrong or they're wrong. And if they are wrong, then you prove it. Then you go look for the evidence that proves that this isn't right. Right? It's as simple as that. Why the fuck would you jump to a conclusion before you've even been given the information? That is the actions of a religious person. Most religious people love to jump to conclusions before they even have any facts.
Term species to Darwin's disadvantage.
Holy, I absolutely can. Because I am not a close-minded person. You're starting from the perspective that I'm religious, therefore I'm close-minded, and yet I have never displayed any element of close-mindedness. I came to religion because I'm open-minded. I question my faith every single day because I am open-minded. So you can shove that up your ass, saying to me, I say this respectfully. The only close-minded one here is you. You came into this chat not, admittedly, having a fucking clue what was said and went, oh, I don't know about any of this. I don't know about any of this. Admittedly, I've heard nothing, but this guy is attacking my religion. And I feel physically, mentally harmed that this guy is saying things that doesn't feel good to me. Not the close-minded one in this situation, bro. I'm happy to listen to science. I'm happy to listen to anyone that says I'm wrong. I'm not the close-minded one.
Advantage. Who wants to take that one? David?
There really is very little disagreement on the issue of what a species is, and I think it doesn't have to be a technical term. I think virtually any alert child knows when he passes from one species of pet creature to another species, or when
dog, cat.
Yeah, a cow or a sheep or something like that. This is part of our innate view of the universe. Nobody wants to define anything to Darwin's disadvantage. I think you're looking at three scientists here, and I think every one of us has appreciated, and I am speaking only for myself, but I'd be surprised, appreciated the beauty of what Darwin did. It certainly was no joy to conclude that Steve was right. It was no joy for me to give up a beautiful theory, and one
Why
that
was it
was
beautiful?
such a
Why
good
was it beautiful?
explanation.
Beautiful is aesthetic, so there's something subjective about it, but explain that. Why did Darwin strike you as beautiful?
You know, each year of my life, I am less convinced that there is anything at all subjective about beauty.
Oh, really?
The fact that here we are in Florence, and every single person in the city wants to see the Michelangelo self-portrait I mentioned to you, and the slaves in the Accademia, and the great paintings in the Uffizi. People come from all over Asia. People come from Africa. They come from all over the world. There's spectacularly little disagreement. I mean, there's disagreement about theorems and topology also. When people say, I believe the proof, I don't believe the proof. There's disagreement about everything in human life, but I think less about the greatest art than about any other subject. Beauty is something that I think scientists tend to agree on to use as a pointer in the direction of truth. Darwin's theory struck me as beautiful insofar as it explains big things by generalizing little things. You mentioned the change in the density of fur on a creature with fur, or the shape of the beak of a bird or of the feather of a bird. Darwin can explain those things by principles of natural selection. And when he says, well, we can go from these little changes, a beak is 3 inches as opposed to 3 1/4 inches, we can use the same mechanism by which we explain that to explain why there are sheep and cows, why there are monkeys and also orangutans, and why apes are different from monkeys. The fact that we can explain this huge question of where species came from, the origin of species, using the same mechanism that will work for tiny variations in the fur of a sheep or the beak of a bird is one aspect of what makes the theory beautiful. I mean, other people look at it from different points of view.
Just quickly, because I want to go into the arguments against, but did you have the same response? Does Darwin strike you as beautiful?
Never for a minute.
Stephen?
It was a comprehensive synthesis, and so from the standpoint of what scientists look for, it had an appeal. It was also a well-argued book, The Origin of Species, but it was well argued on the basis of evidence that was known in the 19th century and not things that we've learned mostly from the 20th and 21st.
Okay, we come to that now. Again from David Galanter's essay, quote, Darwinian, the fossil record, problem one, the fossil record, Darwinian evolution, I'm quoting you, is gradual, step by step. Yet in the Cambrian explosion of around 500 million years ago, a striking variety of new organisms, including the first ever animals, pop up suddenly in the fossil record over a mere 70 million years, close quote. Now, 70 million years seems to...
So, a philosopher of science doesn't have the ability to collect biological papers from biologists everywhere and then extrapolate from there to think. So, I just need to know, before we get any deeper into this, are we, in other words, completely and utterly diving dead into the fallacy of appealing to authority? So, unless it is a full-blown biologist that says it, because many people are more than happy to quote literally any and all scientists that will agree with them on any theories that they have, regardless of that scientist's original perspective or subject. And yet, here, we're not supposed to do that. So we can only hear from biologists about evolution. Not to mention the fact that there are many biologists who, and you'll hear later on, right? This is the people that he's discussing with right now. You'll hear later on that they are, in fact, talking about biologists. And I would also say that from the perspective of the complexity of biology and of science, you having a professor of computer science, a mathematician, and a philosopher of science on this panel, to me, suggests that you have all of the scientific prowess that is required to make a fairly reasonable argument for or against something.
Be plenty of time for all kinds of surprising things to this layman. Explain, why is the Cambrian explosion such a problem for Darwin?
The Cambrian explosion was something that...
Such a problem that it even began to convince this man.
You know, it was a problem that even Darwin was aware of, and he wrote about it in The Origin of Species. He said it was inexplicable on his view of life. But he felt that the future fossil finds would fill in the missing ancestral forms that were evident. What happens in the Cambrian is you get a huge number of what are called the animal body plans, where a body plan is a unique configuration of body parts and tissues. And they arrive very abruptly in the fossil record without discernible connection to earlier precursors or earlier ancestors in the Precambrian record.
If this wall were the side of a canyon, halfway up we'd see...
You have a stripe of rock, and in that stripe you'd find a whole bunch of new forms of animal life.
And in the layers underneath, there would be no intermediate, there'd be nothing leading to that.
With any discernible connection.
Up.
Right. And so the Cambrian explosion itself has been differently dated, but increasingly the date that David used of 70 million years is a very generous date for it. The age range is actually narrowing as a result of additional findings. It's now about 10 million years is the increasingly accepted date, and there are major explosions. In one Chinese seam, there's 13 to 16 different major groups of animals that have arisen in a 5 to 6 million year window. It's incredibly abrupt geologically when you consider the age of the Earth is 4.5 billion years. It's also very abrupt biologically, because there is a mathematical branch of Darwinian theory called population genetics that allows us to calculate how much change, evolutionary change, we ought to expect in a given amount of time if we know things like the mutation rate, the generation time, the population sizes. And 5, 10, even 70 million years is a blink of an eye in terms of the calculations that can be made for what are called waiting times. And the expected waiting times for the amount of change that's evident in the Cambrian blow out the time scale, if you will. They're hundreds of millions or billions of years. So this is a really unexpected event, both biologically, mathematically, and geologically on a Darwinian view of things.
All right, back to David Galanter. We move from the fossil record. I'm coming to you. Go nowhere.
I'm patient.
Oh, thank you, David. David Galanter. Darwin's main problem is molecular biology. Now, this is complicated to me, But I'm going to continue quoting your essay and then ask somebody to unpack it for this layman here, for this layman who can't tell a cat from a dog apart. The species, treat me as a very slow student. Quoting, I'm quoting you, what does generating new forms of life entail? Many biologists agree that generating a new shape of protein is the essence of it. Argument step number one. Argument step number two. And inventing a new protein means inventing a new gene. You want to give me the overview on that one?
Steve is the real biologist.
Right. And life means new life, new form of life means new protein, means new gene.
Well, I'll explain it in terms that would be familiar to David. If you want to give a...
Oh, I should probably just mention, if I'm not mistaken, he first did his degree in biology, right? And then he went on to switch, I think, to philosophy. I could be mistaken about this, but if I remember correctly, he did do his degree in biology, and then he went further with his PhD in philosophy of science, because in his mind, philosophy of science is the one part of science that is currently missing. It used to be that philosophy of science was very important because scientists make scientific discoveries, but not all scientific discoveries are equal. And this is where philosophers have to come in and have to debate and reason about what does this actually mean? Where does it actually filter into it? So he went on to actually get his philosophy of science degree, but he was a biologist at the start of it. Evolution point, but we need to acknowledge the biases at play here. Two of these scientists belong to the same multi-million-dollar business that's sole purpose is to push intelligent design. It would be a financial wreck for them to flip-flop their position, even if provided evidence. Wait, how do you mean that? So this guy, right, Stephen Meyer, belongs to Discover, which is a think tank that absolutely works on creation theory as a genuine scientific theory that should be discovered. This guy over here does not work on the theory of God. In fact, he rejects the theory of God completely. The other guy is a professor at Yale. So how exactly would you... Like, where are two of these guys that are associated with a... That's just not... I don't believe that's the case. Unless, of course, you're saying Yale is pushing intelligent design. As far as I know, David is a fellow at the, like he does write papers for them, but I'm not entirely sure because he's in Florence. He does all of his shit in Florence, so he's a part of another institute as well. Just to be clear, and you'll hear at the end where they ask specifically about their faith. This guy over here is like he 100% rejects the idea of faith and God. He's like, no, he doesn't believe that it's God. He does think, and this, by the way, is true for most mathematicians. The overwhelming majority of Christians in science are mathematicians. And because he is a mathematician, it sort of tracks. Most mathematicians don't believe that there is no God, or at least no intelligence behind everything, because the math is just too... way too complex. I wouldn't, again, so there's, considering the fact that the Discovery Institute, Stephen Meyer wrote his books, his first books at least, long before he even joined that institute. And I would just say, I don't necessarily think it's wrong if they're making a lot of money because their science is good and they're pushing science. I've heard, I will say this, right? Go watch Stephen Meyer's debates with other scientists. And he does a lot of them, right? He's not scared. He's not the kind of guy that runs away from debate. He never says no. He'll talk to literally anyone that wants to talk to him. You're welcome to go and listen to him, right? And he will, most of the time, at least all of the ones I've watched thus far, he absolutely schools whoever he's debating. They absolutely schools them because his knowledge is vast. Like this guy, I don't know how the fuck he does this, but people will talk about something and it'll be like, oh, you're talking about this paper that was published by this guy, this guy, this guy at this university, this date. This is what it said, but here's why it's wrong because this paper actually showed. So he just, I don't know where the fuck how he remembers all of that shit, but he like remembers that shit. It's actually quite crazy how much he knows about science. But no, I'm happy that people are skeptical. In fact, I think you should be skeptical. You should always be skeptical of everything. You should be skeptical of everyone, but never allow for your bias to be the origin of your skepticism, because that's where things become really problematic. If you're a skeptic because you're not entirely convinced, that's one thing. If you're a skeptic because you don't want to be convinced, that's a whole different thing.
Computer, a new function, write a new program for it to accomplish a new function. You've got to give it new code. And the big discovery of 20th century biology, following Watson and Crick in what's now called the molecular biological revolution, is the same thing is true in life. You want to invent a new form of life, you've got to have code in the form of the information inscribed along the spine of the DNA molecule. And we're learning, and other forms of information. So you need the information to build the protein molecules that service the different types of cells. And then you need additional information to arrange the cells into the body plans. And so the Cambrian explosion is an explosion of biological form, but it's also an explosion of biological information. And that fact gives us a way of grappling with this question that Darwin didn't have, because we know something about what it takes to generate information in our high-tech digital world of computing.
Right. I have to say that David Galerntner, in his essay, goes very easy on Darwin. First, he calls the theory beautiful and says how sad he is to have to dismiss it. And then he says this molecular stuff, Darwin couldn't have known that.
Couldn't have known.
So tell me if I've got it more or less right. In Darwin's time, it was good enough to imagine that the basic unit of life, a cell, was like a little brick of Jell-O. It was an undifferentiated, quite uncomplicated thing, and you could imagine putting many, many, many of them together and getting different forms of life. Is that roughly fair?
Yeah, it was good enough for Darwin. It's probably good enough for us as well, but it's not true.
It's not.
That's the big problem. This cell is an unbelievably complex bit of machinery, unfathomably complex, and we haven't understood its complexity.
Well, you just saw his name here. He's David Berlinski, contributing editor, Inference, International Review of Science. Whereas the other guy is Stephen Meyer, works for the Discovery Institute. Now, it could have been in recent, since then, he's joined the Discovery Institute, right? Maybe after this interview, maybe, but in this one, he's the contributing editor for Inference, the International Review of Science.
Machinery, unfathomably complex. And we haven't understood its complexity at all. Every time we look, there seems to be an additional layer of rebarbative complexity that needs to be factored into our theories. Don't forget, the eternal goal is to explain the emergence of this complexity.
Yes.
And if we're continually behind the curve because the complexity is increasing every time we look,
David Berlinski received his PhD. Yeah, but when did he join? And just to be clear, I never once said that he isn't part of it. The Discovery Institute is literally a collection of scientists from all over the world, all with one goal, and that is to get creationism back into the conversation of science. This is their main goal, right? So it is entirely plausible, if not possible, that you're going to get a shit ton of different scientists from all over the place that is part of the Discovery Institute, because that's their main goal, is to bring back, here we go, writer, thinker, raconteur, and senior fellow, Discovery Institute. So I still wouldn't say, like, this would be an argument against what? Because all this shows is that you have two people, and there's probably even a chance that this third guy from Yale probably eventually will join the Discovery Institute as well. Doesn't mean that they have financial incentives in the Institute, just to be clear, right? They may have other jobs that they're doing, and they just happen to be part of the Institute as well. They just happen to be part of the research of the Institute. It would be, I don't know exactly how this institute operates or where this institute, how much do they pay all of their fellows. It's like, there's a lot of things that could play into this before you can really make the argument that, clearly this is just for money. Who are you arguing with, Echo? No, I'm not arguing with anyone. We're discussing the institute and the validity. So all that's brought up here is the potential biases, right? So David and Stephen Meyer both belong to the Discovery Institute this one year, right? So they both belong to the Discovery Institute. So now the argument is, could there be a potential bias? In order to do that, if you're going to say that there's a bias, you have to first show that there is a financial incentive. So that's all we're discussing.
That eternal goal is also receding from view, not approaching, it's receding. It's becoming more and more difficult to construct a theory for that.
All right, now, somebody give me some notion of the math here. Things are more complicated than Darwin knew. We understand that producing new forms of life now means not just new shapes, new activities in which life engages, but a prior code. Or is that fair? You're the man who knows code.
The mathematical element of this, not of population genetics in the complex, sophisticated, predictive sense that Steve was referring to, but just the simple issue of the code. It is remarkable for young people to learn in high school, is remarkable for me or in elementary school, to learn that proteins, molecules are assembled because there are codes in the nucleus of cells that spell them out, character by character, codon by codon. This codon means this amino acid, and the next one means that, and the next one means that. But the mathematics underlying these codons is very simple, and Darwin could perfectly well have understood if he had the facts. Each one of these positions has to be occupied by one of 20 amino acids. Okay, so you pick one of 20 guys for this position, and one of 20 guys for this position.
You talk about visualizing a string of beads.
Yeah, like a string of beads.
As you're building a protein. Yeah.
Right, so you have 4 different colored beads, roughly?
I'm building a protein out of amino acids.
Yes.
And I'm doing it by choosing the amino acids one by one by one by one by one.
Yes.
And I have 20 choices each time. Now, if there are several hundred of these things in the string, in the bead, in the necklace, it's a big necklace that wraps around your neck 18 times. So there are several hundred, or 5 times, whatever it is. That's a huge number of possible choices. The number of ways in which you can arrange the emerald followed by the ruby, followed by the opal, followed by the chunk of platinum, and another ruby, and a diamond, and a aquamarine. The number of ways you can arrange that is huge, grows exponentially as the string gets longer. So even when the string is short, even if it's a cheap necklace for your very first girlfriend, and it's all you can afford, it's still, there's an astronomical number of choices. And Darwin could easily have computed that. He just didn't know about the amino acids. He didn't know about the necklace. He didn't know about the string. It's not the mathematics that stumped him. It's the biology. The mathematics is simple. A high school student can compute how many choices there are if there are 20 gems for position number 1 and 20 gems for position number 2, and you have 60 gems altogether.
And the task here, let me.
It's 20 to the 60.
Try to mute. So I'm quoting from your.
Even you can.
Even I got it.
You got it right.
Even mathematicians can understand it.
David
Yes.
Berlinski has a memorable phrase
Go ahead.
to describe this mathematical problem. He calls it the problem of combinatorial inflation.
Yes, yes,
As the
yes.
length, the required length of the protein molecule grows, the numbers grow exponentially. They inflate exponentially, and so the odds of a random search finding the one that makes the pretty necklace, to use David's metaphor, drop precipitously.
And in this huge, unimaginably vast universe of possible combinations, the number of combinations that would produce a useful protein is what?
Exceedingly rare. Exceedingly rare. And this is what we didn't know until the last couple decades. There was an extraordinary conference in the 1960s held by, convened by a number of MIT scientists, some of whom David knew very well, Murray Eden, Marcus Schussenberger, and they were the first to see the mathematical problem with Darwinism. They called it, their conference was called Mathematical Challenges to Neo-Darwinism. But at the time, they could compute the number of possible arrangements, but they didn't know at the time how many of the arrangements would result in functional proteins that would do a job in the cell. And so they didn't know, they couldn't exactly measure how hard the search would be on a random basis. Especially the computer scientists, Murray Eden and others, knew that based on computer science, if this is functioning like a true linguistic system, it's unlikely that you can do a random search and find a meaningful string of characters in DNA that will produce a meaningful protein.
Okay.
But people didn't know in the 1960s. By the early 2000s, there have been a number of different experimental measures of the rarity of the functional genes and proteins versus all the gibberish sequences.
Right.
And for example, just one result, for a short protein 150 amino acids long, the ratio is one protein that will fold into a functional structure compared to 10 to the 77th gibberish sequences. So the ratio of functional to non-functional is 1 over 10 to the 77th power.
Okay, so functioning proteins are extremely rare. It's very hard to imagine.
Is the stream lagging? Oh yeah, I can see it on my side as well. It should be fine now. Should be better now. CCS, you can hear what they're talking about here, right? So they use Darwin and they neo-Darwinism because, yes, it's true. The original Darwin theory is no longer accepted. But the subsequent theory is neo-Darwinism, right? So it's still based on loosely the same stuff that Darwin spoke about, and that is that all life comes from a single cell. But obviously, removing all of the stuff that Darwin got wrong, neo-Darwinism becomes the new thing that's now sort of purported as the truth, right? And that's their whole discussion here, is about the challenges of neo-Darwinism and the failings, so to speak, of it. But yeah, just to sort of recap for anyone that may have missed what they just said here, basically the point is that 150, I believe, is the exact genome of a bacteria cell, I think, if I'm not mistaken. And just for that one to work out randomly is 10 to the 77th power, right? That's how difficult it would be. It would be 1 to 10 to the 77th power. In other words, for every one functional piece of protein genome that it would create 10 to the 77th power of gibberish cells. So completely useless, can't be used, doesn't exist, doesn't do anything. So that's sort of the odds that you're running with here.
Imagine random mutations leading to functional proteins, except that, and here I quote Dr. Galanter again, but the theory understands that mutations are rare, and successful ones even scarcer. Darwinism knows this. To balance that out, there are many organisms and a staggering immensity of time. Your chances of winning might be infinitesimal, but if you play the game often enough, you win in the end. Correct?
That's the
and
theory.
That's the question. Do you play it often enough? There's always an often enough, and the question is, does the history of life with which Darwin was concerned allow you enough chances to make it at all probable, let's say, or even possible that you'll hit on one, statistically, that you'll hit on one of those amazingly rare necklaces that folds up into a protein that can be stuck in a cell and actually doing anything. I'm not a biologist, and so I look at this and say, yeah, sure, there's enough time. You know, there's been a lot of creatures on Earth, and life has gone on for a long time, but when biology...
What do you mean when you say that, Cesius? So explain what you mean with creationism will not accept speciation. Albivar, no, you would need to win every single time, because if you win once, now you have the single cell, right? But that single cell hasn't become anything yet. So now that single cell has to win over and over and over and over and over again to create all of the other cells that will then become the first animal, but then you still need to win over and over and over again to create the next animal, and then over and over again to create the next animal. And so, no, the game has to be played consistently all the time, over and over and over again, in order for the game to actually finish, right? So, yeah. Patrick, how you doing, bro?
Just look at this and try and nail it down and figure it out. Try and make a guess. Try and use heuristics to make a guess, like using the number of total bacterial lifetime as a...
Vanexer, that's literally what they're talking about here, right? So they're saying, if you play the game often enough, long enough, then you can do it, right? It can happen over billions of years. So they're literally now talking about the mathematical problem with evolution. So time. Was there, because that's what it falls down to, right? Was there enough time for this to actually happen? So if we are to suggest that this game was just played over and over and over again, was there enough time for it? So you'll hear now in a second what they say.
A measure of the number of total mutations we're playing with. The point is, from whatever angle you come at it, the answer is no, there has not been enough time. The number of throws we've had is too puny even to talk about. It doesn't even approach puniness, and certainly is nowhere near reasonable. So we would get that if we had a reasonable time, but we don't. We didn't. We haven't.
So let me just be very explicit from my little Winnie the Pooh bear-sized mind. You are saying that Darwin is unlikely it's unlikely that species arose the way Darwin said, or you are saying it is impossible. Darwin was just mystic. Lovely man, beautiful idea.
There's hardly a difference. There's hardly a difference. Unlikely, impossible. We're talking about odds that are so prohibitive. If you wish to say it's impossible, fine. I'll defend you saying it's impossible. If you wish to say it's highly unlikely, I'll be in your corner as defense attorney as well. But there's no practical difference. We've known about these things for hundreds of years. Right? You get 1 million monkeys at 1 million typewriters, all of them typing at random. We know they're not going to produce the collected works of Shakespeare in anything like a reasonable amount of time. It's like that wonderful episode of The Simpsons. Do you remember it? Mr. Burns has 1 million monkeys typing in 1 million typewriters. They're going to produce the greatest novel ever written. He pulls out one sheet of paper and says, it was the best of times, it was the blurst of times.
Vanexer, how would they assume that? By doing the math. I mean, you know how long it would take for this protein to form. You know how many times it can be right versus how many times it can be wrong. You then assume the variances of that, and you do the math. And the math then gives you a number. And if that number exceeds the amount of years that the Earth has existed, then then that theory is wrong. Right? Because you need more time, and you just don't have that time. Be lucky for there to be... So, Vanexer, from my vantage point, I would argue that it's far more rational to believe in a God than it is to not believe in a God. In fact, because I used to be one of those that did not believe in a God, I think back to what I did and believed, and now knowing what I know, I can't believe that I would believe that with a straight face. It's as simple as that. But here's the problem. I can't find any links to any of this math that they've done. Cytherus, do you understand? Okay, so, but I could then say the exact same thing when Richard Dawkins goes on interviews and talks about stuff. I could then just dismiss him out of the gate as well, right? No, I see no papers here, so fuck him. He's just talking. It doesn't mean anything. I told you, go read their books. They have the books out there. Their books have all of the links, all of the sources, all of the source material. It's all there. If you want to know, go. I'm showing you an interview that was done with 3 people that have questions about it. They've written papers, right? This entire interview is conducted on the basis of the one guy's paper. This guy wrote a paper that works at Yale, wrote a paper about the questions of Darwinism based on Stephen Meyer's book. After reading Stephen Meyer's book, he wrote this paper where he said now he has questions, and he wrote it for the scientific community. He didn't write it for himself. He didn't just go, wow, I'll just write this for all the believers out there. He wrote it for scientists, saying, here's the problems. How are we going to deal with these problems? Because he's not a Christian. He's not a creationist. He actually still wants to believe in Darwinism, right? So clearly, there's the incentive falls to you. I'm showing you an interesting interview. If you truly believe that you need more information, then it falls to you to go read their books and question what you yourself believe and question what others believe, question what they believe, and then come to a conclusion.
It was the best of times. It was the blurst of times. You stupid monkey.
Stupid monkey.
Or to put the discussion down even lower, the Jim Carrey film, where he's trying to get a date with a young lady he fancies, and she tells him to go away. He says, well, what are the odds a girl like me and a guy like you could get together? You know, not good. And he says, what do you mean, not good? Well, like 1 in 100? And she says, like 1 in a million. And then he says, but if there's a chance.
So you're telling me there's a chance?
What a good movie.
Yeah! I read you.
Here's a precise way of cashing out this probabilistic argument. If you have 1 over 10 to the 77th power is your ratio, but then you have if every organism in the history of the planet, and we can estimate that, about 10 to the 40th organisms. So you divide
bacteria, little tiny things, everything, every mosquito, every bacterium.
Yeah, every time one of those replicates, there's a possibility for a mutation that could search the space of possibilities. So you got 10 to the 40th possible mutations against a search space 10 to the 77th strong.
Right.
So if you do your exponential math, you end up with what it means is you can search 1 10 trillion trillionth of the possible combinations. So in that case, are you more likely to succeed or fail? You're overwhelmingly more likely to fail to find one of the functional combinations, even taking into account every organism that's lived on Earth. And that means that the Darwinian hypothesis is overwhelmingly more likely to be false than true.
It just didn't happen. Okay, one last piece of the argument here that you mentioned. There are other pieces in this book, of course, and in David's book. But here's one last that you mentioned in your essay is compelling to you, David Galertner. To help create a brand new, and this is the question of mutations proving harmful at least as often as useful, if I have it right. To help create a brand new form of organism, a mutation must affect a gene that does its job early and in the development of the life form and controls the expression of other genes that come into play as they are.
You just need to get it right for one species, though. Holy, you've not even begun to describe any of the other species? Like, what the fuck are you talking about? So, what? There's just one species on Earth? Got it right once and now it's over? Do you fail to understand what probability means? How are you struggling with this? Yeah.
Organism grows. Evidently, there are a total of no examples in the literature.
Cytheris, so he wouldn't write published papers because he's a philosopher of science. Philosophers of science argue about scientific papers. That's philosophy. There's nothing to publish. He's not doing the research himself. He's looking at the research and then saying, okay, based on the research, what are we seeing? What are you doing? It would be weird for a philosopher of science to publish papers. What are you publishing? Like, you're a philosopher, right? You read what other people say and then you interpret it and then you break it down. And you falsify it, right? You try to challenge it in some way, but your job isn't to publish anything because that's just not how it works for philosophy of science. The one guy that is publishing, this guy that wrote the article, David Galinterier, he works for Yale. He's a professor, so he obviously has to publish papers. So it kind of makes sense that he would be publishing, right? Probability is just probability. But Cytheris, this is exactly the problem with modern day science. And this is why you have a growing need for philosophers in science. For a while, scientists sort of believed, oh, we don't need philosophers. We have the peer review process. But this is creating problems. You need philosophy of science to be part of the scientific process, because peer review alone isn't much of an answer without the philosophy that goes alongside it. So there's a growing need and a growing discussion within science about the need for philosophers to be brought back into the conversation so that they can actually more holistically look at the scientific process rather than just going peer review. Because the problem also with the peer review process is that it itself is starting to run into some pretty serious problems, specifically with how information reaches people. Because it used to be, you would publish your paper, it would be peer reviewed, then the philosophers of science would read the papers, yours and others, then they would interpret those papers, and they would be the ones that wrote the books or the articles that let people know what exactly was going on, right? Because they're the philosophers. They're the ones that sort of notes things down. Nowadays, anyone can publish a paper, and most papers that we know about aren't even peer-reviewed. They're just pushed out, the media gets hold of them, and they fucking publish whatever because it gets them headlines. So, yeah, we're running into, but yeah, philosophers of science would not be the ones to publish papers. That's not what they do. They write books, as philosophers have always done. And he's written many books, and all of his books have all of the sources in there. He literally writes it as if it's an academic paper. So from what I've read, he doesn't hide anything, right? Even in his books, he will tell you how what he is saying can be falsified. He will provide you with falsification elements so that you can know, oh, wait, if this is actually the case, then he would be wrong. So in my mind, that's how science should be, right? You should be able to falsify things. It's the dude that represents the other side of the debate. So you think this is a debate? Holy, who sold this for you as a debate? Did I tell you that we're going to watch a debate?
Of mutations that affect early development and the body plan as a whole and are not fatal. Somebody explain that one to me briefly. Who wants to? You start, and Stephen will.
If I want to direct the assembly of an animal, that I've got to get in there early before they've finished putting them together, putting all the the hoofs on and getting the wool on. If he's a sheep, I like sheep. I have to say, I have to get in there early before they start building them. So they.
See, I don't know what your response is to, though. Falsification is important, but you can falsify by publishing another paper. In response to what is this? Because I never made any claims about how you need to falsify things, and there is only one way to falsify things. I told you that even in Stephen Meyer's books, he provides you with the exact context in which he would be false, right? So he's very honest in his approach, very scientific in his approach. All good science, if it can't be falsified, it's not good science, right? We reject science like that. So even in his creation ethos, he provides falsification data. So he says, this is how you can falsify this. This is how you can prove that this isn't true, to the point where it is scientific theory. He doesn't approach it from the perspective of God of the gaps, right? And this is actually why he's getting praise within the scientific community, is because he doesn't approach it as the God of the gaps argument. He approaches it as science, and how science should be, how you should conduct and approach a scientific theorem, as it were.
I don't accidentally build a mouse or a leopard or a zebra. I have to say, look, there's going to be a sheep, get bones this high, and we need a nose about this big, and we need sheep ears, and we need hooves, if sheep have hooves. I think they do. We need wool. You know, get all this stuff together. So I've got to act early. Now, if I'm going to create a new species, I'm going to mutate, and instead of building a sheep, I'm going to build a little horse, because horses come in sheep size. What are they called? Well, anyway, they're called
Shetland ponies?
Yeah, I got it. To do that, there may be a mutation that makes me order purple wool, or the wrong color hooves, or a stomach that won't quite fit. But a mutation that is going to recreate the creature in such a way that it's a different creature is, biologists tell me and farmers tell me, almost certainly likely to be fatal. I mean, a mutation that makes a huge difference and that starts putting the head on backwards, it starts giving him 17 tails, or too many internal organs, or forgets the blood or something like that. Because this is right early on that I'm acting, when I'm doing tremendously important things. And if I make a slip at this all-important stage, I'm not going to make a little error in the density of the fur. It's going to be a big error in the design of the internal and the external that makes this creature what it is. That's an informal, intuitive explanation.
But
there's Steve can give you or David can give you
a good argumentative disjunction. If you talk about major changes, if they come late in development, they're not going to make a difference. The organism is already constructed. May have
Maybe
more lavish eyebrows.
Right, okay.
If they come early, they can't make a difference, because inevitably they destroy the organism.
Too many things downstream depend on those early cell divisions.
So we're faced with a real destructive dilemma. Late, no good. Early, no good. Well, when? We've sort of exhausted the possibilities.
And I'm sure that David Galerntner wants to stick up for Darwin one more time and say he couldn't have known this.
This is not an attack on Darwin as a man or a thinker or a scientist, but it's the job of science to figure out what guesses are right and what are wrong. Scientists are paid for making guesses, not for making right guesses, but for making interesting, plausible ones. And if scientists, after the guess has been made, don't do their job, don't investigate the guess, don't do their best to figure out is it true or false, then we are false to science and we're betraying science.
Right. Intelligent design, from David Galerntner's essay. The evidence suggests to Meyer, who's seated with us today, that an intelligent designer must have been responsible. I can't accept intelligent design as Meyer presents it. Close quote. You also have seated next to you David Berlinski, who has said that his attitude toward intelligent design, and I'm quoting him, is warm but distant. It's the same attitude that I display toward my ex-wives.
Okay, so CCS, your argument about a wolf to a chihuahua, this is the second time you're making it today. In your argument, in other words, you are admitting that there must be a God. Because a wolf did not automatically and by happenstance become a chihuahua. It became a chihuahua because we very literally interfered with it. We literally interfered with it in order to change its species. So if you're going to make the argument that, oh, no, look, it's perfectly fine, we can take a wolf and we can make it a chihuahua, Yeah, okay, so you're describing the process of a god interfering with the actual evolutionary process of an animal. So I would be very careful of trying to construct an argument for how a wolf becomes a chihuahua, not by itself, by the way. If you left a wolf in the forest for 1,000,000,000, billion, trillion years, it would be a wolf, because it would only mate with other wolves, because that's what they do. They don't change. They remain wolves. But now I took a wolf and I started to fuck around with it and I made it into a chihuahua. And now I'm saying, see, evolution. All right. You forced this thing to become something else through the interference of an intellect. Yeah, that's exactly it. That's God. Congratulations. But the work they are discussing there, that's literally what I'm saying. But no, it's not. Because what they're describing here isn't that you can take two wolves from the wolf species, mate them together to make a slightly different variant of wolf, and then take another one to mate with them as well. They're talking about the origin of the first wolf. So you guys are skipping the whole process and just going, well, fuck it. From one cell to a wolf. Let's go. It's easy as pie. See? I can take a wolf, marry it, or mate it with another wolf, make a slightly smaller wolf, and then take that one and mate it with that one, make a slightly... See? Easy. Cool? Well, not easy, because you've skipped the whole fucking process of getting to the wolf in the first place. And also, you've not fundamentally changed the wolf. You've made it smaller, you've given it more fur, you've changed the beak size a little, but you've not fundamentally changed it. You've not taken the wolf and suddenly made it capable of breathing underwater. Which is technically what you would want us to believe when it comes to evolution. Because according to evolution, all life starts in the ocean. That would be the origin point of it. And then at some point it would crawl out of the waters and then become land animals. You can try. Fuck it, I'll be up for that. Let's see if we can mate a wolf to the point where it breathes underwater. Let's go. The point that they're making here is if that you try to do that, you would kill that animal before it even gets to the point where it can breathe underwater. Because the changes that you would be making to it biologically would be so devastating to its DNA string that it would kill the creature. So in other words, the creature would not survive the level of changes that would be required for it to go from one point of being to another. It would just be too large. And that's why, when you, for example, Holy, say this mathematician guy was so fucking stupid in what he just said, the point he's making is if you want to make a wolf that can breathe underwater, the evolutionary process has to happen super early in its evolution. So you can't wait for it to already be a wolf. It needs to be before it's a wolf, right? It can't be too late, because if it's too late, it wouldn't matter. It would just reject it because it's already a wolf. So you have to find it super early, and then you have to hope that you don't kill everything else in the process. And their point is, mathematically speaking, if you made a large enough change to the genus of the species, it would kill the DNA string. It would not make the DNA string compatible with whatever the fuck you're trying to do to it. That's why he said you can't do it too late, you can't do it too early, so when are you supposed to do it? She says, sure, if you could have the natural selectors that changes things over time, let's hear it. You gave me the story of a wolf and a chihuahua. I say to you, well, you're just describing an actual intelligence that guides the process. So where's the natural one? Give me a natural one and I'll concede that.
So you have one man who can't accept it, another man who definitely wants to keep his distance.
That leaves Meyer out.
So, well, I don't know. You want to start the easier case? Try to convince David? Tell us tell us what intelligent design is that distinguishes it from some kind of effort to sneak God in by some backdoor.
Sure. The intelligent design...
But parenthetically, just one word. That's definitely not Steve's intention. In this book, in intelligent design, it's not a way to bring in a theological argument. It is a scientific approach purely and...
But then, Holy, we run back into their previous point. There's not been enough millions of years for it to happen. So, okay, you need millions of years. They agree with you. The problem is you need more millions of years than what we actually have. There's not been enough millions of years for it to have happened. So, if you are going to make the argument that it is natural, then you have to find more time. Like, the Earth now needs to be a lot older than what it is actually old. So you're running into another problem. And that, Holy, is the most idiotic thing you've said to date. And you've said some stupid shit. Just because we are watching a video disproving evolution does not, the argument there cannot be, well, fuck you, then prove creationism. We're not busy proving creationism. What you're doing is the most idiotic response to anything ever. It's saying, well, since I can't, well, fuck you, prove evolution or prove creationism then, or else evolution is fine. No, that's not how it works. Just because one thing isn't true doesn't automatically make the other thing true. And just because one thing is true doesn't make the other thing true. You can't say, I will not believe in evolution, or I will believe in evolution until you've proven creationism. If evolution turns out to be wrong, that doesn't automatically mean that there's a God. It just means that evolution is wrong. It means we have to go back to the drawing board. We have to figure out how do we get here. If it's not evolution, it must be something else. Now, you can choose then to say, well, I believe in God, but you don't have to. Like, fuck, you don't have to at all. You can still, like, as I said, this guy right here doesn't believe in evolution anymore, but he refuses to believe in God. He doesn't want to believe in God. He believes that there's another explanation for it. Even though evolution is wrong, he believes that there must be another explanation for it. And that's what he's trying to find. All he's saying is that the creation hypothesis should be brought back into science because it is a scientific argument. It is something that scientists should keep in mind and should argue about and should argue against and should test against. He's not suggesting that creationism is true, and it doesn't have to be true. Math of mutation per time compared to archaeological time is not adding up. To use a logical fallacy, but these coincidentally titled professionals. Gotta love whataboutism. How do they know the rate of time needed? That seems arrogant as fuck. Foul smoke, because we know the rate of mutation. We can taste it, right? We can see how long it takes for something to mutate, even like small mutations. So, for example, the way they started doing this, by the way, isn't some creation thing. All evolutionary biologists know the rate of change. This is like the most mainstream thing you can believe. If you asked an evolutionary biologist, what's the rate of change? They'd go, this is what it is, right? They know this. This isn't some made up bullshit because we can look, right? We have some of the fossil records. So what they do usually is they look first at smaller variations, the ones that we can prove that we have fossil records for. So the bird had a straight beak, and then the beak started to curve. How long did that take? So now we have a sort of time frame in mind here, right? So we kind of go, okay, so that took about 10 million years, give or take, right? So now we know. And then we say, okay, how much of its genome had to change for the beak to actually curve? And we get an answer. And then we say, right, so the rate of change of the genome is about 10 million years for this much change to happen. This gives us the rate of change. So how many years versus how many genome changes is required? This then allows us to do the mathematics behind it and say, okay, mathematically speaking, you'll need this many years for, the creation of something. I mean, that's why I say to you, when you do the math, evolution does not quite hold up. You just heard what he said there. In the 1960s, they had a meeting where some of the foremost neo-Darwinist theories or theorists all admitted that they have a math problem. Evolution has a math problem. The math does not add up. The time does not quite add up. Now, there's been several theories in the meantime that has been introduced to try and solve for the math problem. So there are theories that suggest that there may have been an explosion of species for specific reasons. Some related to outside forces, some related to just environmental forces. There's even, I can't remember all of them, but there's even a theory that suggests that there may have been some kind of genetic something that happened. I can't remember exactly. But there's a lot of scientific theories that try to explain the time conundrum. Because fundamentally, when you boil it down to just black or white, there has not been enough time. There physically simply just has not been enough time. So if you're going to do it's natural, you have to contend with the time parameters.
Absolutely valid scientifically. One can agree with it or disagree with it, but one doesn't have to reject it insofar as theology making an illegal move, because that's not what he's doing.
That's not what you... Good.
Let me sketch the argument briefly, and then we can just discuss it. The big discovery of the 1950s and 60s was that the DNA molecule encodes information in a roughly digital or alphabetic or typographic form.
Why do you use the term digital?
Well, because in computer science we have characters, zeros and ones.
I see.
This is Crick, 1957. It's the sequence hypothesis. He realized that the information in DNA, or the chemical subunits of DNA called nucleotide bases, were functioning like alphabetic characters in a written text, or like the zeros and ones in a section of computer code. That is to say, it wasn't their chemical properties that gave them their function, but rather their specific arrangement in accord with an independent symbol convention, which was later explicated in the form of what we call the genetic code. So we had genetic text functioning according to a code.
So it really was it was pure information.
This is a genuine information storage system. Crick, by the way, was a code breaker in World War II. So this is fascinating, is an application of the information sciences to molecular biology. Now this is the argument that I make, is that what we know from experience is that information, whether we find it in a hieroglyphic inscription or a paragraph in a book or information embedded in a radio signal or in a section of computer code, whenever we find information and we trace it back to its ultimate source, we always come to a mind, not a material process. And what I do in the book, in Darwin's Doubt, and in my prior book, Signature in the Cell, is show that these undirected evolutionary mechanisms that have been proposed as an explanation for the origin of information fail for various reasons. We've talked about the reason the Darwinian mechanism fails, because it can't search the space when it's so vast. The odds are overwhelmingly against it. So if we, from a materialistic evolutionary standpoint, don't have any explanation for the origin of the information that's necessary to build new biological form. And yet we do know from our uniform and repeated experience, which is the basis of all
Foul Smoke, but you can make the extrapolation yourself, right? If all evidence of information in our universe that we observe comes from a mind, then the natural extrapolation thereof is that the information that we see on the quantum scale and within the cells come from a mind as well. It has to. Because computer code doesn't just create itself. It doesn't just come out of nothing. It doesn't come from a natural process. Nature did not naturally create computer programs. A mind did. So the extrapolation there is, if you find information that matches the information that we have because we make it, then surely that information must have been made by a mind as well. Right? So that's the extrapolation.
Scientific reasoning of a source of information, of a cause of the origin of information. That cause is intelligence or mind. And so what I've argued in both Darwin's Doubt and Signature in the Cell is that what we're seeing in life is evidence of the activity of a directing mind in the history of life.
David Berlinski, to quote the old saying, if you see a turtle on a fence post, you know it didn't get there by itself. Look around you. There's intelligence behind this creation we inhabit.
Cytheris, no, of course. If the mathematics for gravity did not add up, then we would argue that, well, maybe the math is wrong, or maybe we're just not reading it correctly. But that's a false equivalency, because gravity is something we can taste, we can see it. If I dropped you from a 2-story building, you're not floating. So something must have either pulled you down or pushed you down. You can be like Phoebe in Friends and believe that you're being pushed down. That's also fine. But something made you go down. And whatever word we want to use for that, that is still something that happened. But what you're saying is that I can use this thing that I can actually taste for, and I'm going to use that to explain why this thing that I cannot taste for, because I really cannot taste for it, is correct. You can't taste for evolution. You can't go back to the single cell. And the times we've tried to go back to the single cellular organisms, i.e. we go into the lab, we take a cell, we do the experiments on the cell, it does not do what we want it to do. It doesn't do what we want it to do. Turns out, unless a cell is coded, it doesn't do shit. It just sits in the primordial soup and it doesn't do anything. It's only once we code it to start doing something that it starts doing something. So you do have that you need to contend with. Need to know about the flat earth? Did I miss that answer? I don't believe in the flat earth, so...
Yes?
I just... From a... Is it truly the view of atheists that if someone is a Christian, if someone believes in God, that they somehow must believe in all of the most ridiculous conspiracy theories on earth? Is that truly the view of the atheist mind? That there is no intellectual way that an intellectual being can ever believe in God? Because I would argue that that is an incredibly stupid way of looking at the world. Incredibly stupid. And I would also argue that it makes me sad for you, because it means that your bias has closed any and all avenues that you could ever have to truth. For your emotions are, you're so geared in your hatred towards God that there really is no way of ever giving you any sort of truth of any kind. And if that is your belief, if that is your stance, if that is how you feel, right? The next question would be, why do you hate God so much? If God isn't real, if there is no God, and you shouldn't worry, why do you hate him? I don't hate fairies. I don't hate giants. You know, I've never expressed any hatred towards Zeus or Poseidon or any of those. I quite frankly could not care less, because they're made up. They're not real. So who cares? Your complete and utter hatred of God is an interesting it's interesting. I won't go any further because that would be logical fallacies. I'll just say it is interesting, because there's one other being in this universe that we know for a fact despised God. You know, so what happens when we discover life elsewhere in the universe? Do you just accept God created them too? Yeah. Yeah. Like, why would life on any other planet in the universe be inconsistent with God? Massey, actually true. I would say most of the scientific discoveries that we've made in the world was actually done by Christians. It's only really the last 80 years or so that scientists have decided that religion or Christ, the church, is the enemy of science. Never used to be the case. The church wasn't always the enemy of science, but somehow we've decided that the church and God is the enemy of science, and we should absolutely just reject everything that there is. And the fact of the matter is, you look around you, we have given young people this promise that the natural world, naturalism, will answer all of their questions. It will solve all of the problems. They just need to be naturalists. They need to reject God. Young people are unhappier than they've ever been before. They're committing suicide at higher rates than they've ever done before. They're becoming more immoral. The world is losing their mind at a rate faster than ever before. It's all going to shit in a handbasket because we're fundamentally finally starting to run into that atheist utopia that we've been told about. We were told that if we all just became atheists, then all of the wars would end. If we all became atheists, then there would be peace on earth because atheists are moral beings. Think morally and rationally about the world around them. I think it's fair to say that that has not transpired. In fact, we see very much the opposite. The world seems to be losing its mind constantly. And you want to know why it's losing its mind? Because there is no such thing as an objective morality. It doesn't exist. I'll ask you guys this. I don't know if we're going to continue watching this video. I have to go to the gym soon. But I'll ask you guys this question. Excluding God, why is murder wrong? Why is it wrong to murder someone? I'll give the link to this video to those of you that do want to finish the video. I just don't want to keep watching and then I have to quit later on because, you know, I have to go to the gym. But if we were to exclude God, why is murder wrong? Why is it wrong for me to murder you? Because you take a life? Well, why is the life important? I harm it. Why does that matter? If you don't believe in God, if you are a naturalist, then you believe that life is accidental. It happened because of a bunch of cells accidentally making life. Then why is that life of any value? You don't want the same to be done to you. Well, what if I can kill someone and I know for a fact that it won't happen to me? Can I do it then? What if I'm a psychopath or a sociopath that has no interest in what happens to me? Am I then allowed to kill people? Like, what's the reason? Why can't I kill just for shits and giggles? Why, Oli? Why can't I kill them? This is a genuine question. Why am I not allowed to kill someone else if I feel like I want to kill someone else? What's the reason for not being allowed to kill them? Why is it wrong? What makes it wrong? Based on what is it wrong? So you're telling me it's wrong based on what? What if I say it isn't wrong? Can I then do it? Yeah, but Patrick, so what? So what? Why is society? Okay, law, but why? So, in other words, if I had a country where the law was that you're allowed to kill people as much as you want, then that's fine? We can all kill each other? I mean, so here it goes. Rulers outlawed it because they didn't want their own soldiers to kill each other before battle begins. Well, we're not talking about why people aren't killing each other. We're asking a very philosophical question. Why is it wrong for me to kill another human being? Why can't I just kill you, for example? Like, you're making me angry, I shoot you, why can't I do that? Why is that wrong? Animals do randomly kill each other. I literally watched the video just yesterday of an elephant sticking his fucking tusk thing straight into a giraffe's belly, pull out, and start drinking water. The giraffe literally has his insides just pouring out. They do kill each other randomly all the fucking time. What are you talking about? It's clear you don't live in Africa because you don't know. Oh, they kill each other for fun all the fucking time. Mo, I will not share that video. It was disturbing enough for me. Plus, it's on WhatsApp. I would have to fucking link my WhatsApp to PC. I don't even have any of that shit installed. It's on my WhatsApp. If I find it, I'll show you guys. I'll look for it sometime. But they do, though, Holy. Nature is ridiculously evil. They kill each other all the time for all manner of fucking reasons. Baboons, for example, literally massacre and genocide each other when they come across each other. Just because. So, again, why is it wrong? You've given me a bunch of whataboutism arguments. You've given me, oh, but animals don't do it. Yes, they do. But that's still, even if I conceded animals don't kill each other, you've still not answered my question. Why is it wrong? You've just said, well, it's wrong because they don't do it. Yeah, okay, cool. They don't have to do it. Why can't I do it? Maybe they lack the mental capacity to think, hey, it would be fun to kill this person. I don't lack that mental capacity, so why can't I just kill that person? I want to kill you. I want to take my gun and I want to shoot you. This is going to bring me joy. Why am I not allowed to do that? It's kind of, yeah, pretty much. Based on what? Because it's morally wrong. Based on what? What is your morality? What is your morality based on? Why is it wrong morally for me to kill a human being? What is your value? Why do you matter? You are a lump of cells that accidentally came into existence. You have no fucking value. None. To kill you would be like to mow grass, as Stalin himself said correctly. Because in his worldview, he's not wrong. Your experience doesn't fucking matter to me. I want to kill you. And you have, as far, not made a single moral argument for why I'm not allowed to. Except for saying it's morally wrong. And then I ask you, well, fucking why? What's the morality of it? What's the foundation of it? What gives you value? It seems to me, I'm going to help you guys out here a little bit. It seems to me that if you want to make an argument for why I'm not allowed to kill you, you must first determine why you have value. So let's go. What makes you valuable enough that I should not kill you? There's plenty more of you, right? Taxes. We all exist because of that violence, let's be real. These people don't answer questions, they just deflect with more whataboutisms. The question can't be answered in good faith. So I'll answer it for you. There is no moral reason why you, as an atheist, should not kill other human beings. There just simply isn't. Because based on your framework, you are no better than an animal. You are no better than a blade of grass. You were created entirely by accident, by a bunch of natural processes. When you die, you will return to nothing for other animals to feast upon. You are useless and wholly incapable of adding any value to the system whatsoever. That is the truth. Everything else is an extrapolation of your own feelings that you cannot back up with scientific fact or even philosophical fact because it doesn't exist. Philosophically and morally speaking, you as a naturalist have no value. You have no value. There is no value. The morality that you guys like to talk about when you said it's morally wrong is based on what? It's based on Christianity. It's based on faith. Because it's only in faith that humans have value. Where does the value of humans come from? By being created by the Creator. The one Creator that created the universe created you, therefore you must have value. All right, you say, what the fuck? No. Where's your value come from, Holy? Where's your value come from, bro? Don't swear at me. Don't what the fuck at me. I asked you a simple question that you have yet to answer. What is your value? Why am I not allowed to kill you? What's the moral underpinnings? Before you go, no, answer the fucking question, bro. If you say that it's not God, right, and there's another way, then give me the other way. I'm happy. I'm all ears. I'm listening. Look, headphones are on. I'm listening. Actually, yeah. Almost every single society without God was incredibly violent. Ridiculously so, actually. You go to the Vikings, they were killing themselves and other people pretty much left, right, and center. In fact, in Viking society, if someone said something to you that offended you, you were allowed to kill them. Right? You were absolutely allowed to kill them. If you wanted your neighbor's fucking house, you could kill your neighbor. All you had to do was let your neighbor know that you're going to come kill him for his house. And then that was perfectly acceptable. No. 100%, yeah. Before Christianity, life was violent. Ridiculously violent. Modi, yeah, you're absolutely right. We are incredibly violent. I wonder why that could be. In the speech to the morning motivation, just do it routine. Yeah, Holy, you've still not answered my question, fam. I am willing to concede. Yeah, humans are very evil. They do evil things. I agree with you. You still haven't argued why that's evil, though. Because I can say that human beings are evil and do evil things. You can't say that. Because you have no moral framework for what is evil. None. Zero. You have no moral framework for what is evil. Because in your own ethos, there is no such thing as evil. It cannot exist. You cannot tell me that someone that does things to children is evil because you can't even describe the value of that thing. It's a thing. It's a thing that I want to do. Why can't I do that thing? The only way to answer that question would be to ascribe some kind of value to that thing. It has to have value. If there's no value, there's no evil. Nothing's lost. So please, anyone, describe the value to me. Pyarch, I absolutely agree with you. So that's the point. Holy, okay, so what's your argument there? I already conceded to you, humans are evil and do evil things. But the only reason I can look at Russia and Ukraine and say what Russia is doing is evil is because of God. You can't say that. Not objectively. Because you still have not explained why Russia isn't allowed to invade Ukraine and kill all of them. You've not explained that. You have not made any moral arguments for why they're not allowed to do so. All you've said is, bro, I don't like it. Cool, but that doesn't mean shit. If you can't show why that is morally wrong, then it is not morally wrong. Then it's just how you feel. And that means then that it's based on how everyone feels. So if Putin feels that he wants to kill all of the Ukrainians, then he must do that. He's allowed to do that. Because he feels like that. You feel differently. But, you know, he doesn't have to care about what you feel because he's not you. If you want to change that, you'd have to run for president and then you can employ your feelings. Standard religious gaslighting argument. You can't show me a 2,000-year-old rule book, so you're morally bankrupt. Darkstream, so is that the argument that I made? Bro, welcome to the debate. Join in. Why don't you? Explain to me morally why I can't kill you. I never made that argument, by the way. You're the one that's building straw men here. At no point did I challenge you and ask, show me a rule book. At no point did I say, show me a book that shows that you're not allowed to do that. You don't have to show me anything. Just explain to me where your value comes from. The only gaslighter here is you, sir. Don't be dishonest. Engage with the debate honestly, please. Holy, based on the answers you've given me thus far, even if I got you into voice chat, you'd still not be able to give me an answer. Because thus far, all of your answers has boiled down to one thing, trust me, bro. You've gone from, oh, it must be this to this to this to this, and it all boils down to morals. And then I ask you, well, what's the underpinning of the morals? Your morality must be pinned on something. Because rationalists, atheists, agnostics, make the argument that there is such a thing as an objective morality. There is an objectively good way to live our lives, called objective morality. My question is, what is it based on? What's the foundation of your morality? It must have a foundation. If it doesn't have a foundation, then it means we can do whatever the hell we want. It's just simply based on feeling. And I will say to you, when I look at the world around me, I look at the things that's happening on college campuses, I look at the things that's happening in the world, it seems like your morality is playing out pretty much exactly the way that it should be playing out. Everyone is doing whatever the fuck they feel like doing. And you can't say they're wrong because, well, you have not even explained to them what your morality is supposed to mean. And I'll tell you why you will not be able to make an argument to the contrary. Because the disciple of your belief, Friedrich Nietzsche, could not make an argument for it. Friedrich Nietzsche himself says God is dead and we have killed him. Why does he say this? Because he's afraid. He's afraid that they have destroyed the foundations of society, and now he wonders, what will society look like without a moral foundation? Because Friedrich Nietzsche, in all of his intelligence, could not answer one simple question. What is good? If there is no God, then there is no good. Then there is just whatever I want to do. If there's a God, there's a moral compass. God is the giver of that moral compass. He's the creator. We have to do what the creator says. The creator says this is right, this is wrong, and we have to follow that because he's the creator. He's much bigger than us, right? We don't get to argue with the creator. But if you remove the creator, then there is no right or wrong. There is no this or that. It's whatever the fuck you want to do. Did you just ask who the fuck is Nietzsche? It's cool, then. Fine. And you have to go to the gym, Savin. I'll go now. Yeah. When I look at another human being or life, I see the beauty in each and every single one of us, trying to make and find sense in what it means to be alive and what to do with this life. There is no inherent value in anything, but I put value into preserving the struggle. Chris, and I fully commend you for that. That is a perfectly good answer. It doesn't answer why I can't kill someone, because if I don't see it the same way, then I should be allowed to just kill, you know. It does answer why you don't want to kill someone, but it doesn't morally explain why killing is wrong. I think this is a huge issue with perspective. We live in one of the best times to be alive. So there is, well, no one's making an argument here for this is the worst time to be alive. Holy, I'm saying you can't make that argument because he couldn't even make that fucking argument. And that's the point. This isn't a gotcha moment. I didn't ask you that question so that I could go, gotcha, you motherfucker. Now you have to believe in God. This argument was very specifically about morality. And the only honest answer you can give as an agnostic or an atheist is there is no reason. I'm asking you nicely not to kill people. Please don't do it. That's all you can say. That's literally the only argument you can make is, please don't do it. I'm begging you, because it would hurt my feelings. But you can make no other arguments for it, because there are no other arguments for it. Morally speaking, there is no reason not to kill someone. Because you have no foundations for it. And if you say you do, I'm still waiting for an answer as to what that foundation is. No, yeah, but I mean, your law is based on Christianity, on Christian law anyways, but yeah, it's fine. But if I change the law, would that then be fine? I guess so. Then Christianity. Oh, so we're back to that whataboutism. Holy. So we're playing this game again. Oh, evil people. I already acknowledged that evil people do evil shit. But the only reason you can look at the Crusades and you can look at the slavery and you can look at the evil things is because of Christianity. And that's why you can say it's evil, because God says it is evil. If you remove God from the equation, then nothing that happened with slavery, nothing that happened with the Crusades is wrong. It's not morally wrong. They're allowed to do it because why not? Do you not follow, Holy? Like, how do you not follow it? You do realize that it was the Christian nations of Europe that were the first and only nations on earth to abolish slavery. So it's all good and well when people say, oh, but look at the Christians, they had slavery. They were the nations that abolished it. It took a fucking while, but eventually some people started to read the Bible and they went, whoa, boys, do you guys realize that it says here that we're all equal in God's eyes? We're all children of Christ? What the fuck are we doing? I think we should put an end to this shit. The English almost bankrupted themselves fighting the fucking slave trade. Christian nations put an end to it. Now you could say, yeah, sure, right? There were Christian nations that had slaves. Absolutely. There were Christian nations that partook in the Crusades. Absolutely. There were Christian nations that did a bunch of bullshit, evil stuff. I already admitted to you. People are evil and people are going to do evil things, and evil people are going to find any reason they can to be evil. But if you don't have a foundation for your morality, then what they did isn't evil. How is my argument flawed? Please explain, please enlighten me, Holy. I am. Nikolai, what's up? Okay, so Zanarath, there's a couple of problems with your argument. The Bible lays out exactly how you should keep your slaves. Number one, the New Testament absolutely does not allow for slavery because all people are made in the image of God, equal to God, and they all worship the Son, Jesus Christ. And it says in the New Testament multiple times that no man should be a slave to another man. multiple times. But there's also another problem, and this is the one thing that I always love because it sort of shows how little people know about the Bible, right? So the slaves that was referred to in the Old Testament is a very specific thing. So in the Old Testament, it gives them a number of rules as to how they're allowed to treat their slaves. But the passage that you're referring to also starts with the following. When a stranger is in your land, treat them with love and respect. Do not mix with them, for remember, you were once strangers in the land of Egypt. And then it goes on to explain how you should treat your slaves. But here's what most people don't fucking know, because most people don't actually do the historical research to go look at how Jewish society was set up. If I owed you money, I was allowed to sell myself into slavery for you in order to repay my debt. So I could come to you and say, I sell my labor to you in order to repay my debts. And then you would tell me you're going to serve for 5 years or 10 years or 20 years, however long it needs to be, right? And then your debt will be repaid. The problem is that people would treat these people with a lot of, let's say, a lack of morality. So the rules that was given there were rules as to how to treat the people that sell themselves into your service. How do you treat them? You give them a day off. On the Sabbath, not even your slaves are allowed to work, right? You can't sleep with your slave girl if this or this is true. You can't do this, you can't do that. Rules governing how they're supposed to treat the people that sell themselves into slavery to repay their debts. Not only that, but it also tells you that there is a limit to how long they're allowed to be your slave. Because previously, people would enslave people that owe them money for an indefinite amount of time. The Old Testament says, no, you can keep a slave for a maximum of 7 years. You can keep a slave for a maximum of 7 years. On the 7th year, all slaves, all debts must be forgiven you. So the idea, right, that God condoned slavery is, in my opinion, a very, how should we put it? It's a very limited read of the Bible. It's a very limited read of the Bible. He loves his wife and wants to stay with her. You can drive a stake through his ear, and he is your property forever. Let's say that I accepted your premise, right? Even though I do not, because the context really does matter. If you read Ephesians, if you read the Bible correctly, you will find that there is consistent notion about how to treat strangers, for you were once strangers in the land of Egypt. What were the Israelites when they were strangers in the land of Egypt? They were slaves, right? How should you treat strangers in your land? Because you were once strangers in the land of Egypt. So just to be clear on that fact. But then, if you actually go and look at Jewish culture, selling yourself into someone else's service if you owed them money was an actual legitimate practice. It was a cultural practice. It's something that they did. They didn't question it. It was something that they did. The Bible provided a set of rules. But even if I said, okay, ignore everything I just said there, then my argument would be, if you read the Bible, and you read the Bible within context, you will see that there is a progression within the Bible. the things that God tells the Israelites and the way in which God ups the ante every single time. He deals with a people that comes from a very specific milieu, comes from a very specific environment, a very specific culture. If he jumps in and says, no more this, no more that, fuck all of you, he risks losing the people. So he works slowly, gradually building up. Gradually, he opens his people's minds. Slowly but surely, he moves his people away. Right? So there is a time frame that happens there. God is working with his people within his time. What does that have to do with being omnipotent or omnipotent? What does it have to do with that? God expresses himself multiple times and he says, I do not force. I knock and you open. He doesn't force himself into your life. He doesn't force himself into anything. If he was, he wouldn't need to pussyfoot around the Jews. Yes, he does have to, Zanarath. He does have to, because it's his nature. It reveals to you the nature of God. He comes to meet you where you're at, and then he moves you. When you become a Christian, you don't just automatically become perfect in the eyes of God. It's a process. It's a process. He works with you where you are, and he takes you slowly to where he wishes for you to be. If he did just go like this, it would not be fair. And it would also break his rules. It would break the rules that God created and said that he will play by these very rules himself. But they did kill each other, Oli. The Chinese history is bloody as fuck. Mao killed, almost 80 million of his own people? What the fuck are you talking about? They didn't kill each other. In what world? Yeah, I'm pretty sure Savin Holy is just trying to be as stupid as possible. I don't know. I think he's trying to troll. It's a free will argument. You must choose. He won't make you choose. That's literally it, right? Human beings are such flawed, sinful beings. I wish we were better. Slaves could work with good food and psychology, in my opinion. I don't believe that, Nikolai. The thing is, even on a basic level, even on an economic level, slavery really isn't a great way of operating your society. Slaves do not work as hard as people that's actually getting a salary. That's just proven, right? So no, there's no fucking argument, not morally, not politically, and not economically is there an argument in which slavery actually works. And we know this because the poorest societies and most fucked societies in the world are the societies that to this day have slaves. There are more slaves alive today than what there were in the past, right? So the slave trade is still alive and kicking in Africa. And I mean, Africa is completely fucked, right? Okay, Holy, I'm genuinely curious. Are you incapable of arguing on any honest time frame? Like, is honesty an incapability of? I guess that makes sense. You're agnostic. You have no moral reason to be honest. So it does actually track with your belief system. But do you know do you know what whataboutism means? Like, this is a genuine inquiry right now. Do you understand what whataboutism means? Because you keep going, oh, so just because you brought up that China didn't kill each other and yet they were never Christians, I then tell you, what the fuck are you talking about? Chinese people killed each other a lot. And then you go, oh, and the Europeans didn't? Oh, so the Europeans didn't, but they were Christian. Why did they kill each other? And say, what the fuck is your argument? Like, what are you talking about? Do you realize just, like, your argument means nothing? Everyone in chat is listening to your arguments and going, Dude, what the fuck? You have people literally asking, are you just joking around right now? Silly to put an entire country under the same umbrella. Every country kills people for whatever reason, not justifying China's history. It's fucked. When you paint yourself into a corner and then sputter, but what about? What about? What about? Yeah, that's the problem here. Sian, how you doing? Thanks for the follow. Really appreciate you. Welcome to the channel. Thank you, thank you, thank you. He has to be. He has to be. Paimon is food. How you doing? It has to be trolling at this point because I can't believe that anyone would actually say shit like that with a straight face. But that being said, let me fucking go to the gym. I have to go work out. I don't know if I don't know if I'll be on later tonight because I have to make a couple of videos. So I'm not entirely sure if yeah, that's usually how it works, right? You lose the argument, it's everyone else's fault. If a creator is omnipotent, there can be no free will. He would have known every choice every person would make before he even made the universe. No need to nudge or suggest people to do anything if he wanted an outcome. Not if he is righteous and operates within his own rules as he states he does. But Xanarath, that's a whole different discussion for a whole different time. Next year, how you doing? Was fun, even if I do disagree. I welcome disagreement. I didn't start this conversation thinking to myself, okay, I'm about to convert 47 of my fucking viewers. They're all going to believe every word that I have to say. No. I have this debate and I have these conversations because I think they're fun. You know? But I don't expect to convert people because it's not my job. That's the Holy Spirit's job. So I'm gonna go. And I'm going to go to the gym. I don't know, as I said, if I'm going to be live after this. But I will try if I'm done with work. And if I'm done with all the shit, I will, definitely. Anyways, ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much for hanging out with me. Thank you so much for spending your time with me. I hope that you enjoyed today's video. It was definitely a lively debate. I will see all of you in the next one. As always, be good to each other. Be kind to each other. Peace out, fam.